Our experience of consciousness is functional because we use it to guide and control our behavior, and to think logically about problems. Dual, Baumeister, and Macy Campo, 2008. 8. Consciousness allows us to plan activities and to monitor our progress toward the goals we set for ourselves. And consciousness is fundamental to our sense of morality. We believe that we have the free will to perform moral actions while avoiding immoral behaviors. But in some cases consciousness may become aversive, for instance when we become aware that we are not living up to our own goals or expectations, or when we believe. 4. Koch, c. 2004. The Quest for Consciousness, a Neurobiological Approach. Englewood, Co., Roberts & Co. 5. Petty, R., Wagoner, D., Chaikin, S., and Trope, Y. 1999. Dual Process Theories in Social Psychology. New York, Guilford Press, Shanks, D. 2005. Implicit Learning. In K. Lambert's edition, Handbook of Cognition, pages 202-20. London, England. Sage. 6. Dennett, D.C. 1991. Consciousness Explained. Boston, Ma, Little, Brown and Company, Koch, C., and Greenfield, S. 2007. How Does Consciousness Happen? Scientific American, 76-83. 7. Libet, B. 1999. Do We Have Free Will? Journal of Consciousness Studies, 6, 8, 9, 47, 57, Wegner, D.M. 2003. The Mind's Best Trick, How We Experience Conscious Will. Trends in Cognitive Sciences, 7, 2, 65, 69. 8. Dual, C., Baumeister, R., and Macy Campo, E. 2008. Evidence that logical reasoning depends on conscious processing. Consciousness and Cognition, 17, 3, 628. 168. That other people perceive us negatively. In these cases, we may engage in behaviors that help us escape from consciousness, for example through the use of alcohol or other psychoactive drugs. Baumeister, 1998. 9. Because the brain varies in its current level and type of activity, consciousness is transitory. If we drink too much coffee or beer, the caffeine or alcohol influences the activity in our brain, and our consciousness may change. When we are anesthetized before an operation or experience a concussion after a knock on the head, we may lose consciousness entirely as a result of changes in brain activity. We also lose consciousness when we sleep, and it is with this altered state of consciousness that we begin our chapter. 5.1 Sleeping and Dreaming Revitalize Us for Action. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning objectives. 1. Draw a graphic showing the usual phases of sleep during a normal night and notate the characteristics of each phase. 2. Review the disorders that affect sleep and the costs of sleep deprivation. 3. Outline and explain the similarities and differences among the different theories of dreaming. The lives of all organisms, including humans, are influenced by regularly occurring cycles of behaviors known as biological rhythms. One important biological rhythm is the annual cycle that guides the migration of birds and the hibernation of bears. Women also experience a 28-day cycle that guides their fertility and menstruation. But perhaps the strongest and most important biorhythm is the daily circadian rhythm. From the Latin circa, meaning about or approximately, and dian, meaning daily. That guides the daily waking and sleeping cycle in many animals. Many biological rhythms are coordinated by changes in the level and duration of ambient light, for instance, as winter turns into summer and as night turns into day. In some animals, such as birds, the pineal gland in the brain is directly sensitive to light, and its activation influences behavior, such as mating and annual migrations. Light also has a profound effect on humans. We are more likely to experience depression during the dark winter months than during the lighter summer months, an experience known as seasonal affective disorder, SAD, and exposure to bright lights can help reduce this depression. McGinnis, 2007. 10. Sleep is also influenced by ambient light. The ganglion cells in the retina send signals to a brain area above the thalamus called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is the 9. Baumeister, R. 1998. The Self. In the Handbook of Social Psychology, 4th ed., Volume 2, pages 687-40. New York, New York. McGraw-Hill. 10. McGinnis, P. 2007. Seasonal Affective Disorder, SAD, Treatment and Drugs. Mayo Clinic. Retrieved from http://www.mayoclinic.com/health. 169. Body's primary circadian pacemaker. The suprachiasmatic nucleus analyzes the strength and duration of the light stimulus and sends signals to the pineal gland when the ambient light level is low or its duration is short. In response, the pineal gland secretes melatonin, a powerful hormone that facilitates the onset of sleep. Research focus: circadian rhythms influence the use of stereotypes in social judgments. The circadian rhythm influences our energy levels such that we have more energy at some times of day than others. Galen Bodenhausen, 1990, 11 argued that people may be more likely to rely on their stereotypes, i.e., their beliefs about the characteristics of social groups, as a shortcut to making social judgments when they are tired than when they have more energy. To test this hypothesis, he asked 189 research participants to consider cases of alleged misbehavior by other college students and to judge the probability of the accused. Students' guilt. The accused students were identified as members of particular social groups, and they were accused of committing offenses that were consistent with stereotypes of these groups. One case involved a student athlete accused of cheating on an exam. One case involved a Hispanic student who allegedly physically attacked his roommate, and a third case involved an African American student who had been accused of selling illegal drugs. Each of these offenses had been judged via pretesting in the same student population to be stereotypically, although, of course, unfairly, associated with each social group. The research participants were also provided with some specific evidence about the case that made it ambiguous whether the person had actually committed the crime, and then asked to indicate the likelihood of the student's guilt on an 11-point scale, 0 equal extremely unlikely to 10 equal extremely likely. Participants also completed a measure designed to assess their circadian rhythms, whether they were more active and alert in the morning, morning types, or in the evening, evening types. The participants were then tested at experimental sessions held either in the morning, 9 a.m., or in the evening, 8 p.m. The participants were more likely to rely on their negative stereotypes of the person they were judging at the time of day in which they reported being less active and alert. Morning people used their stereotypes more when they were tested in the evening, and evening people used their stereotypes more when they were tested in the morning. 11. Bodenhausen, G.V. 1990. Stereotypes as judgmental heuristics, evidence of circadian variations in discrimination. Psychological Science, 1, 319-322. 170. 5.1.1 Sleep Stages, Moving Through the Night. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although we lose consciousness as we sleep, the brain nevertheless remains active. The patterns of sleep have been tracked in thousands of research participants who have spent nights sleeping in research labs while their brain waves were recorded by monitors, such as an electroencephalogram, or EEG. Sleep researchers have found that sleeping people undergo a fairly consistent pattern of sleep stages, each lasting about 90 minutes. As you can see in Figure 5.1, these stages are of two major types: rapid eye movement, REM. Sleep is a sleep stage characterized by the presence of quick fast eye movements and dreaming. REM sleep accounts for about 25% of our total sleep time. During REM sleep, our awareness of external events is dramatically reduced, and consciousness is dominated primarily by internally generated images and a lack of overt thinking. Hobson, 2004. 12. During this sleep stage, our muscles shut down, and this is probably a good thing as it protects us from hurting ourselves or trying to act out the scenes that are playing in our dreams. The second major sleep type, non-rapid eye movement, non-REM, Sleep is a deep sleep, characterized by very slow brain waves, that is further subdivided into 3 stages, N1, N2, and N3. Each of the sleep stages has its own distinct pattern of brain activity. Dement and Kleitman, 1957. 13. Figure 5.1 Stages of sleep during a typical night. Our sleep cycles move between REM and non-REM sleep, with each cycle repeating at about 90-minute intervals. The deeper non-REM sleep stages usually occur earlier in the night. As you can see in Figure 5.2, the brain waves that are recorded by an EEG as we sleep show that the brain's activity changes during each stage of sleeping. When we are awake, our brain activity is characterized by the presence of very fast beta waves. When we first begin to fall asleep, the waves get longer, alpha waves, and as we move into stage N1 sleep, which is characterized by the experience of drowsiness, the brain begins to produce even slower theta waves. During stage N1 sleep, some muscle tone. 12. Hobson, A. 2004. A Model for Madness? Dream consciousness, our understanding of the neurobiology of sleep offers insight into abnormalities in the waking brain. Nature, 430, 69, 95. 13. Dement, W., and Kleitman, N. 1957. Cyclic variations in EEG during sleep electroencephalography and clinical neurophysiology, 9, 673-690. 171. Is lost, as well as most awareness of the environment. Some people may experience sudden jerks or twitches and even vivid hallucinations during this initial stage of sleep. Figure 5.2 EEG recordings of brain patterns during sleep. Each stage of sleep has its own distinct pattern of brain activity. Normally, if we are allowed to keep sleeping, we will move from stage N1 to stage N2 sleep. During stage N2, muscular activity is further decreased and conscious awareness of the environment is lost. This stage typically represents about half of the 172 total sleep time in normal adults. Stage N2 sleep is characterized by theta waves, interspersed with bursts of rapid brain activity known as sleep spindles. Stage N3, also known as slow wave sleep, is the deepest level of sleep, characterized by an increased proportion of very slow delta waves. This is the stage in which most sleep abnormalities, such as sleepwalking, sleep talking, nightmares, and bedwetting, occur. The sleepwalking murders committed by Mr. Parks would have occurred in this stage. Some skeletal muscle tone remains, making it possible for affected individuals to rise from their beds and engage in sometimes very complex behaviors, but consciousness is distant. Even in the deepest sleep, however, we are still aware of the external world. If smoke enters the room or if we hear the cry of a baby, we are likely to react, even though we are sound asleep. These occurrences again demonstrate the extent to which we process information outside consciousness. After falling initially into a very deep sleep, the brain begins to become more active again, and we normally move into the first period of REM sleep about 90 minutes after falling asleep. REM sleep is accompanied by an increase in heart rate, facial twitches, and the repeated rapid eye movements that give this stage its name. People who are awakened during REM sleep almost always report that they were dreaming, while those awakened in other stages of sleep report dreams much less often. REM sleep is also emotional sleep. Activity in the limbic system, including the amygdala, is increased during REM sleep, and the genitals become aroused, even if the content of the dreams we are having is not sexual. A typical 25-year-old man may have an erection nearly half of the night, and the common morning erection is left over from the last REM period before waking. Normally we will go through several cycles of REM and non-REM sleep each night. Figure 5.2. The length of the REM portion of the cycle tends to increase through the night, from about 5 to 10 minutes early in the night to 15 to 20 minutes shortly before awakening in the morning. Dreams also tend to become more elaborate and vivid as the night goes on. Eventually, as the sleep cycle finishes, the brain resumes its faster alpha and beta waves and we awake, normally refreshed. 5.1.2 Sleep disorders, problems in sleeping. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. According to a recent poll, National Sleep Foundation, 2009, 14 about 1/4 of American adults say they get a good night's sleep only a few nights a month or less. These people are suffering from a sleep disorder known as insomnia, defined as persistent difficulty falling or staying asleep. Most cases of insomnia are temporary, lasting from a few days to several weeks, but in some cases insomnia can last for years. Insomnia can result from physical disorders such as pain due to injury or illness, or from psychological problems such as stress, financial worries, or relationship difficulties. Changes in sleep patterns, such as jet lag, changes in work shift, or even 14. National Sleep Foundation, 2009. Sleep in America poll. Washington, D.C., author. Retrieved from www.sleepfoundation.org/sites/default/files/2009% 20 in %20 America %20 soft %20 embargoed PDF 173. The movement to or from daylight savings time can produce insomnia. Sometimes the sleep that the insomniac does get is disturbed and non-restorative, and the lack of quality sleep produces impairment of functioning during the day. Ironically, the problem may be compounded by people's anxiety over insomnia itself. Their fear of being unable to sleep may wind up keeping them awake. Some people may also develop a conditioned anxiety to the bedroom or the bed. People who have difficulty sleeping may turn to drugs to help them sleep. barbiturates, benzodiazepines, and other sedatives are frequently marketed and prescribed as sleep aids, but they may interrupt the natural stages of the sleep cycle, and in the end are likely to do more harm than good. In some cases they may also promote dependence. Most practitioners of sleep medicine today recommend making environmental and scheduling changes first, followed by therapy for underlying problems, with pharmacological remedies used only as a last resort. According to the National Sleep Foundation, some steps that can be used to combat insomnia include the following. Use the bed and bedroom for sleep and sex only. Do not spend time in bed during the day. Establish a regular bedtime routine and a regular sleep-wake schedule. Think positively about your sleeping. Try not to get anxious just because you are losing a little sleep. Do not eat or drink too much close to bedtime. Create a sleep-promoting environment that is dark, cool, and comfortable. Avoid disturbing noises. Consider a bedside fan or white noise machine to block out disturbing sounds. Consume less or no caffeine, particularly late in the day. Avoid alcohol and nicotine, especially close to bedtime. Exercise, but not within 3 hours before bedtime. Avoid naps, particularly in the late afternoon or evening. Keep a sleep diary to identify your sleep habits and patterns that you can share with your doctor. Another common sleep problem is sleep apnea, a sleep disorder characterized by pauses in breathing that last at least 10 seconds during sleep. Morgenthaler, Kagramanov, Honig, and Decker, 2006. 15. In addition to preventing restorative sleep, sleep apnea can also cause high blood pressure and may raise the risk of stroke and heart attack. Yagi, E.T. Alabama, 2005. 16. Most sleep apnea is caused by an obstruction of the walls of the throat that occurs when we fall asleep. It is most common in obese or older individuals who have lost muscle tone and is particularly common in men. Sleep apnea caused by obstructions is usually treated with an air machine that uses a mask to create a continuous pressure that prevents the airway from collapsing, or with mouthpieces that keep the airway open. If all other treatments have failed, sleep apnea may be treated with surgery to open the airway. 15. Morgenthaler, T.I., Kagramanov, V., Honig, V., and Decker, P.A. 2006. Complex sleep apnea syndrome, is it a unique clinical syndrome? Sleep, 29, 9, 1203-1209. Retrieved from http://www.journalsleep.org. 16. Yagi, H.K., Concato, J., Kernan, W.N., Lichtman, J.H., Brass, L.M., and Mosnan, V. 2005. Obstructive sleep apnea as a risk factor for stroke and death. The New England Journal of Medicine, 353, 19, 2034-2041. doi, 10.1056/NEJMOA 043104. Narcolepsy is a disorder characterized by extreme daytime sleepiness with frequent Episodes of nodding off. The syndrome may also be accompanied by attacks of cataplexy, in which the individual loses muscle tone, resulting in a partial or complete collapse. It is estimated that at least 200,000 Americans suffer from narcolepsy. Although only about a quarter of these people have been diagnosed, National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, 2008. 17. Narcolepsy is in part the result of genetics. People who suffer from the disease lack neurotransmitters that are important in keeping us alert. Taheri, Zeitzer, and Migno, 2002, 18, and is also the result of a lack of deep sleep. While most people descend through the sequence of sleep stages, then move back up to REM sleep soon after falling asleep, narcolepsy sufferers move directly into REM and undergo numerous awakenings during the night, often preventing them from getting good sleep. Narcolepsy can be treated with stimulants, such as amphetamines, to counteract the daytime sleepiness, or with antidepressants to treat a presumed underlying depression. However, since these drugs further disrupt already abnormal sleep cycles, these approaches may, in the long run, make the problem worse. Many sufferers find relief by taking a number of planned short naps during the day, and some individuals may find it easier to work in jobs that allow them to sleep during the day and work at night. Other sleep disorders occur when cognitive or motor processes that should be turned off or reduced in magnitude during sleep operate at higher than normal levels. Mohoeld and Skank, 2000. 19. One example is somnambulism, sleepwalking, in which the person leaves the bed and moves around while still asleep. Sleepwalking is more common in childhood, with the most frequent occurrences around the age of 12 years. About 4% of adults experience somnambulism. Mohoeld and Skank, 2000. 20. Sleep terrors is a disruptive sleep disorder, most frequently experienced in childhood, that may involve loud screams and intense panic. The sufferer cannot wake from sleep even though he or she is trying to. In extreme cases, sleep terrors may result in bodily harm or property damage as the sufferer moves about abruptly. Up to 3% of adults suffer from sleep terrors, which typically occur in sleep stage N3. Mohoeld and Skank, 2000. 21. Other sleep disorders include bruxism, in which the sufferer grinds his teeth during sleep, restless leg syndrome, in which the sufferer reports an itching, burning, or otherwise uncomfortable feeling in his legs, usually exacerbated when resting or asleep, and periodic limb movement disorder, which involves sudden involuntary movement of limbs. The latter can cause sleep disruption and injury for both the sufferer and bed partner. Although many sleep disorders occur during non-REM sleep, REM sleep behavior disorder, Mohoeld and Skank, 2005, 22 is a condition in which people, usually middle 17. National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, 2008. Who is at risk for narcolepsy? Retrieved from http://www.nhlby.nih.gov. health/DCI/diseases/NAR/NAR_WHO HTML 18. Taheri, S., Zeitzer, J.M., and Migno, E. 2002. The Role of Hypocretins, Orexins, in Sleep Regulation and Narcolepsy. Annual Review of Neuroscience, 25, to 83 313. 19. Mohoeld, M., and Skank, C. 2000. REM Sleep Parasomnias. Principles and Practice of Sleep Medicine, 724-741. 20. Mohoeld, M., and Skank, C. 2000. REM Sleep Parasomnias. Principles and Practice of Sleep Medicine, 724-741. 21. Mohoeld, M., and Skank, C. 2000. REM Sleep Parasomnias. Principles and Practice of Sleep Medicine, 724-741. 22. Mohoeld, M., and Skank, C. 2005. REM Sleep Behavior Disorder. Handbook of Clinical Neurophysiology, 6, 245-53. 175. Aged or older men engage in vigorous and bizarre physical activities during REM sleep. In response to intense, violent dreams, as their actions may injure themselves or their sleeping partners. This disorder, thought to be neurological in nature, is normally treated with hypnosis and medications. 5.1.3 The Heavy Costs of Not Sleeping. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Our preferred sleep times and our sleep requirements vary throughout our life cycle. Newborns tend to sleep between 16 and 18 hours per day, preschoolers tend to sleep between 10 and 12 hours per day, school-aged children and teenagers usually prefer at least 9 hours of sleep per night, and most adults say that they require 7 to 8 hours per night. Mercer, Merritt, and Cowell, 1998, National Sleep Foundation, 2008. 23 There are also individual differences in need for sleep. Some people do quite well with fewer than 6 hours of sleep per night, whereas others need 9 hours or more. The most recent study by the National Sleep Foundation suggests that adults should get between 7 and 9 hours of sleep per night, figure 5.3, and yet Americans now average fewer than 7 hours. Figure 5.3 Average hours of required sleep per night. The average U.S. adult reported getting only 6.7 hours of sleep per night, which is less than the recommended range proposed by the National Sleep Foundation. 23. Mercer, P., Merritt, S., and Cowell, J. 1998. Differences in reported sleep need among adolescents. Journal of Adolescent Health, 23, 5, 259-63, National Sleep Foundation. 2008. Sleep in America Poll. Washington, D.C., author Retrieved from http://sleepfoundation.org/site/default/files 176. Source: adapted from National Sleep Foundation. 2008. Sleep in America poll. Washington, D.C., author. Retrieved from http://www.sleepfoundation.org/sites. Default/files/2008 20 poll 20 soft PDF. Getting needed rest is difficult in part because school and work schedules still follow the early to rise timetable that was set years ago. We tend to stay up late to enjoy activities in the evening but then are forced to get up early to go to work or school. The situation is particularly bad for college students, who are likely to combine a heavy academic schedule with an active social life and who may, in some cases, also work. Getting enough sleep is a luxury that many of us seem to be unable or unwilling to afford, and yet sleeping is one of the most important things we can do for ourselves. Continued over time, a nightly deficit of even only 1 or 2 hours can have a substantial impact on mood and performance. Sleep has a vital restorative function, and a prolonged lack of sleep results in increased anxiety, diminished performance, and, if severe and extended, may even result in death. Many road accidents involve sleep deprivation, and people who are sleep deprived show decrements in driving performance similar to those who have ingested alcohol. Hack, Choi, Vijayapalan, Davies, and Stradling, 2001, Williamson and Fire, 2000. 24 Poor treatment by doctors, Smith-Coggins, Rosekind, Hurd, and Buccino. 1994, 25 And a variety of industrial accidents have also been traced in part to the effects of sleep deprivation. Good sleep is also important to our health and longevity. It is no surprise that we sleep more when we are sick, because sleep works to fight infection. Sleep deprivation suppresses immune responses that fight off infection, and can lead to obesity, hypertension, and memory impairment. Ferry et. Alabama, 2007, Kushida, 2005. 26 Sleeping well can even save our lives. Du et. Alabama, 2003, 27 found that older adults who had better sleep patterns also lived longer. 24. Hack, M.A., Choi, S.J., Vijayapalan, P., Davies, R.J.O., and Stradling, J.R.S. 2001. Comparison of the effects of sleep deprivation, alcohol, and obstructive sleep apnea, OSA, on simulated steering performance. Respiratory Medicine. 95, 7, 594 601, Williamson, A., and Fire, A. 2000. Moderate sleep deprivation produces impairments in cognitive and motor performance equivalent to legally prescribed levels of alcohol intoxication. Occupational and Environmental Medicine, 57, 10, 649. 25. Smith-Coggins, R., Rosekind, M.R., Hurd, S., and Buccino, K.R. 1994. Relationship of day versus night sleep to physician. Performance and mood. Annals of Emergency Medicine, 24, 5, 928, 934. 26. Ferry, J.E., Shipley, M.J., Capuccio, F.P., Brunner, E., Miller, M.A., Kumerid, M., and Marmot, M.G. 2007. A Perspective. Study of change in sleep duration, associations with mortality in the Whitehall 2 cohort. Sleep, 30, 12, 1659, Kushida, C. 2005. Sleep deprivation, basic science, physiology and behavior. London, England, Informa Healthcare. 27. Du, M.A., Hodge, C.C., Bice, D.J., Monk, T.H., Begley, A.E., Hauk, P.R., Reynolds, C.F., 3. 2003. Healthy Older. Adult sleep predicts all-cause mortality at 4 to 19 years of follow-up. Psychosomatic Medicine, 65, 1, 63, 73. 177. Figure 5.4 The effects of sleep deprivation in 1964, 17-year-old high school student Randy Gardner remained awake for 264 hours, 11 days, in order to set a new Guinness World Record. At the request of his worried parents, he was monitored by a U.S. Navy psychiatrist, Light Commander John J. Ross. This chart maps the progression of his behavioral changes over the 11 days. Source, adapted from Ross, J.J. 1965. Neurological findings after prolonged sleep deprivation. Archives of Neurology, 12, 399, 403. 5.1.4 Dreams and Dreaming. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Dreams are the succession of images, thoughts, sounds, and emotions that passes through our minds while sleeping. When people are awakened from REM sleep, they 178 normally report that they have been dreaming, suggesting that people normally dream several times a night but that most dreams are forgotten on awakening. Dement, 1997. 28 The content of our dreams generally relates to our everyday experiences and concerns, and frequently our fears and failures. Cartwright, Agar Gunn, Kirkby, and Friedman, 2006, Domhoff, Meyer Gomez, and Schredl, 2005. 29. Many cultures regard dreams as having great significance for the dreamer, either by revealing something important about the dreamer's present circumstances or predicting his future. The Austrian psychologist Sigmund Freud, 1913–1988, 30, analyzed the dreams of his patients to help him understand their unconscious needs and desires, and psychotherapists still make use of this technique today. Freud believed that the primary function of dreams was wish fulfillment, or the idea that Dreaming allows us to act out the desires that we must repress during the day. He differentiated between the manifest content of the dream, i.e., its literal actions, and its latent content, i.e., the hidden psychological meaning of the dream. Freud believed that the real meaning of dreams is often suppressed by the unconscious mind in order to protect the individual from thoughts and feelings that are hard to cope with. By uncovering the real meaning of dreams through psychoanalysis, Freud believed that people could better understand their problems and resolve the issues that create difficulties in their lives. Although Freud and others have focused on the meaning of dreams, other theories about the causes of dreams are less concerned with their content. One possibility is that we dream primarily to help with consolidation, or the moving of information into long-term memory. Alvarenga et Alabama, 2008, Zhang, 2004, 31 Rocks, Desgranges, for it. And Eustache, 2005, 32 found that rats that had been deprived of REM sleep after learning a new task were less able to perform the task again later than were rats that had been allowed to dream, and these differences were greater on tasks that involved learning unusual information or developing new behaviors. Payne and Nadal, 2004, 33. Argued that the content of dreams is the result of consolidation. We dream about the things that are being moved into long-term memory. Thus dreaming may be an important part of the learning that we do while sleeping. Hobson, Pace-Shot, and Stick-Gold, 2000. 34. 28. Dement, W. 1997. What all undergraduates should know about how their sleeping lives affect their waking lives. Sleepless at Stanford. Retrieved from www.stanford.edu/dement/sleepless HTML. 29. Cartwright, R., Agar Gunn, M., Kirkby, J., and Friedman, J. 2006. Relation of dreams to waking concerns. Psychiatry Research. 141, 3, 261-70, Domhoff, G. W., Meyer Gomez, K., and Schredl, M. 2005. Dreams as the expression of conceptions and concerns, a comparison of German and American college students. Imagination, Cognition, and Personality, 25, 3. 269-82. 30. Freud, S., and Classics of Medicine Library. 1988. The Interpretation of Dreams, Special ed. Birmingham, Al., The Classics of Medicine Library. Original work published 1913. 31. Alvarenga, T.A., Patty, C.L., Anderson, M.L., Silva, R.H., Calzavara, M.B., Lopez, G.B., Tufik, S. 2008. Paradoxical sleep. Deprivation impairs acquisition, consolidation, and retrieval of a discriminative avoidance task in rats. Neurobiology of Learning and Memory, 90, 624-632, Zhang, J. 2004. Memory Process and the Function of Sleep. Journal of Theoretics. 6, 6, 1, 7. 32. Rocks, G, Desgranges, B, Foret, J, and Eustache, F. 2005. The relationships between memory systems and sleep stages. Journal of Sleep Research, 14, 123-140. 33. Payne, J, and Nadal, L. 2004. Sleep, Dreams, and Memory Consolidation, the Role of the Stress Hormone Cortisol. Learning and Memory, 11, 6, 671. 34. Hobson, J. A., Paceshot, E. F., and Stickgold, R. 2000. Dreaming and the Brain, Toward a Cognitive Neuroscience of Conscious States. Behavioral and Brain Sciences, 23, 6, 793, 842, 904, 1018, 1083, 1121. 179. The Activation Synthesis Theory of Dreaming, Hobson and McCarley, 1977, Hobson, 2004. 35 proposes still another explanation for dreaming, namely, that dreams are our brain's interpretation of the random firing of neurons in the brain stem. According to this approach, the signals from the brain stem are sent to the cortex, just as they are when we are awake, but because the pathways from the cortex to skeletal muscles are disconnected during REM sleep, the cortex does not know how to interpret the signals. As a result, the cortex strings the messages together into the coherent stories we experience as dreams. Although researchers are still trying to determine the exact causes of dreaming, one thing remains clear: we need to dream. If we are deprived of REM sleep, we quickly become less able to engage in the important tasks of everyday life, until we are finally able to dream again. Key takeaways. Consciousness, our subjective awareness of ourselves and our environment, is functional because it allows us to plan activities and monitor our goals. Psychologists believe the consciousness is the result of neural activity in the brain. Human and animal behavior is influenced by biological rhythms, including annual, monthly, and circadian rhythms. Sleep consists of two major stages, REM and non-REM sleep. Non-REM sleep has three substages, known as stage N1, N2, and N3. Each sleep stage is marked by a specific pattern of biological responses and brain wave patterns. Sleep is essential for adequate functioning during the day. Sleep disorders, including insomnia, sleep apnea, and narcolepsy, may make it hard for us to sleep well. Dreams occur primarily during REM sleep. Some theories of dreaming, such Freud's, are based on the content of the dreams. Other theories of dreaming propose that dreaming is related to memory consolidation. The activation synthesis theory of dreaming is based only on neural activity, exercises, and critical thinking. 1. If you happen to be home alone one night, try this exercise. At nightfall, leave the lights and any other powered equipment off. Does this influence what time you go to sleep as opposed to your normal sleep time? 35. Hobson, J. A., and McCarley, R. 1977. The Brain as a Dream State Generator, an Activation Synthesis Hypothesis of the Dream Process. American Journal of Psychiatry, 134, 1335-1348, Hobson, J. A. 2004. Dreams Freud Never Had, A New Mind Science. New York, New York, Pi Press. 180. 2. Review your own sleep patterns. Are you getting enough sleep? What makes you think so? 3. Review some of the dreams that you have had recently. Consider how each of the theories of dreaming we have discussed would explain your dreams. 5.2 Altering Consciousness with Psychoactive Drugs. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Summarize the major psychoactive drugs and their influences on consciousness and behavior. 2. Review the evidence regarding the dangers of recreational drugs. A psychoactive drug is a chemical that changes our states of consciousness, and particularly our perceptions and moods. These drugs are commonly found in everyday foods and beverages, including chocolate, coffee, and soft drinks, as well as in alcohol, and in over-the-counter drugs, such as aspirin, Tylenol, and cold and cough medication. Psychoactive drugs are also frequently prescribed as sleeping pills, tranquilizers, and anti-anxiety medications, and they may be taken illegally for recreational purposes. As you can see in Table 5.1, the four primary classes of psychoactive drugs are stimulants, depressants, opioids, and hallucinogens. Psychoactive drugs affect consciousness by influencing how neurotransmitters operate at the synapses of the central nervous system, CNS. Some psychoactive drugs are agonists, which mimic the operation of a neurotransmitter. Some are antagonists, which block the action of a neurotransmitter, and some work by blocking the reuptake of neurotransmitters at the synapse. Mechanism, symptoms, drug dangers and side effects. Psychological dependence. Physical dependence. Addiction. Potential stimulants. Caffeine may create dependence. Low stimulants block the reuptake of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. In the enhanced mood and increased energy. Nicotine has major negative health effects if smoked or chewed. High. Table 5.1 Psychoactive drugs by class. 181. Cocaine. Decreased appetite. Headache. Low moderate synapses of the CNS, amph, to means, possible, dependence, accompanied by severe crash with depression as drug effects wear off, particularly if smoked or injected. Moderate low, moderate to high depressants, alcohol, impaired judgment, loss of coordination, dizziness, nausea, and eventually a loss of consciousness. Moderate, barbiturates, and benzodiazepines. Sluggishness, slowed speech, drowsiness, in severe cases, coma or death. Moderate, depressants change consciousness by increasing the production of the neurotransmitter GABA and decreasing the production of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine, usually at the level of the thalamus and the reticular formation. Calming effects, sleep, pain relief, slowed heart rate and respiration. Toxic inhalants, brain damage and death. High opioids, opium. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, tolerance, and addiction. Moderate. The chemical makeup of opioids is similar to the endorphins, the neurotransmitters that serve as the body's slowing of many body functions. Constipation, respiratory, and cardiac depression, and the rapid morphine, restlessness, irritability, headache, and high moderate. Table 5.1 Psychoactive drugs by class. 182. Body aches, tremors, nausea, vomiting, and severe abdominal pain. Natural pain reduces development of tolerance. Heroin. All side effects of morphine, but about twice as addictive as morphine. High moderate high hallucinogens. Marijuana. Mild intoxication, enhanced perception. Low. The chemical compositions of the hallucinogens are similar to the neurotransmitters serotonin and epinephrine, and they act primarily by mimicking them. Altered consciousness, hallucinations, LSD, mescaline, PCP, and peyote. Hallucinations, enhanced perception. Low. Table 5.1 Psychoactive drugs by class. In some cases, the effects of psychoactive drugs mimic other naturally occurring states of consciousness. For instance, sleeping pills are prescribed to create drowsiness, and benzodiazepines are prescribed to create a state of relaxation. In other cases, psychoactive drugs are taken for recreational purposes with the goal of creating states of consciousness that are pleasurable or that help us escape our normal consciousness. The use of psychoactive drugs, and especially those that are used illegally, has the potential to create very negative side effects. Table 5.1. This does not mean that all drugs are dangerous, but rather that all drugs can be dangerous, particularly if they are used regularly over long periods of time. Psychoactive drugs create negative effects not so much through their initial use but through the continued use, accompanied by increasing doses, that ultimately may lead to drug abuse. The problem is that many drugs create tolerance, an increase in the dose required to produce the same effect, which makes it necessary for the user to increase the dosage, or the number of times per day that the drug is taken. As the use of the drug increases, the user may develop a dependence, defined as a need to use a drug or other substance regularly. Dependence can be psychological, in which the drug is 183 desired and has become part of the everyday life of the user, but no serious physical effects result if the drug is not obtained, or physical, in which serious physical and mental effects appear when the drug is withdrawn. Cigarette smokers who try to quit, for example, experience physical withdrawal symptoms, such as becoming tired and irritable, as well as extreme psychological cravings to enjoy a cigarette in particular situations, such as after a meal or when they are with friends. Users may wish to stop using the drug, but when they reduce their dosage they experience withdrawal, negative experiences that accompany reducing or stopping drug use, including physical pain and other symptoms. When the user powerfully craves the drug and is driven to seek it out, over and over again, no matter what the physical, social, financial, and legal cost, we say that he or she has developed an addiction to the drug. It is a common belief that addiction is an overwhelming, irresistibly powerful force, and that withdrawal from drugs is always an unbearably painful experience. But the reality is more complicated and in many cases less extreme. For one, even drugs that we do not generally think of as being addictive, such as caffeine, nicotine, and alcohol, can be very difficult to quit using, at least for some people. On the other hand, drugs that are normally associated with addiction, including amphetamines, cocaine, and heroin, do not immediately create addiction in their users. Even for a highly addictive drug like cocaine, only about 15% of users become addicted. Robinson and Berridge, 2003, Wagner and Anthony, 2002. 36. Furthermore, the rate of addiction is lower for those who are taking drugs for medical reasons than for those who are using drugs recreationally. Patients who have become physically dependent on morphine, administered during the course of medical treatment for a painful injury or disease, are able to be rapidly weaned off the drug afterward, without becoming addicts. Robbins, Davis, and Goodwin, 1974, 37 found that the majority of soldiers who had become addicted to morphine while overseas were quickly able to stop using after returning home. This does not mean that using recreational drugs is not dangerous. For people who do become addicted to drugs, the success rate of recovery is low. These drugs are generally illegal and carry with them potential criminal consequences if one is caught and arrested. Drugs that are smoked may produce throat and lung cancers and other problems. Snorting, sniffing, drugs can lead to a loss of the sense of smell, nosebleeds, difficulty in swallowing, hoarseness, and chronic runny nose. Injecting drugs intravenously carries with it the risk of contracting infections such as hepatitis and HIV. Furthermore, the quality and contents of illegal drugs are generally unknown, and the doses can vary substantially from purchase to purchase. The drugs may also contain toxic chemicals. Another problem is the unintended consequences of combining drugs, which can produce serious side effects. Combining drugs is dangerous because their combined effects on the CNS can increase dramatically and can lead to accidental or even deliberate overdoses. For instance, ingesting alcohol or benzodiazepines along with 36. Robinson, T.E., and Barrage, K.C. 2003. Addiction. Annual Review of Psychology, 54, 25, 53, Wagner, F.A., and Anthony, J.C. 2002. From first drug use to drug dependence, developmental periods of risk for dependence upon marijuana, cocaine, and alcohol. Neuropsychopharmacology, 26, 4, 479, 488. 37. Robbins, L. N., Davis, D. H., and Goodwin, D. W. 1974. Drug use by U.S. Army enlisted men in Vietnam, a follow-up on their return home. American Journal of Epidemiology, 99, 235-49. 184. The usual dose of heroin is a frequent cause of overdose deaths in opiate addicts, and combining alcohol and cocaine can have a dangerous impact on the cardiovascular system. McCance Katz, Costin, and Jatlow, 1998. 38. Although all recreational drugs are dangerous, some can be more deadly than others. One way to determine how dangerous recreational drugs are is to calculate a safety ratio, based on the dose that is likely to be fatal divided by the normal dose needed to feel the effects of the drug. Drugs with lower ratios are more dangerous because the difference between the normal and the lethal dose is small. For instance, heroin has a safety ratio of 6 because the average fatal dose is only 6 times greater than the average effective dose. On the other hand, marijuana has a safety ratio of 1000. This is not to say that smoking marijuana cannot be deadly, but it is much less likely to be deadly than is heroin. The safety ratios of common recreational drugs are shown in Table 5.2. Drug description. Street or brand. Names. Safety. Ratio. Heroin. Strong. Depressant. Smack, junk, H6. GHB, gamma hydroxy. Butyrate. Rave drug. Not. Ecstasy. Also used as a date. Rape drug. Georgia home. Boy, liquid. Ecstasy, liquid. X, liquid G. Fantasy. 8. Isobutyl nitrite. Depressant. And toxic. Inhalant. Poppers, rush. Locker room. 8. Alcohol. Active. Compound is ethanol. 10. DXM. Dextromethorphan. Active. Ingredient in over-the-counter cold and cough medicines. 10. Table 5.2 Popular recreational drugs and their safety ratios. 38. McCants Katz, E., Costin, T., and Jatlow, P. 1998. Concurrent use of cocaine and alcohol is more potent and potentially more toxic than use of either alone. A multiple dose study 1. Biological Psychiatry, 44, 4, to 50 to 59. 185. Methamphetamine may be injected or smoked. Meth, crank 10. Cocaine may be inhaled or smoked. Crack, coke. Rock, blue. 15. MDMA, methylene. Dioxymethamphetamine. Very powerful stimulant. Ecstasy 16. Codeine depressant 20. Methadone opioid 20. Mescaline hallucinogen 24. Benzodiazepine. Prescription. Tranquilizer. Centrax. Dalmane, Doral. Halcyon. Librium. Prosom. Restoral, Xanax. Valium. 30. Ketamine. Prescription. Anesthetic. Ketanist. Ketacet, Keteler. 40. DMT. Dimethyltryptamine. Hallucinogen 50. Phenobarbital. Usually prescribed as a sleeping pill. Luminol. Phenobarbital. Mebaralend. Nembutal. Seconal. Sombulex. 50. Prozac antidepressant 100. Nitrous oxide. Often inhaled from whipped laughing gas 150. Table 5.2 Popular recreational drugs and their safety ratios. 186. Cream. dispensers. Lysergic acid, diethylamide, LSD, acid 1000. Marijuana, cannabis. Active ingredient is THC. Pot, spliff, weed 1000. Drugs with lower safety ratios have a greater risk of brain damage and death. Table 5.2 Popular recreational drugs and their safety ratios. Source: Gable, R. 2004. Comparison of acute lethal toxicity of commonly abused psychoactive substances. Addiction, 99, 6, 686, 696. 5.2.1 Speeding up the brain with stimulants, caffeine, nicotine, cocaine, and amphetamines. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. A stimulant is a psychoactive drug that operates by blocking the reuptake of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin in the synapses of the CNS. Because more of these neurotransmitters remain active in the brain, the result is an increase in the activity of the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system, ANS. Effects of stimulants include increased heart and breathing rates, pupil dilation, and increases in blood sugar accompanied by decreases in appetite. For these reasons, stimulants are frequently used to help people stay awake and to control weight. Used in moderation, some stimulants may increase alertness, but used in an irresponsible fashion, they can quickly create dependency. A major problem is the crash that results when the drug loses its effectiveness and the activity of the neurotransmitters returns to normal. The withdrawal from stimulants can create profound depression and lead to an intense desire to repeat the high. Caffeine is a bitter psychoactive drug found in the beans, leaves, and fruits of plants, where it acts as a natural pesticide. It is found in a wide variety of products, including coffee, tea, soft drinks, candy, and desserts. In North America, more than 80% of adults consume caffeine daily. Lovett, 2005. 39 Caffeine acts as a mood enhancer and provides energy. Although the U.S. Food and Drug Administration lists caffeine as a safe food substance, it has at least some characteristics of dependence. People who reduce their caffeine intake often report being irritable, restless, and drowsy, as well as experiencing strong headaches, and these withdrawal symptoms may last up to a 39. Lovett, R. 2005, September 24. Coffee, the Demon Drink? New Scientist, 2518. Retrieved from http://www.newscientist.com.700. 187. Weak. Most experts feel that using small amounts of caffeine during pregnancy is safe. But larger amounts of caffeine can be harmful to the fetus. U.S. Food and Drug Administration, 2007. 40. Nicotine is a psychoactive drug found in the nightshade family of plants, where it acts as a natural pesticide. Nicotine is the main cause for the dependence-forming properties of tobacco use, and tobacco use is a major health threat. Nicotine creates both psychological and physical addiction, and it is one of the hardest addictions to break. Nicotine content in cigarettes has slowly increased over the years, making quitting smoking more and more difficult. Nicotine is also found in smokeless, chewing tobacco. People who want to quit smoking sometimes use other drugs to help them. For instance, the prescription drug Chantix acts as an antagonist, binding to nicotine receptors in the synapse, which prevents users from receiving the normal stimulant effect when they smoke. At the same time, the drug also releases dopamine, the reward neurotransmitter. In this way, Chantix dampens nicotine withdrawal symptoms and cravings. In many cases, people are able to get past the physical dependence, allowing them to quit smoking at least temporarily. In the long run, however, the psychological enjoyment of smoking may lead to relapse. Cocaine is an addictive drug obtained from the leaves of the coca plant. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it was a primary constituent in many popular tonics and elixirs and, although it was removed in 1905, was one of the original ingredients in Coca-Cola. Today, cocaine is taken illegally as recreational drug. Cocaine has a variety of adverse effects on the body. It constricts blood vessels, dilates pupils, and increases body temperature, heart rate, and blood pressure. It can cause headaches, abdominal pain, and nausea. Since cocaine also tends to decrease appetite, chronic users may also become malnourished. The intensity and duration of cocaine's effects, which include increased energy and reduced fatigue, depend on how the drug is taken. The faster the drug is absorbed into the bloodstream and delivered to the brain, the more intense the high. Injecting or smoking cocaine produces a faster, stronger high than snorting it. However, the faster the drug is absorbed, the faster the effects subside. The high from snorting cocaine may last 30 minutes. Whereas the high from smoking crack cocaine may last only 10 minutes. In order to sustain the high, the user must administer the drug again, which may lead to frequent use, often in higher doses, over a short period of time. National Institute on Drug Abuse, 2009. 41 Cocaine has a safety ratio of 15, making it a very dangerous recreational drug. Amphetamine is a stimulant that produces increased wakefulness and focus, along with decreased fatigue and appetite. Amphetamine is used in prescription medications to treat attention deficit disorder, ADD, and narcolepsy, and to control appetite. Some brand names of amphetamines are Adderall, Benzedrine, Dexedrine, and Vyvanse. But amphetamine, speed, is also used illegally as a recreational drug. 40 U.S. Food and Drug Administration. 2007. Medicines in My Home, caffeine and your body. Retrieved from www.fda.gov/downloads/drugs/resources-for-use/consumers/buying using medicine safely/ Understanding the Countermedicines/UCM 205-86 PDF 41 National Institute on Drug Abuse 2009 Cocaine Abuse and Addiction. Retrieved from www.nita.nih.gov/ Research Reports /cocaine HTML 188 The methylated version of amphetamine, methamphetamine, meth, or crank, is currently favored by users, partly because it is available in ampoules ready for use by injection. Psaki and Barnes, 1984. 42 Meth is a highly dangerous drug with a safety ratio of only 10. Amphetamines may produce a very high level of tolerance, leading users to increase their intake, often in jolts taken every half hour or so. Although the level of physical dependency is small, amphetamines may produce very strong psychological dependence, effectively amounting to addiction. Continued use of stimulants may result in severe psychological depression. The effects of the stimulant methylenedioxymethamphetamine, MDMA, also known as ecstasy, provide a good example. MDMA is a very strong stimulant that very successfully prevents the reuptake of serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. It is so effective that when used repeatedly it can seriously deplete the amount of neurotransmitters available in the brain, producing a catastrophic mental and physical crash resulting in serious, long-lasting depression. MDMA also affects the temperature-regulating mechanisms of the brain, so in high doses, and especially when combined with vigorous physical activity like dancing, it can cause the body to become so drastically overheated that users can literally burn up and die from hyperthermia and dehydration. 5.2.2 Slowing down the brain with depressants, alcohol, barbiturates and benzodiazepines, and toxic inhalants. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In contrast to stimulants, which work to increase neural activity, a depressant acts to slow down consciousness. A depressant is a psychoactive drug that reduces the activity of the CNS. Depressants are widely used as prescription medicines to relieve pain, to lower heart rate and respiration, and as anticonvulsants. Depressants change consciousness by increasing the production of the neurotransmitter GABA and decreasing the production of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine, usually at the level of the thalamus and the reticular formation. The outcome of depressant use, similar to the effects of sleep, is a reduction in the transmission of impulses from the lower brain to the cortex. Psaki and Barnes, 1984. 43. The most commonly used of the depressants is alcohol, a colorless liquid, produced by the fermentation of sugar or starch, that is the intoxicating agent in fermented drinks. Alcohol is the oldest and most widely used drug of abuse in the world. In low to moderate doses, alcohol first acts to remove social inhibitions by slowing activity in the sympathetic nervous system. In higher doses, alcohol acts on the cerebellum to interfere with coordination and balance, producing the staggering gait of drunkenness. At high blood levels, further CNS depression leads to dizziness, nausea, and eventually a loss of consciousness. High enough blood levels such as those produced by guzzling large amounts of hard liquor at parties can be fatal. Alcohol is not a safe drug by any means. Its safety ratio is only 10:42. Ksaki, T.Z., and Barnes, B.A. 1984. Cutting's Handbook of Pharmacology, 7th ed. East Norwalk, C.T., Appleton Century. Crofts. 43. Ksaki, T.Z., and Barnes, B.A. 1984. Cutting's Handbook of Pharmacology, 7th ed. East Norwalk, C.T., Appleton Century. Crofts. 189. Alcohol use is highly costly to societies because so many people abuse alcohol and because judgment after drinking can be substantially impaired. It is estimated that almost half of automobile fatalities are caused by alcohol use, and excessive alcohol consumption is involved in a majority of violent crimes, including rape and murder. Abbey, Ross, McDuffie, and McCausland, 1996. 44. Alcohol increases the likelihood that people will respond aggressively to provocations. Bushman, 1993, 1997, Graham, Osgood, Wells, and Stockwell, 2006. 45. Even people who are not normally aggressive may react with aggression when they are intoxicated. Alcohol use also leads to rioting, unprotected sex, and other negative outcomes. Alcohol increases aggression in part because it reduces the ability of the person who has consumed it to inhibit his or her aggression. Steele and Southwick, 1985. 46. When people are intoxicated, they become more self-focused and less aware of the social situation. As a result, they become less likely to notice the social constraints that normally prevent them from engaging aggressively, and are less likely to use those social constraints to guide them. For instance, we might normally notice the presence of a police officer or other people around us, which would remind us that being aggressive is not appropriate. But when we are drunk, we are less likely to be so aware. The narrowing of attention that occurs when we are intoxicated also prevents us from being cognizant of the negative outcomes of our aggression. When we are sober, we realize that being aggressive may produce retaliation, as well as cause a host of other problems, but we are less likely to realize these potential consequences when we have been drinking. Bushman and Cooper, 1990. 47. Alcohol also influences aggression through expectations. If we expect that alcohol will make us more aggressive, then we tend to become more aggressive when we drink. Barbiturates are depressants that are commonly prescribed as sleeping pills and painkillers. Brand names include Luminol, phenobarbital, Mebaralend, Nembutal, Seconal, and Sombulex. In small to moderate doses, barbiturates produce relaxation and sleepiness, but in higher doses symptoms may include sluggishness, difficulty in thinking, slowness of speech, drowsiness, faulty judgment, and eventually coma or even death. Medline Plus, 2008. 48. Related to barbiturates, benzodiazepines are a family of depressants used to treat anxiety, insomnia, seizures, and muscle spasms. In low doses, they produce mild sedation and relieve anxiety. In high doses, they induce sleep. In the United States, benzodiazepines are among the most widely prescribed medications that affect the CNS. Brand names include Centrax, Dalmane, Doral, Halcion, Librium, Prosom, Restorol, Xanax, and Valium. 44. Abbey, A., Ross, L.T., McDuffie, D., and McCausland, P. 1996. Alcohol and dating risk factors for sexual assault among college women. Psychology of Women Quarterly, 21, 147-169. 45. Bushman, B.J. 1993. Human Aggression While Under the Influence of Alcohol and Other Drugs, an Integrative Research Review. Current Directions in Psychological Science, 2, 5, 148-152, Bushman, B.J. Edition. 1997. Effects of Alcohol on Human Aggression, Validity of Proposed Explanations. New York, New York, Plenum Press, Graham, K., Osgood, D.W., Wells, S. and Stockwell, T. 2006. To what extent is intoxication associated with aggression in bars? A multilevel analysis. Journal of Studies on Alcohol, 67, 3, 382-390. 46. Steele, C.M., and Southwick, L. 1985. Alcohol and Social Behavior, I. The Psychology of Drunken Excess. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 48, 1, 1834. 47. Bushman, B.J., and Cooper, H.M. 1990. Effects of Alcohol on Human Aggression, an Integrative Research Review. Psychological Bulletin, 107, 3, 341-354. 48. Medline Plus. 2008. Barbiturate Intoxication and Overdose. Retrieved from www.nlmnih.gov/medline plus/nc/ article /0009551 htm 190. Toxic inhalants are also frequently abused as depressants. These drugs are easily accessible as the vapors of glue, gasoline, propane, hairspray, and spray paint, and are inhaled to create a change in consciousness. Related drugs are the nitrites, amyl and butyl nitrite, poppers, rush, locker room, and anesthetics such as nitrous oxide, laughing gas, and ether. Inhalants are some of the most dangerous recreational drugs, with a safety index below 10, and their continued use may lead to permanent brain damage. 5.2.3 Opioids, opium, morphine, heroin, and codeine. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Opioids are chemicals that increase activity in opioid receptor neurons in the brain and in the digestive system, producing euphoria, analgesia, slower breathing, and constipation. Their chemical makeup is similar to the endorphins, the neurotransmitters that serve as the body's natural pain reducers. Natural opioids are derived from the opium poppy, which is widespread in Eurasia, but they can also be created synthetically. Opium is the dried juice of the unripe seed capsule of the opium poppy. It may be the oldest drug on record, known to the Sumerians before 4000 BC. Morphine and heroin are stronger, more addictive drugs derived from opium, while codeine is a weaker analgesic and less addictive member of the opiate family. When morphine was first refined from opium in the early 19th century, it was touted as a cure for opium addiction, but it didn't take long to discover that it was actually more addicting than raw opium. When heroin was produced a few decades later, it was also initially thought to be a more potent, less addictive painkiller, but was soon found to be much more addictive than morphine. Heroin is about twice as addictive as morphine, and creates severe tolerance, moderate physical dependence, and severe psychological dependence. The danger of heroin is demonstrated in the fact that it has the lowest safety ratio, 6, of all the drugs listed in Table 5.1. The opioids activate the sympathetic division of the ANS, causing blood pressure and heart rate to increase, often to dangerous levels that can lead to heart attack or stroke. At the same time, the drugs also influence the parasympathetic division, leading to constipation and other negative side effects. Symptoms of opioid withdrawal include diarrhea, insomnia, restlessness, irritability, and vomiting, all accompanied by a strong craving for the drug. The powerful psychological dependence of the opioids and the severe effects of withdrawal make it very difficult for morphine and heroin abusers to quit using. In addition, because many users take these drugs intravenously and share contaminated needles, they run a very high risk of being infected with diseases. Opioid addicts suffer a high rate of infections such as HIV, pericarditis, an infection of the membrane around the heart, and hepatitis B, any of which can be fatal. 191. 5.2.4 Hallucinogens, cannabis, mescaline, and LSD. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The drugs that produce the most extreme alteration of consciousness are the hallucinogens, psychoactive drugs that alter sensation and perception, and that may create hallucinations. The hallucinogens are frequently known as psychedelics. Drugs in this class include lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, or acid, mescaline, and phencyclidine, PCP, as well as a number of natural plants including cannabis, marijuana, peyote, and psilocybin. The chemical compositions of the hallucinogens are similar to the neurotransmitters serotonin and epinephrine, and they act primarily as agonists by mimicking the action of serotonin at the synapses. The hallucinogens may produce striking changes in perception through one or more of the senses. The precise effects a user experiences are a function not only of the drug itself, but also of the user's pre-existing mental state and expectations of the drug experience. In large part, the user tends to get out of the experience what he or she brings to it. The hallucinations that may be experienced when taking these drugs are strikingly different from everyday experience and frequently are more similar to dreams than to everyday consciousness. Cannabis, marijuana, is the most widely used hallucinogen. Until it was banned in the United States under the Marijuana Tax Act of 1938, it was widely used for medical purposes. In recent years, cannabis has again been frequently prescribed for the treatment of pain and nausea, particularly in cancer sufferers, as well as for a wide variety of other physical and psychological disorders. Ben Amar, 2006. 49. While medical marijuana is now legal in several American states, it is still banned under federal law, putting those states in conflict with the federal government. Marijuana also acts as a stimulant, producing giggling, laughing, and mild intoxication. It acts to enhance perception of sights, sounds, and smells, and may produce a sensation of time slowing down. It is much less likely to lead to antisocial acts than that other popular intoxicant, alcohol, and it is also the one psychedelic drug whose use has not declined in recent years. National Institute on Drug Abuse, 2009. 50. Although the hallucinogens are powerful drugs that produce striking mind-altering effects, they do not produce physiological or psychological tolerance or dependence. While they are not addictive and pose little physical threat to the body, their use is not advisable in any situation in which the user needs to be alert and attentive, exercise focused awareness or good judgment, or demonstrate normal mental functioning, such as driving a car, studying, or operating machinery. 49. Ben Amar, M. 2006. Cannabinoids in Medicine, a review of their therapeutic potential. Journal of Ethnopharmacology. 105, 125. 50. National Institute on Drug Abuse. 2009. NIDA Info Facts, High School and Youth Trends. Retrieved from http://www.drugabuse.gov/infofacts/hsyouthtrends.html 192. 5.2.5 Why we use psychoactive drugs. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 People have used, and often abused, psychoactive drugs for thousands of years. Perhaps this should not be surprising, because many people find using drugs to be fun and enjoyable. Even when we know the potential costs of using drugs, we may engage in them anyway because the pleasures of using the drugs are occurring right now, whereas the potential costs are abstract and occur in the future. Research focus, risk tolerance predicts cigarette use. Because drug and alcohol abuse is a behavior that has such important negative consequences for so many people, researchers have tried to understand what leads people to use drugs. Carl Leggeus and his colleagues, Leggeus, Acklin, Bornovalova, and Mulchan, 2005, 51 tested the hypothesis that cigarette smoking was related to a desire to take risks. In their research, they compared risk-taking behavior in adolescents who reported having tried a cigarette at least once with those who reported that they had never tried smoking. Participants in the research were 125 5th through 12th graders, attending after-school programs throughout inner-city neighborhoods in the Washington, D.C., metropolitan area. 80% of the adolescents indicated that they had never tried even a puff of a cigarette, and 20% indicated that they had had at least one puff of a cigarette. The participants were tested in a laboratory where they completed the Balloon Analog Risk Task, BART, a measure of risk-taking. Leggeus et Alabama, 2002. 52 The BART is a computer task in which the participant pumps up a series of simulated balloons by pressing on a computer key. With each pump the balloon appears bigger on the screen, and more money accumulates in a temporary bank account. However, when a balloon is pumped up too far, the computer generates a popping sound, the balloon disappears from the screen, and all the money in the temporary bank is lost. At any point during each balloon trial, the participant can stop pumping up the balloon, click on a button, transfer all money from the temporary bank to the permanent bank, and begin with a new balloon. Because the participants do not have precise information about the probability of each balloon exploding, and because each balloon is 51. Leggeus, C.W., Acklin, W.M., Bornovalova, M.A., and Mulchan, E.T. 2005. Differences in risk-taking propensity. Across inner-city adolescent ever, and never smokers. Nicotine and Tobacco Research, 7, 1, 71-79. 52. Leggeus, C.W., Reed, J.P., Collar, C.W., Richards, J.B., Ramsey, S.E., Stewart, G.L., Brown, R.A. 2002. Evaluation of a behavioral measure of risk-taking, the balloon analog risk task, BART. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Applied, 8, 2, 75, 85. 193. Program to explode after a different number of pumps. The participants have to determine how much to pump up the balloon. The number of pumps that participants take is used as a measure of their tolerance for risk. Low tolerance people tend to make a few pumps and then collect the money, whereas more risky people pump more times into each balloon. Supporting the hypothesis that risk tolerance is related to smoking. LegUs et Alabama found that the tendency to take risks was indeed correlated with cigarette use. The participants who indicated that they had puffed on a cigarette had significantly higher risk-taking scores on the BART than did those who had never tried smoking. Individual ambitions, expectations, and values also influence drug use. Von Corbin, and Fromm, 2009, 53 found that college students who expressed positive academic values and strong ambitions had less alcohol consumption and alcohol-related problems, and cigarette smoking has declined more among youth from wealthier and more educated homes than among those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Johnston, O'Malley, Bachman, and Schulenberg, 2004. 54. Drug use is in part the result of socialization. Children try drugs when their friends convince them to do it, and these decisions are based on social norms about the risks and benefits of various drugs. In the period 1991 to 1997, the percentage of 12th graders who responded that they perceived great harm in regular marijuana use declined from 79% to 58%, while annual use of marijuana in this group rose from 24% to 39%. Johnston et Alabama, 2004. 55. And students binge drink in part when they see that many other people around them are also binging. Clapp, Reed, Holmes, Lang, and VOAs, 2006. 56. 53. Vaughn, E. L., Corbin, W. R., and Fromm, K. 2009. Academic and Social Motives and Drinking Behavior. Psychology of Addictive Behaviors. 23, 4, 564, 576. 54. Johnston, L. D., O'Malley, P. M., Bachman, J. G., and Schulenberg, J. E. 2004. Monitoring the Future, National Results on Adolescent Drug Use. Ann Arbor, Me, Institute for Social Research, University of Michigan, conducted for the National Institute on Drug Abuse, National Institute of Health. 55. Johnston, L. D., O'Malley, P. M., Bachman, J. G., and Schulenberg, J. E. 2004. Monitoring the Future, National Results on Adolescent Drug Use. Ann Arbor, Me, Institute for Social Research, University of Michigan, conducted for the National Institute on Drug Abuse, National Institute of Health. 56. Clapp, J. Reed, M. Holmes, M. Lang, J. and VOAs, R. 2006. Drunk in Public, Drunk in Private, The Relationship Between College Students, Drinking Environments, and Alcohol Consumption. The American Journal of Drug and Alcohol Abuse. 32, 275-85. 194. Figure 5.5 Use of various drugs by 12th graders in 2005. Despite the fact that young people have experimented with cigarettes, alcohol, and other dangerous drugs for many generations, it would be better if they did not. All recreational drug use is associated with at least some risks, and those who begin using drugs earlier are also more likely to use more dangerous drugs later. Linsky et. Alabama, 2003. 57. Furthermore, as we will see in the next section, there are many other enjoyable ways to alter consciousness that are safer. Key takeaways. Psychoactive drugs are chemicals that change our state of consciousness. They work by influencing neurotransmitters in the CNS. Using psychoactive drugs may create tolerance and, when they are no longer used, withdrawal. Addiction may result from tolerance and the difficulty of withdrawal. Stimulants, including caffeine, nicotine, and amphetamine, increase neural activity by blocking the reuptake of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin in the CNS. Depressants, including alcohol, barbiturates, and benzodiazepines, decrease consciousness by increasing the production of the neurotransmitter GABA and decreasing the production of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine. Opioids, including codeine, opium, morphine, and heroin, produce euphoria and analgesia by increasing activity in opioid receptor neurons. Hallucinogens, including cannabis, mescaline, and LSD, create an extreme alteration of consciousness as well as the possibility of hallucinations. 57. Linsky, M.T., Keith, A.C., Buchholz, K.K., Slutsk, W.S., Madden, P.A.F., Nelson, E.C., Martin, N.G. 2003. Escalation of drug use in early-onset cannabis users versus co-twin controls. Journal of the American Medical Association, 289, 4. 427 433. 195. Recreational drug use is influenced by social norms as well as by individual differences. People who are more likely to take risks are also more likely to use drugs. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Do people you know use psychoactive drugs? Which ones? Based on what you have learned in this section, why do you think that they are used, and do you think that their side effects are harmful? 2. Consider the research reported in the research focus on risk and cigarette smoking. What are the potential implications of the research for drug use? Can you see any weaknesses in the study caused by the fact that the results are based on correlational analyses? 5.3 Altering consciousness without drugs. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning Objectives 1. Review the ways that people may alter consciousness without using drugs. Although the use of psychoactive drugs can easily and profoundly change our experience of consciousness, we can also and often more safely alter our consciousness without drugs. These altered states of consciousness are sometimes the result of simple and safe activities, such as sleeping, watching television, exercising, or working on a task that intrigues us. In this section we consider the changes in consciousness that occur through hypnosis, sensory deprivation, and meditation, as well as through other non-drug-induced mechanisms. 5.3.1 Changing Behavior Through Suggestion, the Power of Hypnosis. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Franz Anton Mesmer, 1734–1815, was an Austrian doctor who believed that all living bodies were filled with magnetic energy. In his practice, Mesmer passed magnets over the bodies of his patients while telling them their physical and psychological problems would disappear. The patients frequently lapsed into a trance-like state. They were said to be mesmerized, and reported feeling better when they awoke. Hammond, 2008. 58. Hammond, D.C. 2008. Hypnosis as Sole Anesthesia for Major Surgeries, Historical and Contemporary Perspectives. American Journal of Clinical Hypnosis, 51, 2, 101121. 196. Although subsequent research testing the effectiveness of Mesmer's techniques did not find any long-lasting improvements in his patients, the idea that people's experiences and behaviors could be changed through the power of suggestion has remained important in psychology. James Braid, a Scottish physician, coined the term hypnosis in 1843, basing it on the Greek word for sleep. Callahan, 1997. 59. Hypnosis is a trance-like state of consciousness, usually induced by a procedure known as hypnotic induction, which consists of heightened suggestibility, deep relaxation, and intense focus. Nash and Barnier, 2008. 60. Hypnosis became famous in part through its use by Sigmund Freud in an attempt to make unconscious desires and emotions conscious and thus able to be considered and confronted. Baker and Nash, 2008, 61. Because hypnosis is based on the power of suggestion, and because some people are more suggestible than others, these people are more easily hypnotized. Hilgard, 1965. 62 found that about 20% of the participants he tested were entirely unsusceptible to hypnosis, whereas about 15% were highly responsive to it. The best participants for hypnosis are people who are willing or eager to be hypnotized, who are able to focus their attention and block out peripheral awareness, who are open to new experiences, and who are capable of fantasy. Spiegel, Greenleaf, and Spiegel, 2005. 63. People who want to become hypnotized are motivated to be good subjects, to be open to suggestions by the hypnotist, and to fulfill the role of a hypnotized person as they perceive it. Spanos, 1991. 64. The hypnotized state results from a combination of conformity, relaxation, obedience, and suggestion. Fassler, Lynn, and Knox, 2008. 65. This does not necessarily indicate that hypnotized people are faking or lying about being hypnotized. Kinnunen, Zemensky, and Block, 1994. 66. Used measures of skin conductance, which indicates emotional response by measuring perspiration, and therefore renders it a reliable indicator of deception, to test whether hypnotized people were lying about having been hypnotized. Their results suggested that almost 90% of their supposedly hypnotized subjects truly believed that they had been hypnotized. One common misconception about hypnosis is that the hypnotist is able to take control of hypnotized patients and thus can command them to engage in behaviors against their will. Although hypnotized people are suggestible, Jameson and Hasegawa, 2007, 67. They nevertheless retain awareness and control of their behavior and are able. 59. Callahan, J. 1997. Hypnosis, Trick or Treatment. You'd be amazed at what modern doctors are tackling with an 18th century gimmick. Health, 11, 52, 55. 60. Nash, M., and Barnier, A. 2008. The Oxford Handbook of Hypnosis, Theory, Research, and Practice, New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 61. Baker, E. L., and Nash, M. R. 2008. Psychoanalytic Approaches to Clinical Hypnosis. In M. R. Nash and A. J. Barnier, eds. The Oxford Handbook of Hypnosis, Theory, Research, and Practice, pages 439–456. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 62. Hilgard, E. R. 1965. Hypnotic Susceptibility. New York, New York, Harcourt, Brace and World. 63. Spiegel, H., Greenleaf, M., and Spiegel, D. 2005. Hypnosis. In B. J. Sadok and V. A. Sadok, eds. Kaplan and Sadok's Comprehensive Textbook of Psychiatry. Philadelphia, Pa. Lippincott Williams and Wilkins. 64. Spanos, N.P. 1991. A Sociocognitive Approach to Hypnosis. In S. J. Lin and J. W. Rue, eds. Theories of Hypnosis. Current Models and Perspectives, New York, New York, Guilford Press. 65. Fassler, O., Lynn, S. J., Knox, J. 2008. Is hypnotic suggestibility a stable trait, Consciousness and Cognition, an International Journal. 17, 1, 240-53. 66. Kinnunen, T., Zemansky, H.S., and Block, M.L. 1994. Is the Hypnotized Subject Lying? Journal of Abnormal Psychology, 103. 184-191. 67. Jameson, G.A., and Hasegawa, H. 2007. New Paradigms of Hypnosis Research. Hypnosis and Conscious States, the Cognitive Neuroscience Perspective. In G.A. Jameson, edition, Hypnosis and Conscious States, the Cognitive Neuroscience Perspective, pages 133-144, New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 197. To refuse to comply with the hypnotist's suggestions if they so choose, Kirsch and Braffman, 2001. 68. In fact, people who have not been hypnotized are often just as suggestible as those who have been. Orne and Evans, 1965. 69. Another common belief is that hypnotists can lead people to forget the things that happened to them while they were hypnotized. Hilgard and Cooper, 1965, 70. Investigated this question and found that they could lead people who were very highly susceptible through hypnosis to show at least some signs of post-hypnotic amnesia. For example, forgetting where they had learned information that had been told to them while they were under hypnosis, but that this effect was not strong or common. Some hypnotists have tried to use hypnosis to help people remember events, such as childhood experiences or details of crime scenes, that they have forgotten or repressed. The idea is that some memories have been stored but can no longer be retrieved, and that hypnosis can aid in the retrieval process. But research finds that this is not successful. People who are hypnotized and then asked to relive their childhood act like children, but they do not accurately recall the things that occurred to them in their own childhood. Silverman and Retzlaff, 1986. 71. Furthermore, the suggestibility produced through hypnosis may lead people to erroneously recall experiences that they did not have. Newman and Baumeister, 1996. 72. Many states and jurisdictions have therefore banned the use of hypnosis in criminal trials because the evidence recovered through hypnosis is likely to be fabricated and inaccurate. Hypnosis is also frequently used to attempt to change unwanted behaviors, such as to reduce smoking, overeating, and alcohol abuse. The effectiveness of hypnosis in these areas is controversial, although at least some successes have been reported. Kirsch, Montgomery, and Saperstein, 1995, 73 found that adding hypnosis to other forms of therapies increased the effectiveness of the treatment, and Elkins and Perfect, 2008, 74 reported that hypnosis was useful in helping people stop smoking. Hypnosis is also effective in improving the experiences of patients who are experiencing anxiety disorders, such as PTSD. Cardina, 2000, Montgomery, David, Winkle, Silverstein, and Bofchig, 2002, 75, and for reducing pain, Montgomery, Duhamel, and Red, 2000. Patterson and Jensen, 2003. 76. 68. Hirsch, I, and Braffman, W. 2001. Imaginative Suggestibility and Hypnotizability Current Directions in Psychological Science. 10, 2, 57, 61. 69. Orn, M.T., and Evans, F.J. 1965. Social Control in the Psychological Experiment, Antisocial Behavior and Hypnosis. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 1, 3, 189-200. 70. Hilgard, E.R., and Cooper, L.M. 1965. Spontaneous and Suggested Post-Hypnotic Amnesia. International Journal of Clinical and Experimental Hypnosis, 13, 4, 261-73. 71. Silverman, P.S., and Retzlaff, P.D. 1986. Cognitive Stage Regression Through Hypnosis, Are Earlier Cognitive Stages Retrievable? International Journal of Clinical and Experimental Hypnosis, 34, 3, 192-204. 72. Newman, L.S., and Baumeister, R.F. 1996. Toward an Explanation of the UFO Abduction Phenomenon, Hypnotic Elaboration, Extraterrestrial Sadomasochism and Spurious Memories. Psychological Inquiry, 7, 2, 99, 126. 73. Hirsch, I, Montgomery, G., and Saperstein, G. 1995. Hypnosis as an Adjunct to Cognitive Behavioral Psychotherapy, A. Meta-analysis. Journal of Consulting and Clinical Psychology, 63, 2, 214-20. 74. Elkins, G., and Perfect, M. 2008. Hypnosis for Health-Compromising Behaviors. In M. Nash and A. Barnier, eds, The Oxford Handbook of Hypnosis, Theory, Research, and Practice, pages 569-591. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 75. Cardina, E. 2000. Hypnosis in the Treatment of Trauma, a Promising, but Not Fully Supported, Efficacious Intervention. International Journal of Clinical Experimental Hypnosis, 48, 225-238, Montgomery, G. H., David, D., Winkle, G., Silverstein, J. H., and Bofchig, D. H. 2002. The Effectiveness of Adjunctive Hypnosis with Surgical Patients, a Meta-Analysis. Anesthesia and Analgesia, 94, 6, 1639-1645. 76. Montgomery, G. H., Duhamel, K. N., and Red, W. H. 2000. A Meta-Analysis of Hypnotically Induced Analgesia, How Effective is Hypnosis? International Journal of Clinical and Experimental Hypnosis, 48, 2, 138-153, Patterson, Dr. and Jensen, M.P. 2003. Hypnosis and Clinical Pain. Psychological Bulletin, 129, 495, 521. 198. 5.3.2 Reducing Sensation to Alter Consciousness, Sensory Deprivation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Sensory deprivation is the intentional reduction of stimuli affecting one or more of the five senses, with the possibility of resulting changes in consciousness. Sensory deprivation is used for relaxation or meditation purposes, and in physical and mental health care programs to produce enjoyable changes in consciousness. But when deprivation is prolonged, it is unpleasant and can be used as a means of torture. Although the simplest forms of sensory deprivation require nothing more than a blindfold to block the person's sense of sight or earmuffs to block the sense of sound, more complex devices have also been devised to temporarily cut off the senses of smell, taste, touch, heat, and gravity. In 1954, John Lilly, a neurophysiologist at the National Institute of Mental Health, developed the sensory deprivation tank. The tank is filled with water that is the same temperature as the human body, and salts are added to the water so that the body floats, thus reducing the sense of gravity. The tank is dark and soundproof, and the person's sense of smell is blocked by the use of chemicals in the water, such as chlorine. The sensory deprivation tank has been used for therapy and relaxation. In a typical session for alternative healing and meditative purposes, a person may rest in an isolation tank for up to an hour. Treatment in isolation tanks has been shown to help with a variety of medical issues, including insomnia and muscle pain. Sudfeld, 1990b. Bude, Sundqvist, Kjellgren, Nordstrom, and Norlander, 2007, Kjellgren, Sundqvist. Norlander, and Archer, 2001, 77 Headaches, Walbaum, Ritsunicki, Steele, and Sudfeld. 1991, 78 and addictive behaviors such as smoking, alcoholism, and obesity, Sudfeld. 1990A, 79. Although relatively short sessions of sensory deprivation can be relaxing and both mentally and physically beneficial, prolonged sensory deprivation can lead to disorders of perception, including confusion and hallucinations. Yüksel, Kisa, Ufdemin, and Goka, 2004. 80. It is for this reason that sensory deprivation is sometimes used as an instrument of torture. Benjamin, 2006. 81. 77. Sudfeld, p. 1990b. Restricted environmental stimulation techniques in health enhancement and disease prevention. In K. D. Craig and S. M. Weiss, eds, Health Enhancement, Disease Prevention and Early Intervention, Biobehavioral Perspectives, pages 206-230. New York, New York, Springer Publishing, Bude, S.A. Sundqvist, U. Kjellgren, A. Nordstrom, G. and Norlander, T. 2007. Effects of flotation rest, restricted environmental stimulation technique, on stress-related muscle pain. Are 33 flotation sessions more effective than 12 sessions? Social behavior and personality, 35, 2, 143, 156. Kjellgren, A. Sundqvist, U. Norlander, T. and Archer, T. 2001. Effects of flotation, rest on muscle tension pain. Research and Management, 6, 4, 181, 189. 78. Walbaum, A. B., Ritsunicki, R., Steele, H., and Sudfeld, P. 1991. Progressive muscle relaxation and restricted environmental stimulation therapy for chronic tension headache, a pilot study. International Journal of Psychosomatics. 38, 1, 4, 33, 39. 79. Sudfeld, P. 1990a. Restricted environmental stimulation and smoking cessation, a 15-year progress report. International Journal of the Addictions. 25, 8, 861, 888. 80. Yüksel, F. V., Kisa, C., Ademir, C., and Goka, E. 2004. Sensory Deprivation and Disorders of Perception. The Canadian Journal of Psychiatry, 49, 12, 867, 868. 81. Benjamin, M. 2006. The CIA's Favorite Form of Torture. Retrieved from www.salon.com/news/feature/2007/06/07/ sensory_deprivation/print HTML 199. 5.3.3 Meditation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Meditation refers to techniques in which the individual focuses on something specific, such as an object, a word, or one's breathing, with the goal of ignoring external distractions, focusing on one's internal state, and achieving a state of relaxation and well-being. Followers of various Eastern religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism, use meditation to achieve a higher spiritual state, and popular forms of meditation in the West, such as yoga, Zen, and transcendental meditation, have originated from these practices. Many meditative techniques are very simple. You simply need to sit in a comfortable position with your eyes closed and practice deep breathing. You might want to try it out for yourself. Video clip, Try Meditation, page 200. Video clip, Try Meditation. Here, video missing in original book, is a simple meditation exercise you can do in your own home. Brain imaging studies have indicated that meditation is not only relaxing but can also induce an altered state of consciousness. Ken and Pollock, 2006, 82 found that experienced meditators in a meditative state had more prominent alpha and theta waves, and other studies have shown declines in heart rate, skin conductance, oxygen consumption, and carbon dioxide elimination during meditation. Dilbeck, Glenn, and Orm Johnson, 1987, Fenwick, 1987. 83. These studies suggest that the action of the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system, ANS, is suppressed during meditation, creating a more relaxed physiological state as the meditator moves into deeper states of relaxation and consciousness. Research has found that regular meditation can mediate the effects of stress and depression, and promote well-being. Grossman, Niemann, Schmidt, and Wailich, 2004. Reibel, Greason, Brainerd, and Rosenzweig, 2001, Salmon et Alabama, 2004. 84. Meditation has also been shown to assist in controlling blood pressure. Barnes, Triber, and Davis, 2001, Walton et Alabama, 2004. 85. A study by Lyubimov, 1992, 86 showed that during 82. Ken, B., and Pollock, J. 2006. Meditation states and traits, EEG, ERP, and neuroimaging studies. Psychological Bulletin, 132. 180-11. 83. Dilbeck, M.C., Kavanaugh, K.L., Glenn, T., and Orm Johnson, D.W. 1987. Consciousness as a Field, The Transcendental Meditation and TM City Program and Changes in Social Indicators. Journal of Mind and Behavior. 8, 1, 67103, Fenwick. P. 1987. Meditation and the EEG. The Psychology of Meditation. In M.A. West, edition, The Psychology of Meditation, pages 104117. New York, New York, Clarendon Press / Oxford University Press. 84. Grossman, P., Niemann, L., Schmidt, S., and Wailich, H. 2004. Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction and Health Benefits, A. Meta-analysis. Journal of Psychosomatic Research. 57, 1, 35, 43, Reibel, D.K., Greason, J.M., Brainerd, G.C., and Rosenzweig, S. 2001. Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction and Health-Related Quality of Life in a Heterogeneous Patient Population. General Hospital Psychiatry, 23, 4, 183-192, Salmon, P., Sefton, S., Weisbecker, I., Hoover, K., Ulmer, C., and Stutz, J. L. 2004. Mindfulness Mediation in Clinical Practice. Cognitive and Behavioral Practice, 11, 4, 434-446. 85. Barnes, V. A., Triber, F., and Davis, H. 2001. Impact of Transcendental Meditation Registered on Cardiovascular Function at Rest and during acute stress in adolescents with high normal blood pressure. Journal of Psychosomatic Research, 51, 4, 597 605. Walton, K.G., Fields, J.Z., Levitsky, D.K., Harris, D.A., Pugh, N.D., and Schneider, R.H. 2004. Lowering Cortisol and CVD. Risk in Postmenopausal Women, a pilot study using the Transcendental Meditation Program. In R. Yehuda and B. McEwen. EDS, Biobehavioral Stress Response, Protective and Damaging Effects, Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences. Volume 1032, pages 211 to 15. New York, New York, New York Academy of Sciences. 86. Lyubimov, N.N. 1992. Electrophysiological Characteristics of Sensory Processing and Mobilization of Hidden Brain Reserves. Second Russian-Swedish Symposium, New Research in Neurobiology. Moscow, Russia, Russian Academy of Science Institute of Human Brain. 200. Meditation, a larger area of the brain was responsive to sensory stimuli, suggesting that there is greater coordination between the two brain hemispheres as a result of meditation. Lutz and others, 2004, 87 demonstrated that those who meditate regularly, as opposed to those who do not, tend to utilize a greater part of their brain and that their gamma waves are faster and more powerful. And a study of Tibetan Buddhist monks who meditate daily found that several areas of the brain can be permanently altered by the long-term practice of meditation. Lutz, Grieschar, Rawlings, Richard, and Davidson, 2004. 88. It is possible that the positive effects of meditation could also be found by using other methods of relaxation. Although advocates of meditation claim that meditation enables people to attain a higher and purer consciousness, perhaps any kind of activity that calms and relaxes the mind, such as working on crossword puzzles, watching television or movies, or engaging in other enjoyed behaviors, might be equally effective in creating positive outcomes. Regardless of the debate, the fact remains that meditation is, at the very least, a worthwhile relaxation strategy. Psychology in everyday life, the need to escape everyday consciousness. We may use recreational drugs, drink alcohol, overeat, have sex, and gamble for fun, but in some cases these normally pleasurable behaviors are abused, leading to exceedingly negative consequences. For us, we frequently refer to the abuse of any type of pleasurable behavior as an addiction, just as we refer to drug or alcohol addiction. Roy Baumeister and his colleagues, Baumeister, 1991, 89, have argued that the desire to avoid thinking about the self, what they call the escape from consciousness, is an essential component of a variety of self-defeating behaviors. Their approach is based on the idea that consciousness involves self-awareness, the process of thinking about and examining the self. Normally we enjoy being self-aware, as we reflect on our relationships with others, our goals, and our achievements. But if we have a setback or a problem, or if we behave in a way that we determine is inappropriate or immoral, we may feel stupid, embarrassed, or unlovable. In these cases, self-awareness may become burdensome. And even if nothing particularly bad is happening at the moment, self-awareness may still feel unpleasant because we have fears about what might happen to us or about mistakes that we might make in the future. 87. Lutz, A. Grieschar, L. Rawlings, N. Richard, M. and Davidson, R. 2004. Long-term meditators self-induce high amplitude gamma synchrony during mental practice proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 101, 16369, 16373. 88. Lutz, A. Grieschar, L. Rawlings, N. Richard, M. and Davidson, R. 2004. Long-term meditators self-induce high amplitude gamma synchrony during mental practice proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 101, 16369, 16373. 89. Baumeister, R.F. 1991. Escaping the Self, Alcoholism, Spirituality, Masochism, and Other Flights from the Burden of Selfhood. New York, New York, Basic Books. 201. Baumeister argues that when self-awareness becomes unpleasant, the need to forget about the negative aspects of the self may become so strong that we turn to altered states of consciousness. Baumeister believes that in these cases we escape the self by narrowing our focus of attention to a particular action or activity, which prevents us from having to think about ourselves and the implications of various events for our self-concept. Baumeister has analyzed a variety of self-defeating behaviors in terms of the desire to escape consciousness. Perhaps most obvious is suicide, the ultimate self-defeating behavior and the ultimate solution for escaping the negative aspects of self-consciousness. People who commit suicide are normally depressed and isolated. They feel bad about themselves, and suicide is a relief from the negative aspects of self-reflection. Suicidal behavior is often preceded by a period of narrow and rigid cognitive functioning that serves as an escape from the very negative view of the self brought on by recent setbacks or traumas. Baumeister, 1990. 90. Alcohol abuse may also accomplish an escape from self-awareness by physically interfering with cognitive functioning, making it more difficult to recall the aspects of our self-consciousness. Steele and Josephs, 1990. 91. And cigarette smoking may appeal to people as a low-level distractor that helps them to escape self-awareness. Heatherton and Baumeister, 1991, 92 argued that binge eating is another way of escaping from consciousness. Binge eaters, including those who suffer from bulimia nervosa, have unusually high standards for the self, including success, achievement, popularity, and body thinness. As a result, they find it difficult to live up to these standards. Because these individuals evaluate themselves according to demanding criteria, they will tend to fall short periodically. Becoming focused on eating, according to Heatherton and Baumeister, is a way to focus only on one particular activity and to forget the broader, negative aspects of the self. The removal of self-awareness has also been depicted as the essential part of the appeal of masochism, in which people engage in bondage and other aspects of submission. Masochists are frequently tied up using ropes, scarves, neckties, stockings, handcuffs, and gags, and the outcome is that they no longer feel that they are in control of themselves, which relieves them from the burdens of the self. Baumeister, 1991. 93. 90. Baumeister, R. 1990. Suicide as Escape from Self. Psychological Review, 97, 1, 90, 113. 91. Steele, C., and Josephs, R. 1990. Alcohol Myopia, Its Prized and Dangerous Effects. American Psychologist, 45, 8. 921, 933. 92. Heatherton, T., and Baumeister, R. 1991. Binge Eating as Escape from Self-Awareness. Psychological Bulletin, 110, 1, 86, 108. 93. Baumeister, R.F. 1991. Escaping the Self, Alcoholism, Spirituality, Masochism, and Other Flights from the Burden of Selfhood. New York, New York, Basic Books. 202. Newman and Baumeister, 1996, 94 have argued that even the belief that one has been abducted by aliens may be driven by the need to escape everyday consciousness. Every day at least several hundred, and more likely several thousand, Americans claim that they are abducted by these aliens, although most of these stories occur after the individuals have consulted with a psychotherapist or someone else who believes in alien abduction. Again, Baumeister and his colleagues have found a number of indications that people who believe that they have been abducted may be using the belief as a way of escaping self-consciousness. Key takeaways. Hypnosis is a trance-like state of conscious consisting of heightened susceptibility, deep relaxation, and intense focus. Hypnosis is not useful for helping people remember past events, but it can be used to alleviate anxiety and pain. Sensory deprivation is the intentional reduction of stimulation to one or more of the senses. It can be used therapeutically to treat insomnia, muscle tension, and pain. Meditation refers to a range of techniques that can create relaxation and well-being. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Do you think that you would be a good candidate for hypnosis? Why or why not? 2. Try the meditation exercise in this section for 3 consecutive days. Do you feel any different when or after you meditate? 5.4 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Consciousness is our subjective awareness of ourselves and our environment. Consciousness is functional because we use it to reason logically, to plan activities, and to monitor our progress toward the goals we set for ourselves. Consciousness has been central to many theories of psychology. Freud's personality theories differentiated between the unconscious and the conscious aspects of behavior, and present-day psychologists distinguish between automatic, unconscious. 94. Newman, L.S., and Baumeister, R.F. 1996. Toward an explanation of the UFO abduction phenomenon, hypnotic elaboration, extraterrestrial sadomasochism, and spurious memories. Psychological Inquiry, 7, 2, 99, 126. 203. And controlled, conscious, behaviors and between implicit, unconscious, and explicit, conscious, cognitive processes. The French philosopher René Descartes, 1596–1650, was a proponent of dualism, the idea that the mind, a non-material entity, is separate from, although connected to, the physical body. In contrast to the dualists, psychologists believe the consciousness, and thus the mind, exists in the brain, not separate from it. The behavior of organisms is influenced by biological rhythms, including the daily circadian rhythms that guide the waking and sleeping cycle in many animals. Sleep researchers have found that sleeping people undergo a fairly consistent pattern of sleep stages, each lasting about 90 minutes. Each of the sleep stages has its own distinct pattern of brain activity. Rapid eye movement, REM, accounts for about 25% of our total sleep time, during which we dream. Non-rapid eye movement, non-REM sleep is a deep sleep characterized by very slow brain waves, and is further subdivided into 3 stages, stages N1, N2, and N3. Sleep has a vital restorative function, and a prolonged lack of sleep results in increased anxiety, diminished performance, and if severe and extended, even death. Sleep deprivation suppresses immune responses that fight off infection, and can lead to obesity, hypertension, and memory impairment. Some people suffer from sleep disorders, including insomnia, sleep apnea, narcolepsy, sleepwalking, and REM sleep behavior disorder. Freud believed that the primary function of dreams was wish fulfillment, and he differentiated between the manifest and latent content of dreams. Other theories of dreaming propose that we dream primarily to help with consolidation, the moving of information into long-term memory. The activation synthesis theory of dreaming proposes that dreams are simply our brain's interpretation of the random firing of neurons in the brain stem. Psychoactive drugs are chemicals that change our states of consciousness, and particularly our perceptions and moods. The use, especially in combination, of psychoactive drugs has the potential to create very negative side effects, including tolerance, dependence, withdrawal symptoms, and addiction. Stimulants, including caffeine, nicotine, cocaine, and amphetamine, are psychoactive. Drugs that operate by blocking the reuptake of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin in the synapses of the central nervous system, CNS. Some amphetamines, such as ecstasy, have very low safety ratios and thus are highly dangerous. Depressants, including alcohol, barbiturates, benzodiazepines, and toxic inhalants, reduce the activity of the CNS. They are widely used as prescription medicines to relieve pain, to lower heart rate and respiration, and as anticonvulsants. Toxic inhalants are some of the most dangerous recreational drugs, with a safety index below 10, and their continued use may lead to permanent brain damage. Opioids, including opium, morphine, heroin, and codeine, are chemicals that increase activity in opioid receptor neurons in the brain and in the digestive system, producing euphoria, analgesia, slower breathing, and constipation. 204. Hallucinogens, including cannabis, mescaline, and LSD, are psychoactive drugs that alter sensation and perception and which may create hallucinations. Even when we know the potential costs of using drugs, we may engage in using them anyway because the rewards from using the drugs are occurring right now, whereas the potential costs are abstract and only in the future. And drugs are not the only things we enjoy or can abuse. It is normal to refer to the abuse of other behaviors, such as gambling, sex, overeating, and even overworking as addictions to describe the overuse of pleasant stimuli. Hypnosis is a trance-like state of consciousness, usually induced by a procedure known as hypnotic induction, which consists of heightened suggestibility, deep relaxation, and intense focus. Hypnosis also is frequently used to attempt to change unwanted behaviors, such as to reduce smoking, eating, and alcohol abuse. Sensory deprivation is the intentional reduction of stimuli affecting one or more of the five senses, with the possibility of resulting changes in consciousness. Although sensory deprivation is used for relaxation or meditation purposes and to produce enjoyable changes in consciousness, when deprivation is prolonged, it is unpleasant and can be used as a means of torture. Meditation refers to techniques in which the individual focuses on something specific, such as an object, a word, or one's breathing, with the goal of ignoring external distractions. Meditation has a variety of positive health effects. 205. Chapter 6 Growing and Developing. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The Repository for Germinal Choice. During the 1970s, American millionaire Robert Clark Graham began one of the most controversial and unique sperm banks in the world. He called it the Repository for Germinal Choice. The sperm bank was part of a project that attempted to combat the genetic decay Graham saw all around him. He believed human reproduction was experiencing a genetic decline, making for a population of retrograde humans, and he was convinced that the way to save the human race was to breed the best genes of his generation. Plots. 2001, 1. Graham began his project by collecting sperm samples from the most intelligent and highly achieving people he could find, including scientists, entrepreneurs, athletes, and even Nobel Prize winners. Then he advertised for potential mothers, who were required to be married to infertile men, educated, and financially well off. Graham mailed out catalogs to the potential mothers, describing the donors, using code names such as Mr. Graywhite, who was ruggedly handsome, outgoing, and positive, a university professor, expert marksman who enjoys the classics, and Mr. Fuchsia, who was an Olympic gold medalist, tall, dark, handsome, bright, a successful businessman and author. Plots. 2001. 2. When the mother had made her choice, the sperm sample was delivered by courier, and insemination was carried out at home. Before it closed following Graham's death in 1999, the repository claimed responsibility for the birth of 228 children. But did Graham's project actually create super-intelligent babies? Although it is difficult to be sure, because very few interviews with the offspring have been permitted, at least some of the repositories' progeny are indeed smart. Reporter for Slate magazine David Plotz. 2001, 3 spoke to 9 families who benefited from the repository, and they proudly touted their children's achievements. He found that most of the offspring in the families interviewed seemed to resemble their genetic fathers. 3 from donor Mr. Fuchsia, the Olympic gold medalist, are reportedly gifted athletes. Several who excel in math and science were fathered by professors of math and science. 1. Plots. D. 2001, February 8. The Genius Babies, and How They Grew. Slate. Retrieved from http://www.slate.com/id/100331. 2. Plots. D. 2001, February 8. The Genius Babies, and How They Grew. Slate. Retrieved from http://www.slate.com/id/1. 3. Plots. D. 2001, February 8. The Genius Babies, and How They Grew. Slate. Retrieved from http://www.slate.com/id/100331. 206. And the offspring, by and large, seem to be doing well, often attending excellent schools and maintaining very high grade point averages. One of the offspring, now 26 years old, is particularly intelligent. In infancy, he could mark the beat of classical music with his hands. In kindergarten, he could read Hamlet and was learning algebra, and at age 6, his IQ was already 180. But he refused to apply to prestigious universities, such as Harvard or Yale, opting instead to study at a smaller progressive college and to major in comparative religion, with the aim of becoming an elementary school teacher. He is now an author of children's books. Although it is difficult to know for sure, it appears that at least some of the children of the repository are indeed outstanding. But can the talents, characteristics, and skills of this small repository sample be attributed to genetics alone? After all, consider the parents of these children. Plots reported that the parents, particularly the mothers, were highly involved in their children's development and took their parental roles very seriously. Most of the parents studied child care manuals, coached their children's sports teams, practiced reading with their kids, and either schooled them or sent them to the best schools in their areas. And the families were financially well off. Furthermore, the mothers approached the repository at a relatively older childbearing age, when all other options were exhausted. These children were desperately wanted and very well loved. It is undeniable that, in addition to their genetic backgrounds, all this excellent nurturing played a significant role in the development of the repository children. Although the existence of the repository provides interesting insight into the potential importance of genetics on child development, the results of Graham's experiment are inconclusive. The offspring interviewed are definitely smart and talented, but only one of them was considered a true genius and child prodigy. And nurture may have played as much a role as nature in their outcomes. Olding, 2006. Plots, 2001. 4. The goal of this chapter is to investigate the fundamental, complex, and essential process of human development. Development refers to the physiological, behavioral, cognitive, and social changes that occur throughout human life, which are guided by both genetic predispositions, nature, and by environmental influences, nurture. We will begin our study of development at the moment of conception, when the father's sperm unites with the mother's egg, and then consider prenatal development in the womb. Next we will focus on infancy, the developmental stage that begins at birth and continues to 1 year of age, and childhood, the period between infancy and the onset of puberty. Finally, we will consider the developmental changes that occur during 4. Olding, p. 2006, June 15. The Genius Sperm Bank. BBC News. Retrieved from www.bbc.co.uk/sn/t-radio/ programs/horizon/broadband/tx/doran/index_textonly/html, plots, d. 2001, February 8. The Genius Babies, and How They Grew. Slate. Retrieved from http://www.slate.com/id/100331. 207. Adolescence, the years between the onset of puberty and the beginning of adulthood, the stages of adulthood itself, including emerging, early, middle, and older adulthood, and finally, the preparations for and eventual facing of death. Each of the stages of development has its unique physical, cognitive, and emotional changes that define the stage and that make each stage unique, one from the other. The psychologist and psychoanalyst Erik Erikson, 1963, p. 202, 5 proposed a model of lifespan development that provides a useful guideline for thinking about the changes we experience throughout life. As you can see in Table 6.1, Erikson believed that each life stage has a unique challenge that the person who reaches it must face. And, according to Erikson, successful development involves dealing with and resolving the goals and demands of each of the life stages in a positive way. Stage, age, range, key, challenge, positive resolution of challenge, oral, sensory, birth to 12 to 18 months, trust versus mistrust. The child develops a feeling of trust in his or her caregivers. Muscular, anal, 18 months to 3 years. Autonomy versus shame/doubt. The child learns what he or she can and cannot control, and develops a sense of free will. Locomotor, 3 to 6 years. Initiative versus guilt. The child learns to become independent by exploring, manipulating, and taking action. Latency, 6 to 12 years. Industry versus inferiority. The child learns to do things well or correctly according to standards set by others, particularly in school. Table 6.1 Challenges of Development as proposed by Erik Erikson. 5. Erikson, E.H. 1963. Childhood and Society. New York, New York, Norton. 208. Adolescence, 12 to 18 years. Identity versus role. Confusion. The adolescent develops a well-defined and positive sense of self in relationship to others. Young adulthood, 19 to 40 years. Intimacy versus isolation. The person develops the ability to give and receive love and to make long-term commitments. Middle adulthood, 40 to 65 years. Generativity versus stagnation. The person develops an interest in guiding the development of the next generation, often by becoming a parent. Late adulthood, late adulthood, 65 to death. Ego, integrity versus despair. The person develops acceptance of his or her life as it was lived. Table 6.1 Challenges of Development as proposed by Erik Erikson. By adapted from Erikson, E.H. 1963. Childhood and Society. New York, Norton, p. 202. As we progress through this chapter, we will see that Robert Clark Graham was in part right. Nature does play a substantial role in development. It has been found, for instance, that identical twins, who share all of their genetic code, usually begin sitting up and walking on the exact same days. But nurture is also important. We begin to be influenced by our environments even while still in the womb, and these influences remain with us throughout our development. Furthermore, we will see that we play an active role in shaping our own lives. Our own behavior influences how and what we learn, how people respond to us, and how we develop as individuals. As you read the chapter, you will no doubt get a broader view of how we each pass through our own lives. You will see how we learn and adapt to life's changes, and this new knowledge may help you better understand and better guide your own personal life journey. 209. 6.1 Conception and Prenatal Development. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Review the stages of prenatal development. 2. Explain how the developing embryo and fetus may be harmed by the presence of teratogens and describe what a mother can do to reduce her risk. Conception occurs when an egg from the mother is fertilized by a sperm from the father. In humans, the conception process begins with ovulation, when an ovum, or egg, the largest cell in the human body, which has been stored in one of the mother's two ovaries, matures and is released into the fallopian tube. Ovulation occurs about halfway through the woman's menstrual cycle. A ND is aided by the release of a complex combination of hormones. In addition to helping the egg mature, the hormones also cause the lining of the uterus to grow thicker and more suitable for implantation of a fertilized egg. If the woman has had sexual intercourse within 1 or 2 days of the egg's maturation, one of the up to 500 million sperm deposited by the man's ejaculation, which are traveling up the fallopian tube, may fertilize the egg. Although few of the sperm are able to make the long journey, some of the strongest swimmers succeed in meeting the egg. As the sperm reach the egg in the fallopian tube, they release enzymes that attack the outer jelly-like protective coating of the egg, each trying to be the first to enter. As soon as one of the millions of sperm enters the egg's coating, the egg immediately responds by both blocking out all other challengers and at the same time pulling in the single successful sperm. 6.1.1 The zygote. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Within several hours, half of the 23 chromosomes from the egg and half of the 23 chromosomes from the sperm fuse together, creating a zygote, a fertilized ovum. The zygote continues to travel down the fallopian tube to the uterus. Although the uterus is only about 4 inches away in the woman's body, this is nevertheless a substantial journey for a microscopic organism, and fewer than half of zygotes survive beyond this earliest stage of life. If the zygote is still viable when it completes the journey, it will attach itself to the wall of the uterus, but if it is not, it will be flushed out in the woman's menstrual flow. During this time, the cells in the zygote continue to divide. The original 2 cells become 4, those 4 become 8, and so on, until there are thousands, and eventually trillions, of cells. Soon the cells begin to differentiate, each taking on a separate function. The earliest differentiation is between the cells on the inside of the zygote, which will begin to form the developing human being, and the 210 cells on the outside, which will form the protective environment that will provide support for the new life throughout the pregnancy. 6.1.2 The embryo. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Once the zygote attaches to the wall of the uterus, it is known as the embryo. During the embryonic phase, which will last for the next 6 weeks, the major internal and external organs are formed, each beginning at the microscopic level, with only a few cells. The changes in the embryo's appearance will continue rapidly from this point until birth. While the inner layer of embryonic cells is busy forming the embryo itself, the outer layer is forming the surrounding protective environment that will help the embryo survive the pregnancy. This environment consists of 3 major structures. The amniotic sac is the fluid-filled reservoir in which the embryo, soon to be known as a fetus, will live until birth, and which acts as both a cushion against outside pressure and as a temperature regulator. The placenta is an organ that allows the exchange of nutrients between the embryo and the mother, while at the same time filtering out harmful material. The filtering occurs through a thin membrane that separates the mother's blood from the blood of the fetus, allowing them to share only the material that is able to pass through the filter. Finally, the umbilical cord links the embryo directly to the placenta, and transfers all material to the fetus. Thus the placenta and the umbilical cord protect the fetus from many foreign agents in the mother's system that might otherwise pose a threat. 6.1.3 The fetus. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Beginning in the 9th week after conception, the embryo becomes a fetus. The defining Characteristic of the fetal stage is growth. All the major aspects of the growing organism have been formed in the embryonic phase, and now the fetus has approximately 6 months to go from weighing less than an ounce to weighing an average of 6 to 8 pounds. That's quite a growth spurt. The fetus begins to take on many of the characteristics of a human being, including moving. By the 3rd month the fetus is able to curl and open its fingers, form fists, and wiggle its toes, sleeping, as well as early forms of swallowing and breathing. The fetus begins to develop its senses, becoming able to distinguish tastes and respond to sounds. Research has found that the fetus even develops some initial preferences. A newborn prefers the mother's voice to that of a stranger, the languages heard in the womb over other languages. Decasper and Pfeiffer, 1980, Moon, Cooper, and Pfeiffer, 1993, 6. And even the kinds of foods that the mother ate during the pregnancy. Manella. 6. Decasper, A.J., and Pfeiffer, W.P., 1980. Of human bonding, newborns prefer their mother's voices. Science, 208. 1174-1176, Moon, C., Cooper, R.P., and Pfeiffer, W.P. 1993. 2-day-olds prefer their native language. Infant behavior and development, 16, 495-500. 211. Jagnow, and Beecham, 2001. 7. By the end of the 3rd month of pregnancy, the sexual organs are visible. 6.1.4 How the environment can affect the vulnerable fetus. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Prenatal development is a complicated process and may not always go as planned. About 45% of pregnancies result in a miscarriage, often without the mother ever being aware it has occurred. Moore and Persaud, 1993. 8. Although the amniotic sac and the placenta are designed to protect the embryo, substances that can harm the fetus, known as teratogens, may nevertheless cause problems. Teratogens include general environmental factors, such as air pollution and radiation, but also the cigarettes, alcohol, and drugs that the mother may use. Teratogens do not always harm the fetus, but they are more likely to do so when they occur in larger amounts, for longer time periods, and during the more sensitive phases, as when the fetus is growing most rapidly. The most vulnerable period for many of the fetal organs is very early in the pregnancy, before the mother even knows she is pregnant. Harmful substances that the mother ingests may harm the child. Cigarette smoking, for example, reduces the blood oxygen for both the mother and child and can cause a fetus to be born severely underweight. Another serious threat is fetal alcohol syndrome, FAS, a condition caused by maternal alcohol drinking that can lead to numerous detrimental developmental effects, including limb and facial abnormalities, genital anomalies, and mental retardation. 1 in about every 500 babies in the United States is born with fetal alcohol syndrome, and it is considered one of the leading causes of retardation in the world today. Nichols, 1994. 9 Because there is no known safe level of alcohol consumption for a pregnant woman, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention indicates that a pregnant woman should not drink alcohol. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 2005. 10 Therefore, the best approach for expectant mothers is to avoid alcohol completely. Maternal drug abuse is also of major concern and is considered one of the greatest risk factors facing unborn children. The environment in which the mother is living also has a major impact on infant development. Duncan and Brooks Gunn, 2000, Haber and Toro, 2004. 11 Children born into homelessness or poverty are more likely to have mothers who are malnourished, who suffer from domestic violence, stress, and other psychological problems, and who smoke or abuse drugs. And children born into poverty are also more likely to be exposed to teratogens. Poverty's impact may also amplify other issues, creating 7. Manella, J.A., Jagnow, C.P., and Beecham, G.K. 2001. Prenatal and postnatal flavor learning by human infants. Pediatrics, 107, 6, E88. 8. Moore, K., and Persad, T. 1993. The Developing Human, Clinically Oriented Embryology, 5th ed. Philadelphia, Pa. Saunders. 9. Nichols, G.A. 1994. Fetal Alcohol Syndrome, Implications for Psychologists. Clinical Psychology Review, 14, 91, 111. 10. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 2005. Alcohol Use and Pregnancy. Retrieved from http://www.cdc.gov. ncbddd/factsheets/fos_alcoholus pdf. 11. Duncan, G., and Brooks Gunn, J. 2000. Family Poverty, Welfare Reform, and Child Development. Child Development, 71, 1. 188, 196, Haber, M., and Toro, P. 2004. Homelessness among Families, Children, and Adolescents, an Ecological, Developmental Perspective. Clinical Child and Family Psychology Review, 7, 3, 123, 164. 212. Substantial Problems for Healthy Child Development, Evans and English, 2002, Gunnar and Quevito, 2007. 12. Mothers normally receive genetic and blood tests during the first months of pregnancy to determine the health of the embryo or fetus. They may undergo sonogram, ultrasound, amniocentesis, or other testing. The screenings detect potential birth defects, including neural tube defects, chromosomal abnormalities, such as Down syndrome, genetic diseases, and other potentially dangerous conditions. Early diagnosis of prenatal problems can allow medical treatment to improve the health of the fetus. Key takeaways. Development begins at the moment of conception, when the sperm from the father merges with the egg from the mother. Within a span of 9 months, development progresses from a single cell into a zygote, and then into an embryo and fetus. The fetus is connected to the mother through the umbilical cord and the placenta, which allow the fetus and mother to exchange nourishment and waste. The fetus is protected by the amniotic sac. The embryo and fetus are vulnerable and may be harmed by the presence of teratogens. Smoking, alcohol use, and drug use are all likely to be harmful to the developing embryo or fetus, and the mother should entirely refrain from these behaviors during pregnancy or if she expects to become pregnant. Environmental factors, especially homelessness and poverty, have a substantial negative effect on healthy child development. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. What behaviors must a woman avoid engaging in when she decides to try to become pregnant, or when she finds out she is pregnant? Do you think the ability of a mother to engage in healthy behaviors should influence her choice to have a child? 2. Given the negative effects of poverty on human and development, what steps do you think that societies should take to try to reduce poverty? 12. Evans, G.W., and English, K. 2002. The Environment of Poverty, Multiple Stressor Exposure, Psychophysiological Stress, and Socio-Emotional Adjustment. Child Development, 73, 4, 1238-1248, Gunnar, M., and Quevedo, K. 2007. The Neurobiology of Stress and Development. Annual Review of Psychology, 58, 145, 173. 213. 6.2 Infancy and Childhood, Exploring and Learning. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Describe the abilities that newborn infants possess and how they actively interact with their environments. 2. List the stages in Piaget's model of cognitive development and explain the concepts that are mastered in each stage. 3. Critique Piaget's theory of cognitive development and describe other theories that complement and expand on it. 4. Summarize the important processes of social development that occur in infancy and childhood. If all has gone well, a baby is born sometime around the 38th week of pregnancy. The fetus is responsible, at least in part, for its own birth because chemicals released by the developing fetal brain trigger the muscles in the mother's uterus to start the rhythmic contractions of childbirth. The contractions are initially spaced at about 15-minute intervals but come more rapidly with time. When the contractions reach an interval of 2 to 3 minutes, the mother is requested to assist in the labor and help push the baby out. 6.2.1 The newborn arrives with many behaviors intact. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Newborns are already prepared to face the new world they are about to experience. As you can see in Table 6.2, babies are equipped with a variety of reflexes, each providing an ability that will help them survive their first few months of life as they continue to learn new routines to help them survive in and manipulate their environments. Name stimulus response significance. Rooting. Reflex. The baby's cheek is stroked. The baby turns its head toward the stroking. Opens its ensures the infant's feeding will be a reflexive habit. Table 6.2 Survival reflexes in newborns. 214. Name stimulus response significance. Mouth, and tries to suck. Blink reflex. A light is flashed in the baby's eyes. The baby closes both eyes. Protects eyes from strong and potentially dangerous stimuli. Withdrawal reflex. A soft pinprick is applied to the sole of the baby's foot. The baby flexes the leg, keeps the exploring infant away from painful stimuli. Tonic neck reflex. The baby is laid down on its back. The baby turns its head to one side and extends the arm on the same side. Helps develop hand-eye coordination. Grasp reflex. An object is pressed into the palm of the baby. The baby grasps the object pressed and can even hold its own weight for a brief period. Helps in exploratory learning. Moro reflex. Loud noises or a sudden drop in height while the baby extends arms and legs and quickly brings them in as if trying. Protects from falling. Could have assisted infants in holding onto their mothers. Table 6.2 Survival reflexes in newborns. 215. Name stimulus response significance. Holding the baby. To grasp something during rough traveling. Stepping reflex. The baby is suspended with bare feet just above a surface, and is moved forward. Baby makes stepping motions as if trying to walk. Helps encourage motor development. Table 6.2 Survival reflexes in newborns. In addition to reflexes, newborns have preferences. They like sweet-tasting foods at first, while becoming more open to salty items by 4 months of age. Beecham, Cowart, Manellia, and Marsh, 1994, Blass and Smith, 1992. 13 Newborns also prefer the smell of their mothers. An infant only 6 days old is significantly more likely to turn toward its own mother's breast pad than to the breast pad of another baby's mother. Porter, Macon, Davis, and Christensen, 1992, 14. And a newborn also shows a preference for the face of its own mother. Bushnell, SAI, and Mullen, 1989. 15. Although infants are born ready to engage in some activities, they also contribute to their own development through their own behaviors. The child's knowledge and abilities increase as it babbles, talks, crawls, tastes, grasps, plays, and interacts with the objects in the environment. Gibson, Rosenzweig, and Porter, 1988, Gibson and Pick. 2000, Smith and Thelen, 2003. 16 Parents may help in this process by providing a variety of activities and experiences for the child. Research has found that animals raised in environments with more novel objects and that engage in a variety of stimulating activities have more brain synapses and larger cerebral cortexes, and they perform better on a variety of learning tasks compared with animals raised in more impoverished environments. Juraska, Henderson, and Muller, 1984. 17 Similar effects are 13. Beecham, D.K., Cowart, B.J., Manellia, J.A., and Marsh, R.R. 1994. Infant salt taste, developmental, methodological, and contextual factors. Developmental Psychology, 27, 353-365, Blass, E.M., and Smith, B.A. 1992. Differential effects of sucrose, fructose, glucose, and lactose on crying in 1 to 3 day old human infants, qualitative and quantitative considerations. Developmental Psychology, 28, 804-810. 14. Porter, R.H., Macon, J.W., Davis, L.B., and Christensen, K.M. 1992. Breastfed infants respond to olfactory cues from their own mother and unfamiliar lactating females. Infant Behavior and Development, 15, 1, 85-93. 15. Bushnell, IWR, SAI, F, and Mullen, J.T. 1989. Neonatal Recognition of the Mother's Face. British Journal of Developmental Psychology, 7, 3, 15. 16. Gibson, E.J., Rosenzweig, M.R., and Porter, L.W. 1988. Exploratory behavior in the development of perceiving, acting, and the acquiring of knowledge. In Annual Review of Psychology, Volume 39, pages 141. Palo Alto, CA, Annual Reviews, Gibson, E. J., and Pick, A.D. 2000. An Ecological Approach to Perceptual Learning and Development. New York, New York, Oxford University Press, Smith, L.B., and Thelen, E. 2003. Development as a Dynamic System. Trends in Cognitive Sciences, 7, 8, 343-348. 17. Juraska, J. M., Henderson, C., and Muller, J. 1984. Differential Rearing Experience, Gender, and Radial Maze Performance. Developmental Psychobiology, 17, 3, 209-15. 216. Likely occurring in children who have opportunities to play, explore, and interact with their environments, Soska, Adolf, and Johnson, 2010. 18. Research focus, using the habituation technique to study what infants know. It may seem to you that babies have little ability to view, hear, understand, or remember the world around them. Indeed, the famous psychologist William James presumed that the newborn experiences a blooming, buzzing confusion. James, 1890, p. 462. 19. And you may think that, even if babies do no more than James gave them credit for, it might not be possible to find out what they know. After all, infants can't talk or respond to questions, so how would we ever find out? But over the past 2 decades, developmental psychologists have created new ways to determine what babies know, and they have found that they know much more than you, or William James, might have expected. One way that we can learn about the cognitive development of babies is by measuring their behavior in response to the stimuli around them. For instance, some researchers have given babies the chance to control which shapes they get to see or which sounds they get to hear according to how hard they suck on a pacifier. Trehub and Rubinovich, 1972. 20. The sucking behavior is used as a measure of the infant's interest in the stimuli, the sounds or images they suck hardest in response to are the ones we can assume they prefer. Another approach to understanding cognitive development by observing the behavior of infants is through the use of the habituation technique. Habituation refers to the decreased responsiveness toward a stimulus after it has been presented numerous times in succession. Organisms, including infants, tend to be more interested in things the first few times they experience them, and become less interested in them with more frequent exposure. Developmental psychologists have used this general principle to help them understand what babies remember and understand. In the habituation procedure, a baby is placed in a high chair and presented with visual stimuli while a video camera records the infant's eye and face movements. When the experiment begins, a stimulus, for example, the face of an adult, appears in the baby's field of view, and the amount of time the baby looks at the face is recorded by the camera. Then the stimulus is removed for a few seconds before it appears again and the gaze is again measured. Over time, the baby starts to habituate to the face, such that each presentation elicits less gazing at the stimulus. 18. Soska, K.C., Adolf, K.E., and Johnson, S.P. 2010. Systems in Development, Motor Skill Acquisition Facilitates 3-Dimensional Object Completion. Developmental Psychology, 46, 1, 129, 138. 19. James, W. 1890. The Principles of Psychology. New York, New York, Dover. 20. Trehub, S., and Rubinovich, M. 1972. Auditory Linguistic Sensitivity in Early Infancy Developmental Psychology. 6, 1, 74, 77. 217. Then, a new stimulus, for example, the face of a different adult or the same face looking in a different direction, is presented, and the researchers observe whether the gaze time significantly increases. You can see that, if the infant's gaze time increases when a new stimulus is presented, this indicates that the baby can differentiate the two stimuli. Although this procedure is very simple, it allows researchers to create variations that reveal a great deal about a newborn's cognitive ability. The trick is simply to change the stimulus in controlled ways to see if the baby notices the difference. Research using the habituation procedure has found that babies can notice changes in colors, sounds, and even principles of numbers and physics. For instance, in one experiment reported by Karen Wynne, 1995, 21 6-month-old babies were shown a presentation of a puppet that repeatedly jumped up and down either 2 or 3 times, resting for a couple of seconds. Between sequences, the length of time and the speed of the jumping were controlled. After the infants habituated to this display, the presentation was changed such that the puppet jumped a different number of times. As you can see in Figure 6.1, the infant's gaze time increased when Wynne changed the presentation, suggesting that the infants could tell the difference between the number of jumps. Figure 6.1 Can infants do math? By adapted from Wynne, K. 1995. Infants possess a system of numerical knowledge. Current Directions in Psychological Science, 4, 172-176. Karen Wynne found that babies that had habituated to a puppet jumping either 2 or 3 times significantly increased their gaze when the puppet began to jump a different number of times. 21. Wynne, K. 1995. Infants possess a system of numerical knowledge. Current Directions in Psychological Science. 4, 172-176. 218. 6.2.2 Cognitive Development During Childhood. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Childhood is a time in which changes occur quickly. The child is growing physically, and cognitive abilities are also developing. During this time, the child learns to actively manipulate and control the environment, and is first exposed to the requirements of society, particularly the need to control the bladder and bowels. According to Erickson, the challenges that the child must attain in childhood relate to the development of initiative, competence, and independence. Children need to learn to explore the world, to become self-reliant, and to make their own way in the environment. These skills do not come overnight. Neurological changes during childhood provide children the ability to do some things at certain ages, and yet make it impossible for them to do other things. This fact was made apparent through the groundbreaking work of the Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget. During the 1920s, Piaget was administering intelligence tests to children in an attempt to determine the kinds of logical thinking that children were capable of. In the process of testing the children, Piaget became intrigued, not so much by the answers that the children got right, but more by the answers they got wrong. Piaget believed that the incorrect answers that the children gave were not mere shots in the dark but rather represented specific ways of thinking, unique to the children's developmental stage. Just as almost all babies learn to roll over before they learn to sit up by themselves, and learn to crawl before they learn to walk, Piaget believed that children gain their cognitive ability in a developmental order. These insights that children at different ages think in fundamentally different ways led to Piaget's stage model of cognitive development. Piaget argued that children do not just passively learn but also actively try to make sense of their worlds. He argued that, as they learn and mature, children develop schemas, patterns of knowledge in long-term memory that help them remember, organize, and respond to information. Furthermore, Piaget thought that when children experience new things, they attempt to reconcile the new knowledge with existing schemas. Piaget believed that the children use two distinct methods in doing so. Methods that he called assimilation and accommodation, see Figure 6.2. 219. Figure 6.2 Assimilation and accommodation. When children employ assimilation, they use already developed schemas to understand new information. If children have learned a schema for horses, then they may call the striped animal they see at the zoo a horse rather than a zebra. In this case, children fit the existing schema to the new information and label the new information with the existing knowledge. Accommodation, on the other hand, involves learning new information, and thus changing the schema. When a mother says, "No, honey, that's a zebra, not a horse," the child may adapt the schema to fit the new stimulus, learning. that there are different types of four-legged animals, only one of which is a horse. Piaget's most important contribution to understanding cognitive development, and the fundamental aspect of his theory, was the idea that development occurs in unique and distinct stages, with each stage occurring at a specific time, in a sequential manner, and in a way that allows the sea-hill to think about the world using new capacities. Piaget's stages of cognitive development are summarized in Table 6.3. Stage. Approximate. Age range. Characteristics. Stage. Attainments. Table 6.3 Piaget's stages of cognitive development. 220. Sensorimotor. Birth to about 2 years. The child experiences the world through the fundamental senses of seeing, hearing, touching, and tasting. Object permanence. Preoperational 2 to 7 years. Children acquire the ability to internally represent the world through language and mental imagery. They also start to see the world from other people's perspectives. Theory of mind. Rapid increase in language ability. Concrete operational 7 to 11 years. Children become able to think logically. They can increasingly perform operations on objects that are only imagined. Conservation. Formal operational 11 years to adulthood. Adolescence can think systematically, can reason about abstract concepts, and can abstract logic. Table 6.3 Piaget's stages of cognitive development. 221. Understand. Ethics and scientific reasoning. Table 6.3 Piaget's stages of cognitive development. The first developmental stage for Piaget was the sensorimotor stage, the cognitive stage that begins at birth and lasts until around the age of 2. It is defined by the direct physical interactions that babies have with the objects around them. During this stage, babies form their first schemas by using their primary senses. They stare at, listen to, reach for, hold, shake, and taste the things in their environments. During the sensorimotor stage, babies' use of their senses to perceive the world is so central to their understanding that whenever babies do not directly perceive objects, as far as they are concerned, the objects do not exist. Piaget found, for instance, that if he first interested babies in a toy and then covered the toy with a blanket, children who were younger than 6 months of age would act as if the toy had disappeared completely. They never tried to find it under the blanket but would nevertheless smile. and reach for it when the blanket was removed. Piaget found that it was not until about 8 months that the children realized that the object was merely covered and not gone. Piaget used the term object permanence to refer to the child's ability to know that an object exists even when the object cannot be perceived. 6.2.3 Video clip, Object Permanence. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Children younger than about 8 months of age do not understand object permanence. At about 2 years of age, and until about 7 years of age, children move into the preoperational stage. During this stage, children begin to use language and to think more abstractly about objects, but their understanding is more intuitive and without much ability to deduce or reason. The thinking is preoperational, meaning that the child lacks the ability to operate on or transform objects mentally. In one study that showed the extent of this inability, Judy DeLoach, 1987, 22 showed children a room within a small dollhouse. Inside the room, a small toy was visible behind a small couch. The researchers took the children to another lab room, which was an exact replica of the dollhouse room, but full-sized. When children who were 2.5 years old were asked to find the toy, they did not know where to look. They were simply unable to make the transition across the changes in room size. 3-year-old children, on the other hand, immediately looked for the toy behind the couch, demonstrating that they were improving their operational skills. The inability of young children to view transitions also leads them to be egocentric, unable to readily see and understand other people's viewpoints. 22. DeLoach, J.S. 1987. Rapid change in the symbolic functioning of very young children. Science, 238, 4833, 1556, 1556. 222. Developmental psychologists define the theory of mind as the ability to take another person's viewpoint, and the ability to do so increases rapidly during the preoperational stage. In one demonstration of the development of theory of mind, a researcher shows a child a video of another child, let's call her Anna, putting a ball in a red box. Then Anna leaves the room, and the video shows that while she is gone, a researcher moves the ball from the red box into a blue box. As the video continues, Anna comes back into the room. The child is then asked to point to the box where Anna will probably look to find her ball. Children who are younger than 4 years of age typically are unable to understand that Anna does not know that the ball has been moved, and they predict that she will look for it in the blue box. After 4 years of age, however, children have developed a theory of mind. They realize that different people can have different viewpoints, and that, although she will be wrong, Anna will nevertheless think that the ball is still in the red box. After about 7 years of age, the child moves into the concrete operational stage, which is marked by more frequent and more accurate use of transitions, operations, and abstract concepts, including those of time, space, and numbers. An important milestone during the concrete operational stage is the development of conservation, the understanding that changes in the form of an object do not necessarily mean changes in the quantity of the object. Children younger than 7 years generally think that a glass of milk that is tall holds more milk than a glass of milk that is shorter and wider, and they continue to believe this even when they see the same milk poured back and forth between the glasses. It appears that these children focus only on one dimension, in this case, the height of the glass, and ignore the other dimension, width. However, when children reach the concrete operational stage, their abilities to understand such transformations make them aware that, although the milk looks different in the different glasses, the amount must be the same. Video clip: Conservation. Children younger than about 7 years of age do not understand the principles of conservation. At about 11 years of age, children enter the formal operational stage, which is marked by the ability to think in abstract terms and to use scientific and philosophical lines of thought. Children in the formal operational stage are better able to systematically test alternative ideas to determine their influences on outcomes. For instance, rather than haphazardly changing different aspects of a situation that allows no clear conclusions to be drawn, they systematically make changes in one thing at a time and observe what difference that particular change makes. They learn to use deductive reasoning, such as, if this, then that, and they become capable of imagining situations that might be, rather than just those that actually exist. Piaget's theories have made a substantial and lasting contribution to developmental psychology. His contributions include the idea that children are not merely passive receptacles of information but rather actively engage in acquiring new knowledge and making sense of the world around them. This general idea has generated many other theories of cognitive development, each designed to help us better understand the development of the child's information processing skills. Clare and McWhinney, 1998. 223. Schriger and Siegler, 1998. 23. Furthermore, the extensive research that Piaget's theory has stimulated has generally supported his beliefs about the order in which cognition develops. Piaget's work has also been applied in many domains. For instance, many teachers make use of Piaget's stages to develop educational approaches aimed at the level children are developmentally prepared for. Driscoll, 1994, Levin, Siegler, and Druyan, 1990. 24. Over the years, Piagetian ideas have been refined. For instance, it is now believed that object permanence develops gradually, rather than more immediately, as a true stage model would predict, and that it can sometimes develop much earlier than Piaget expected. Renée Bailargian and her colleagues, Bailargian, 2004, Wang, Bailargian, and Bruckner, 2004, 25 placed babies in a habituation setup, having them watch as an object was placed behind a screen, entirely hidden from view. The researchers then arranged for the object to reappear from behind another screen in a different place. Babies who saw this pattern of events looked longer at the display than did babies who witnessed the same object physically being moved between the screens. These data suggest that the babies were aware that the object still existed even though it was hidden behind the screen, and thus that they were displaying object permanence as early as 3 months of age, rather than the 8 months that Piaget predicted. Another factor that might have surprised Piaget is the extent to which a child's social surroundings influence learning. In some cases, children progress to new ways of thinking and retreat to old ones depending on the type of task they are performing, the circumstances they find themselves in, and the nature of the language used to instruct them. Courage and How, 2002. 26 And children in different cultures show somewhat different patterns of cognitive development. Dayson, 1972, 27 found that children in non-Western cultures move to the next developmental stage about a year later than did children from Western cultures, and that level of schooling also influenced cognitive development. In short, Piaget's theory probably understated the contribution of environmental factors to social development. More recent theories, Cole, 1996, Rogoff, 1990, Tomasello, 1999, 28 based in large part on the socio-cultural theory of the Russian scholar Lev Vygotsky, 1962, 1978, 29 argue that cognitive development is not isolated entirely within the child but occurs at least in part through social interactions. These scholars argue that children's thinking develops through constant interactions with more competent others, including parents, peers, and teachers. 23. Clare, D., and McQuinney, B. 1998. Information Processing. In D. Kuhn and R. S. Siegler, eds. Handbook of Child Psychology, Cognition, Perception, and Language, 5th ed., Volume 2, pages 631-678. New York, New York, John Wiley & Sons, Schriger, J. and Siegler, R. S. 1998. SCADS, A Model of Children's Strategy Choices and Strategy Discoveries. Psychological Science, 9. 405-422. 24. Driscoll, M.P. 1994. Psychology of Learning for Instruction. Boston, Ma, Allen and Bacon, Levin, I, Siegler, S.R., and Druyan. S. 1990. Misconceptions on Motion, Development and Training Effects. Child Development, 61, 1544-1556. 25. Bailargian, R. 2004. Infant's Physical World. Current Directions in Psychological Science, 13, 3, 89-94, Wang, S.H. Bailargian, R., and Bruckner, L. 2004. Young Infants Reasoning About Hidden Objects, Evidence from Violation of Expectation tasks with test trials only. Cognition, 93, 167 198. 26. Courage, ML, and How, ML. 2002. From infant to child, the dynamics of cognitive change in the second year of life. Psychological Bulletin, 128, 2, 250-76. 27. Dason, P.R. 1972. Cross-Cultural Pyajtian Research, A Summary. Journal of Cross-Cultural Psychology, 3, 23-39. 28. Cole, M. 1996. Culture in Mind. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, Raghav, B. 1990. Apprenticeship in Thinking. Cognitive Development in Social Context. New York, New York, Oxford University Press, Tomasello, M. 1999. The Cultural Origins of Human Cognition. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press. 29. Vygotsky, L.S. 1962. Thought and Language. Cambridge, Ma, MIT Press, Vygotsky, L.S. 1978. Mind in Society. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press. 224. An extension of Vygotsky's socio-cultural theory is the idea of community learning, in which children serve as both teachers and learners. This approach is frequently used in classrooms to improve learning as well as to increase responsibility and respect for others. When children work cooperatively together in groups to learn material, they can help and support each other's learning as well as learn about each other as individuals, thereby reducing prejudice. Aronson, Blaney, Stephan, Sykes, and Snap. 1978, Brown, 1997. 30. 6.2.4 Social Development During Childhood. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. It is through the remarkable increases in cognitive ability that children learn to interact with and understand their environments. But these cognitive skills are only part of the changes that are occurring during childhood. Equally crucial is the development of the child's social skills, the ability to understand, predict, and create bonds with the other people in their environments. 6.2.5 Knowing the Self, the development of the self-concept. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. One of the important milestones in a child's social development is learning about his or her own self-existence. This self-awareness is known as consciousness, and the content of consciousness is known as the self-concept. The self-concept is a knowledge representation or schema that contains knowledge about us, including our beliefs about our personality traits, physical characteristics, abilities, values, goals, and roles, as well as the knowledge that we exist as individuals. Kagan, 1991. 31. Some animals, including chimpanzees, orangutans, and perhaps dolphins, have at least a primitive sense of self. Boysen and Himes, 1999. 32. In one study, Gallup, 1970, 33. Researchers painted a red dot on the foreheads of anesthetized chimpanzees and then placed each animal in a cage with a mirror. When the chimps woke up and looked in the mirror, they touched the dot on their faces, not the dot on the faces in the mirror. These actions suggest that the chimps understood that they were looking at themselves and not at other animals, and thus we can assume that they are able to realize that they exist as individuals. On the other hand, most other animals, including, for instance, dogs, cats, and monkeys, never realize that it is they themselves in the mirror. Infants who have a similar red dot painted on their foreheads recognize themselves in a mirror in the same way that the chimps do, and they do this by about 18 months. 30. Aronson, E., Blaney, N., Stephan, C., Sykes, J., and Snap, M. 1978. The Jigsaw Classroom. Beverly Hills, C.A., Sage, Brown, A. L. 1997. Transforming Schools into Communities of Thinking and Learning About Serious Matters. American Psychologist. 52, 4, 399 413. 31. Kagan, J. 1991. The Theoretical Utility of Constructs of Self. Developmental Review, 11, 244-50. 32. Boysen, S.T., and Himes, G.T. 1999. Current Issues and Emerging Theories in Animal Cognition. Annual Review of Psychology, 50, 683-705. 33. Gallup, G.G., Jr. 1970. Chimpanzees, Self-Recognition. Science, 167, 3914, 86-87. 225. Of Age, Povinelli, Landau, and Perillo, 1996. 34. The child's knowledge about the self continues to develop as the child grows. By age 2, the infant becomes aware of his or her sex, as a boy or a girl. By age 4, self-descriptions are likely to be based on physical features, such as hair color and possessions, and by about age 6, the child is able to understand basic emotions and the concepts of traits, being able to make statements such as, "I am a nice person," Harder, 1998. 35. Soon after children enter grade school, at about age 5 or 6, they begin to make comparisons with other children, a process known as social comparison. For example, a child might describe himself as being faster than one boy but slower than another. Moretti and Higgins, 1990. 36. According to Erickson, the important component of this process is the development of competence and autonomy, the recognition of one's own abilities relative to other children. And children increasingly show awareness of social situations. They understand that other people are looking at and judging them the same way that they are looking at and judging others. Doherty, 2009. 37. Successfully relating to others, attachment. One of the most important behaviors a child must learn is how to be accepted by others. The development of loose and meaningful social relationships. The emotional bonds that we develop with those with whom we feel closest, and particularly the bonds that an infant develops with the mother or primary caregiver, are referred to as attachment. Cassidy and Shaver, 1999. 38. As late as the 1930s, psychologists believed that children who were raised in institutions such as orphanages, and who received good physical care and proper nourishment, would develop normally, even if they had little interaction with their caretakers. But studies by the developmental psychologist John Bowlby, 1953, 39, and others showed that these children did not develop normally. They were usually sickly, emotionally slow, and generally unmotivated. These observations helped make it clear that normal infant development requires successful attachment with a caretaker. In one classic study showing the importance of attachment, Wisconsin University psychologists Harry and Margaret Harlow investigated the responses of young monkeys, separated from their biological mothers, to two surrogate mothers introduced to their cages. 1. The wire mother consisted of a round wooden head, a mesh of cold metal wires, and a bottle of milk from which the baby monkey could drink. The second mother was a foam rubber form wrapped in a heated terry cloth blanket. The Harlows found that, although the infant monkeys went to the wire mother for food, they overwhelmingly preferred and spent significantly more time. 34. Povinelli, D.J., Landau, K.R., and Perillo, H.K. 1996. Self-recognition in young children using delayed versus live feedback, evidence of a developmental asynchrony. Child development, 67, 4, 1540-1554. 35. Harder, S. 1998. The development of self-representations. In W. Damon and N. Eisenberg, eds. Handbook of Child Psychology, Social, Emotional, and Personality Development, 5th ed., Volume 3, pages 553-618. New York, New York, John Wiley and Sons. 36. Moretti, M.M., and Higgins, E.T. 1990. The development of self-esteem vulnerabilities, social and cognitive factors in developmental psychopathology. In R. J. Sternberg and J. Collegian, Jr. eds. Competence Considered, pages 286-314. New Haven, C.T., Yale University Press. 37. Doherty, M.J. 2009. Theory of Mind, How Children Understand Others' Thoughts and Feelings. New York, New York, Psychology Press. 38. Cassidy, J.E., and Shaver, P.R.E. 1999. Handbook of Attachment, Theory, Research, and Clinical Applications. New York. New York, Guilford Press. 39. Bowlby, J. 1953. Some pathological processes set in train by early mother-child separation. Journal of Mental Science. 99, 265-72. 226. With the warm terry cloth mother that provided no food but did provide comfort. Harlow, 1958. 40. 6.2.6 Video clip, The Harlow's Monkeys. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The studies by the Harlows showed that young monkeys preferred the warm mother that provided a secure base to the cold mother that provided food. The Harlows studies confirmed that babies have social as well as physical needs. Both monkeys and human babies need a secure base that allows them to feel safe. From this base, they can gain the confidence they need to venture out and explore their worlds. Erickson, Table 6.1, was in agreement on the importance of a secure base, arguing that the most important goal of infancy was the development of a basic sense of trust in one's caregivers. Developmental psychologist Mary Ainsworth, a student of John Bowlby, was interested in studying the development of attachment in infants. Ainsworth created a laboratory test that measured an infant's attachment to his or her parent. The test is called the strange situation because it is conducted in a context that is unfamiliar to the child and therefore likely to heighten the child's need for his or her parent. Ainsworth, Blahar, Waters, and Wall, 1978. 41. During the procedure, which lasts about 20 minutes, the parent and the infant are first left alone, while the infant explores the room full of toys. Then a strange adult enters the room and talks for a minute to the parent, after which the parent leaves the room. The stranger stays with the infant for a few minutes, and then the parent again enters and the stranger leaves the room. During the entire session, a video camera records the child's behaviors, which are later coded by trained coders. 6.2.7 Video clip, The Strange Situation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In the strange situation, children are observed responding to the comings and goings of parents and unfamiliar adults in their environments. On the basis of their behaviors, the children are categorized into one of 4 groups, where each group reflects a different kind of attachment relationship with the caregiver. A child with a secure attachment style usually explores freely while the mother is present and engages with the stranger. The sea-hilled may be upset when the mother departs but is also happy to see the mother return. A child with an ambivalent Sometimes called insecure resistant, attachment style is wary about the situation in general, particularly the stranger, and stays close or even clings to the mother rather than exploring the toys. When the mother leaves, the sea-hilled is extremely distressed. 40. Harlow, H. 1958. The Nature of Love. American Psychologist, 13, 573-685. 41. Ainsworth, M.S., Blahar, M.C., Waters, E., and Wall, S. 1978. Patterns of Attachment, a Psychological Study of the Strange Situation. Hillsdale, N.J., Lawrence Earlbaum Associates. 227. And is ambivalent when she returns. The child may rush to the mother but then fail to cling to her when she picks up the child. A child with an avoidant, sometimes called insecure avoidant, attachment style will avoid or ignore the mother, showing little emotion when the mother departs or returns. The child may run away from the mother when she approaches. The sea-hilled will not explore very much, regardless of who is there, and the stranger will not be treated much differently from the mother. Finally, a child with a disorganized attachment style seems to have no consistent way of coping with the stress of the strange situation. The child may cry during the separation but avoid the mother when she returns, or the child may approach the mother but then freeze or fall to the floor. Although some cultural differences in attachment styles have been found, Rothbaum, Wise, Pott, Miyake, and Morelli, 2042. Research has also found that the proportion of children who fall into each of the attachment categories is relatively constant across cultures. See Figure 6.3. Figure 6.3 Proportion of children with different attachment styles. The graph shows the approximate proportion of children who have each of the four attachment styles. These proportions are fairly constant across cultures. 42. Rothbaum, F., Wise, J., Pott, M., Miyake, K., and Morelli, G. 2000. Attachment and Culture, Security in the United States and Japan. American Psychologist, 55, 10, 1093, 1104. 228. You might wonder whether differences in attachment style are determined more by the sea-hilled, nature, or more by the parents, nurture. Most developmental psychologists believe that socialization is primary, arguing that a child becomes securely attached when the mother is available and able to meet the needs of the child in a responsive and appropriate manner, but that the insecure styles occur when the mother is insensitive and responds inconsistently to the child's needs. In a direct test of this idea, Dutch researcher Dimfna van den Boom, 1994, 43 randomly assigned some babies' mothers to a training session in which they learned to better respond to their children's needs. The research found that these mothers' babies were more likely to show a secure attachment style in comparison to the mothers in a control group that did not receive training. But the attachment behavior of the sea-hilled is also likely influenced, at least in part, by temperament, the innate personality characteristics of the infant. Some children are warm, friendly, and responsive, whereas others tend to be more irritable, less manageable, and difficult to console. These differences may also play a role in attachment. Gillett, Shaver, Beck, and Chun, 2008, Cipher, Schiller, Sameroff, Resnick, and Riordan, 1996. 44. Taken together, it seems safe to say that attachment, like most other developmental processes, is affected by an interplay of genetic and socialization influences. Research focus, using a longitudinal research designed to assess the stability of attachment. You might wonder whether the attachment style displayed by infants has much influence later in life. In fact, research has found that the attachment styles of children predict their emotions and their behaviors many years later. Cassidy and Shaver, 1999. 45. Psychologists have studied the persistence of attachment styles over time using longitudinal research designs in which individuals in the sample are followed and contacted over an extended period of time, often over multiple developmental stages. In one such study, Waters, Merrick, Trebo, Crowell, and Albershaim, 2000, 46 examined the extent of stability and change in attachment patterns from infancy to early adulthood. In their research, 60 middle-class infants who had been tested in the strange situation at 1 year of age were recontacted 20 years later and interviewed using a measure of adult attachment. Waters and 43. Van den Boom, D.C. 1994. The influence of temperament and mothering on attachment, an exploration, an experimental manipulation of sensitive responsiveness among lower-class mothers with irritable infants. Child Development, 65, 5, 1457–1476. 44. Gillett, O., Shaver, P.R., Beck, J., M., and Chun, D.S. 2008. Genetic correlates of adult attachment style, personality and social psychology. Bulletin, 34, 10, 1396, 1405, Cipher, R., Schiller, M., Sameroff, A.J., Resnick, S., and Riordan, K. 1996. Attachment, maternal sensitivity, and infant temperament during the first year of life. Developmental Psychology, 32, 1. 12, 25. 45. Cassidy, J.E., and Shaver, P.R.E. 1999. Handbook of Attachment, Theory, Research, and Clinical Applications. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 46. Waters, E., Merrick, S., Trebo, D., Crowell, J., and Albershaim, L. 2000. Attachment Security in Infancy and Early Adulthood, a 20-year longitudinal study. Child Development, 71, 3, 684–689. 229. Colleagues found that 72% of the infants received the same secure versus insecure attachment classification in early adulthood as they had received as infants. The adults who changed categorization, usually from secure to insecure, were primarily those who had experienced traumatic events, such as the death or divorce of parents, severe illnesses, contracted by the parents or the children themselves, or physical or sexual abuse by a family member. In addition to finding that people generally display the same attachment style over time, longitudinal studies have also found that the attachment classification received in infancy, as assessed using the strange situation or other measures, predicts many childhood and adult behaviors. Securely attached infants have closer, more harmonious relationship with peers, are less anxious and aggressive, and are better able to understand others' emotions than are those who were categorized as insecure as infants. Lucas Thompson and Clark Stewart, 2007. 47. And securely attached adolescents also have more positive peer and romantic relationships than their less securely attached counterparts. Carlson, Sroufe, and Egeland, 2004. 48. Conducting longitudinal research is a very difficult task, but one that has substantial rewards. When the sample is large enough and the time frame long enough, the potential findings of a study can provide rich and important information about how people change over time and the causes of those changes. The drawbacks of longitudinal studies include the cost and the difficulty of finding a large sample that can be tracked accurately over time and the time, many years, that it takes to get the data. In addition, because the results are delayed over an extended period, the research questions posed at the beginning of the study may become less relevant over time as the research continues. Cross-sectional research designs represent an alternative to longitudinal designs. In a cross-sectional research design, age comparisons are made between samples of different people at different ages at one time. In one example, Zhang, Livesley, and Vernon, 1996, 49, studied two groups of identical and non-identical, fraternal, twins. One group in their 20s and the other group in their 50s, to determine the influence of genetics on personality. They found that genetics played a more significant role in the older group of twins, suggesting that genetics became more significant for personality in later adulthood. 47. Lucas Thompson, R., and Clark Stewart, K.A. 2007. Forecasting Friendship, How Marital Quality, Maternal Mood, and Attachment Security Are Linked to Children's Peer Relationships. Journal of Applied Developmental Psychology, 28, 5, 6, 499 514. 48. Carlson, E. A., Sroufe, L. A., and Egeland, B. 2004. The Construction of Experience, a longitudinal study of representation and behavior. Child Development, 75, 1, 66, 83. 49. Zhang, K.L., Livesley, W.A., and Vernon, P.A. 1996. The Genetic Basis of Personality at Different Ages, a Cross-Sectional Twin Study. Personality and Individual Differences, 21, 299, 301. 230. Cross-sectional studies have a major advantage in that the scientist does not have to wait for years to pass to get results. On the other hand, the interpretation of the results in a cross-sectional study is not as clear as those from a longitudinal study, in which the same individuals are studied over time. Most important, the interpretations drawn from cross-sectional studies may be confounded by cohort effects. Cohort effects refer to the possibility that differences in cognition or behavior at 2 points in time may be caused by differences that are unrelated to the changes in age. The differences might instead be due to environmental factors that affect an entire age group. For instance, in the study by Zhang, Livesley, and Vernon, 1996, 50 that compared younger and older twins, cohort effects might be a problem. The two groups of adults necessarily grew up in different time periods, and they may have been differentially influenced by societal experiences, such as economic hardship, the presence of wars, or the introduction of new technology. As a result, it is difficult in cross-sectional studies such as this one to determine whether the differences between the groups, for example, in terms of the relative roles of environment and genetics, are due to age or to other factors. Key takeaways. Babies are born with a variety of skills and abilities that contribute to their survival, and they also actively learn by engaging with their environments. The habituation technique is used to demonstrate the newborn's ability to remember and learn from experience. Children use both assimilation and accommodation to develop functioning schemas of the world. Piaget's theory of cognitive development proposes that children develop in a specific series of sequential stages: sensorimotor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. Piaget's theories have had a major impact, but they have also been critiqued and expanded. Social development requires the development of a secure base from which children feel free to explore. Attachment styles refer to the security of this base and more generally to the type of relationship that people, and especially children, develop with those who are important to them. 50. Zhang, K.L., Livesley, W.A., and Vernon, P.A. 1996. The Genetic Basis of Personality at Different Ages, a Cross-Sectional Twin Study. Personality and Individual Differences, 21, 299, 301. 231. Longitudinal and cross-sectional studies are each used to test hypotheses about development, and each approach has advantages and disadvantages. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Give an example of a situation in which you or someone else might show cognitive assimilation and cognitive accommodation. In what cases do you think each process is most likely to occur? 2. Consider some examples of how Piaget's and Vygotsky's theories of cognitive development might be used by teachers who are teaching young children. 3. Consider the attachment styles of some of your friends in terms of their relationships with their parents and other friends. Do you think their style is secure? 6.3 Adolescence, Developing Independence and Identity. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. Summarize the physical and cognitive changes that occur for boys and girls during adolescence. Explain how adolescents develop a sense of morality and of self-identity. Adolescence is defined as the years between the onset of puberty and the beginning of adulthood. In the past, when people were likely to marry in their early 20s or younger, this period might have lasted only 10 years or less, starting roughly between ages 12 and 13 and ending by age 20, at which time the Seahild got a job or went to work on the family farm, married, and started his or her own family. Today, children mature more slowly, move away from home at later ages, and maintain ties with their parents longer. For instance, children may go away to college but still receive financial support from parents, and they may come home on weekends or even to live or extended time periods. Thus the period between puberty and adulthood may well last into the late 20s, merging into adulthood itself. In fact, it is appropriate now to consider the period of adolescence and that of emerging adulthood, the ages between 18 and the middle or late 20s, together. During adolescence, the child continues to grow physically, cognitively, and emotionally, changing from a child into an adult. The body grows rapidly in size and the sexual and reproductive organs become fully functional. At the same time, as adolescents develop more advanced patterns of reasoning and a stronger sense of self, they seek to forge their own identities, developing important attachments with 232 people other than their parents. Particularly in Western societies, where the need to forge a new independence is critical. Baumeister and Tice, 1986, Twing, 2006, 51. This period can be stressful for many children, as it involves new emotions, the need to develop new social relationships, and an increasing sense of responsibility and independence. Although adolescence can be a time of stress for many teenagers, most of them weather the trials and tribulations successfully. For example, the majority of adolescents experiment with alcohol sometime before high school graduation. Although many will have been drunk at least once, relatively few teenagers will develop long-lasting drinking problems or permit alcohol to adversely affect their school or personal relationships. Similarly, a great many teenagers break the law during adolescence, but very few young people develop criminal careers. Farrington, 1995. 52. These facts do not, however, mean that using drugs or alcohol is a good idea. The use of recreational drugs can have substantial negative consequences, and the likelihood of these problems, including dependence, addiction, and even brain damage, is significantly greater for young adults who begin using drugs at an early age. 6.3.1 Physical changes in adolescence. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Adolescence begins with the onset of puberty, a developmental period in which hormonal changes cause rapid physical alterations in the body, culminating in sexual maturity. Although the timing varies to some degree across cultures, the average age range for reaching puberty is between 9 and 14 years for girls and between 10 and 17 years for boys. Marshall and Tanner, 1986. 53. Puberty begins when the pituitary gland begins to stimulate the production of the male sex hormone testosterone in boys and the female sex hormones estrogen and progesterone in girls. The release of these sex hormones triggers the development of the primary sex characteristics, the sex organs concerned with reproduction, figure 6.4. These changes include the enlargement of the testicles and the penis in boys and the development of the ovaries, uterus, and vagina in girls. In addition, secondary sex characteristics, features that distinguish the two sexes from each other but are not involved in reproduction, are also developing, such as an enlarged Adam's apple, a deeper voice, and pubic and underarm hair in boys, and enlargement of the breasts, hips, and the appearance of pubic and underarm hair in girls, figure 6.4. The enlargement of breasts is usually the first sign of puberty in girls and, on average, occurs between ages 10 and 12. Marshall and Tanner, 1986. 54. Boys typically begin to grow facial hair. 51. Baumeister, R.F., and Tice, D.M. 1986. How Adolescence Became the Struggle for Self, a Historical Transformation of Psychological Development. In J. Sauls and A. G. Greenwald, eds. Psychological Perspectives on the Self, Volume 3, pages 183-201. Hillsdale, N.J., Lawrence Earlbaum Associates, Twing, J.M. 2006. Generation Me, Why Today's Young Americans Are More Confident, Assertive, Entitled and More Miserable Than Ever Before. New York, New York, Free Press. 52. Farrington, D.P. 1995. The Challenge of Teenage Antisocial Behavior. In M. Rutter and M. E. Rutter, eds. Psychosocial Disturbances in Young People, Challenges for Prevention, pages 83-130. New York, New York, Cambridge University Press. 53. Marshall, W.A., and Tanner, J.M. 1986. Puberty. In F. Faulkner and J.M. Tanner, eds. Human Growth, a Comprehensive Treatise, 2nd ed., pages 171-209. New York, New York, Plenum Press. 54. Marshall, W.A., and Tanner, J.M. 1986. Puberty. In F. Faulkner and J.M. Tanner, eds. Human Growth, a Comprehensive Treatise, 2nd ed., pages 171-209. New York, New York, Plenum Press. 233. Between ages 14 and 16, and both boys and girls experience a rapid growth spurt. During this stage, the growth spurt for girls usually occurs earlier than that for boys, with some boys continuing to grow into their 20s. Figure 6.4 Sex characteristics. Puberty brings dramatic changes in the body, including the development of primary and secondary sex characteristics. A major milestone in puberty for girls is menarche, the first menstrual period, typically experienced at around 12 or 13 years of age. Anderson, Daniel, and Must, 2003. 55. The age of menarche varies substantially and is determined by genetics, as well as by diet and lifestyle, since a certain amount of body fat is needed to attain menarche. Girls who are very slim, who engage in strenuous athletic activities, or who are malnourished may begin to menstruate later. Even after menstruation begins, girls whose level of body fat drops below the critical level may stop having their periods. The sequence of events for puberty is more predictable than the age at which they occur. Some girls may begin to grow pubic hair at age 10 but not attain menarche until age 15. In boys, facial hair may not appear until 10 years after the initial onset of puberty. The timing of puberty in both boys and girls can have significant psychological consequences. Boys who mature earlier attain some social advantages because they are taller and stronger, and, therefore, often more popular. Lynn, Graeber, Nichols, Brooks Gunn, and Butvan, 2007. 56. At the same time, however, early maturing boys are 55. Anderson, S.E., Daniel, G.E., and Must, A. 2003. Relative weight and race influence average age at menarche. Results from 2 nationally representative surveys of U.S. girls studied 25 years apart. Pediatrics, 111, 844-850. 56. Lynn, S.D., Graeber, J.A., Nichols, T.R., Brooks Gunn, J., and Butvan, G.J. 2007. Links between pubertal timing, peer influences, and externalizing behaviors among urban students followed through middle school. Journal of Adolescent Health, 40, 181E7 181E13, p. 198. 234. At greater risk for delinquency and are more likely than their peers to engage in antisocial behaviors including drug and alcohol use, truancy, and precocious sexual activity. Girls who mature early may find their maturity stressful, particularly if they experience teasing or sexual harassment. Mendel, Turkheimer, and Emery, 2007. Peskovitz and Walvord, 2007. 57. Early maturing girls are also more likely to have emotional problems, a lower self-image, and higher rates of depression, anxiety, and disordered eating than their peers. G.E., Conger, and Elder, 1996. 58. 6.3.2 Cognitive Development in Adolescence. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although the most rapid cognitive changes occur during childhood, the brain continues to develop throughout adolescence, and even into the 20s. Weinberger, Elvevog, and Gid, 2005. 59. During adolescence, the brain continues to form new neural connections, but also casts off unused neurons and connections. Blakemore, 2008. 60. As teenagers mature, the prefrontal cortex, the area of the brain responsible for reasoning, planning, and problem-solving, also continues to develop. Goldberg, 2001. 61. And myelin, the fatty tissue that forms around axons and neurons, and helps speed transmissions between different regions of the brain, also continues to grow. Rappaport et. Alabama, 1999. 62. Adolescents often seem to act impulsively, rather than thoughtfully, and this may be in part because the development of the prefrontal cortex is, in general, slower than the development of the emotional parts of the brain, including the limbic system. Blakemore, 2008. 63. Furthermore, the hormonal surge that is associated with puberty, which primarily influences emotional responses, may create strong emotions and lead to impulsive behavior. It has been hypothesized that adolescents may engage in risky behavior, such as smoking, drug use, dangerous driving, and unprotected sex, in part because they have not yet fully acquired the mental ability to curb impulsive behavior or to make entirely rational judgments. Steinberg, 2007. 64. The new cognitive abilities that are attained during adolescence may also give rise to new feelings of egocentrism, in which adolescents believe that they can do anything, and that they know better than anyone else, including their parents. Alkind, 1978, p. 199. 65. Teenagers are likely to be highly self-conscious, often creating an 57. Mendel, J., Turkheimer, E., and Emery, R.E. 2007. Detrimental psychological outcomes associated with early pubertal timing in adolescent girls. Developmental Review, 27, 151, 171, Peskovitz, O.H., and Walvord, E.C. 2007. When puberty is precocious, scientific and clinical aspects. Totawa, N.J., Humana Press. 58. G.E., X., Conger, R.D., and Elder, G.H., Jr. 1996. Coming of age too early, pubertal influences on girls' vulnerability to psychological distress. Child Development, 67, 6, 3386, 3400. 59. Weinberger, Dr., Elvebug, B., and Gid, J.N. 2005. The Adolescent Brain, a Work in Progress. National Campaign to Prevent Teen Pregnancy. Retrieved from www.thenationalcampaign.org/resources/pdf/brain-pdf. 60. Blakemore, S.J. 2008. Development of the Social Brain During Adolescence, Quarterly Journal of Experimental Psychology, 61, 40, 49. 61. Goldberg, E. 2001. The Executive Brain, Frontal Lobes and the Civilized Mind. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 62. Rappaport, J.L., Gid, J.N., Blumenthal, J., Hamburger, S., Jeffries, N., Fernandez, T., Evans, A. 1999. Progressive cortical change during adolescence in childhood-onset schizophrenia, a longitudinal magnetic resonance imaging study. Archives of General Psychiatry, 56, 7, 649, 654. 63. Blakemore, S.J. 2008. Development of the Social Brain During Adolescence, Quarterly Journal of Experimental Psychology, 61, 40, 49. 64. Steinberg, L. 2007. Risk-Taking in Adolescence, New Perspectives from Brain and Behavioral Science. Current Directions. In Psychological Science, 16, 55, 59. 65. Elkind, D. 1978. The Child's Reality, 3 Developmental Themes. Hillsdale, N.J., Lawrence Earlbaum Associates. 235. Imaginary audience in which they feel that everyone is constantly watching them. Goossens, Bayers, Emin, and Van Aken, 2002. 66. Because teens think so much about themselves, they mistakenly believe that others must be thinking about them, too. Riesek, Stir, McDermott, Benker, and Swartz, 1998. 67. It is no wonder that everything a teen's parents do suddenly feels embarrassing to them when they are in public. 6.3.3 Social Development in Adolescence. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Some of the most important changes that occur during adolescence involve the further development of the self-concept and the development of new attachments. Whereas young children are most strongly attached to their parents, the important attachments of adolescence move increasingly away from parents and increasingly toward peers. Harris, 1998. 68. As a result, parents' influence diminishes at this stage. According to Erickson, Table 6.1, the main social task of the adolescent is the search for a unique identity, the ability to answer the question, "Who am I?" In the search for identity, the adolescent may experience role confusion in which he or she is balancing or choosing among identities, taking on negative or undesirable identities, or temporarily giving up looking for an identity altogether if things are not going well. One approach to assessing identity development was proposed by James Marcia, 1980, 69. In his approach, adolescents are asked questions regarding their exploration of a commitment to issues related to occupation, politics, religion, and sexual behavior. The responses to the questions allow the researchers to classify the adolescent into one of 4 identity categories. See Table 6.4. Identity, diffusion, status. The individual does not have firm commitments regarding the issues in question and is not making progress toward them. Foreclosure, status. The individual has not engaged in any identity experimentation and has established an identity based on the choices or values of others. Moratorium, status. The individual is exploring various choices but has not yet made a clear commitment to any of them. Table 6.4. James Marcia's Stages of Identity Development. 66. Goossens, L., Bayers, W., Emmen, M., and Van Aken, M. 2002. The Imaginary Audience and Personal Fable, Factor Analyses and Concurrent Validity of the New Look Measures Journal of Research on Adolescence, 12, 2, 193-15. 67. Resek, R.F., Stir, S.L., McDermott, J., Benker, J., and Swartz, M.D. 1998. Adolescent Egocentrism and Cognitive Functioning During Late Adolescence. Adolescence, 33, 746-750. 68. Harris, J. 1998, The Nurture Assumption: Why Children Turn Out the Way They Do. New York, New York, Free Press. 69. Marcia, J. 1980. Identity in Adolescence. Handbook of Adolescent Psychology, 5, 145-160. 236. Identity. Achievement. Status. The individual has attained a coherent and committed identity based on personal decisions. Table 6.4. James Marcia's Stages of Identity Development. Source: adapted from Marcia, J. 1980. Identity in Adolescence. Handbook of Adolescent Psychology, 5, 145-160. Studies assessing how teens pass through Marcia's stages show that, although most teens eventually succeed in developing a stable identity, the path to it is not always easy and there are many routes that can be taken. Some teens may simply adopt the beliefs of their parents or the first role that is offered to them, perhaps at the expense of searching for other, more promising possibilities. Foreclosure status. Other teens may spend years trying on different possible identities, moratorium status, before finally choosing one. To help them work through the process of developing an identity, teenagers may well try out different identities in different social situations. They may maintain one identity at home and a different type of persona when they are with their peers. Eventually, most teenagers do integrate the different possibilities into a single self concept and a comfortable sense of identity, achievement status. For teenagers, the peer group provides valuable information about the self-concept. For instance, in response to the question, "What were you like as a teenager?" For example, "Cool, nerdy, awkward," posed on the website AnswerBag, one teenager replied in this way: "I'm still a teenager now, but from 8th, 9th grade didn't really know what I wanted at all. IWAs. Smart, so I hung out with the nerdy kids. I still do, my friends mean the world to me. But in the middle of 8th I started hanging out with whom you may call the cool kids, and I also hung out with some stoners, just for variety. I pierced various parts of my body and kept my grades up. Now, I'm just trying to find who I am. I'm even doing my sophomore year in China so I can get a better view of what I want." AnswerBag, 2007, 70. Responses like this one demonstrate the extent to which adolescents are developing their self-concepts and self-identities, and how they rely on peers to help them do that. The writer here is trying out several, perhaps conflicting, identities, and the identities any teen experiments with are defined by the group the person chooses to be a part of. The friendship groups, cliques, crowds, or gangs that are such an important part of the adolescent experience allow the young adult to try out different identities, and these groups provide a sense of belonging and acceptance. Rubin, Bukowski, and Parker, 2006. 71. A big part of what the adolescent is learning is social identity, the part of the self-concept that is derived from one's group memberships. Adolescents define their social identities according to how they are similar to and 70. AnswerBag, 2007, March 20. What were you like as a teenager? For example, cool, nerdy, awkward. Retrieved from http://q_view/171753. 71. Rubin, K.H., Bukowski, W.M., and Parker, J.G. 2006. Peer interactions, relationships, and groups. In N. Eisenberg, W. Damon, and R. M. Lerner, eds. Handbook of Child Psychology, Social, Emotional, and Personality Development, 6th ed. Volume 3, pages 571-645. Hoboken, N.J., John Wiley & Sons. 237. Differ from others, finding meaning in the sports, religious, school, gender, and ethnic categories they belong to. 6.3.4 Developing Moral Reasoning, Kohlberg's Theory. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The independence that comes with adolescence requires independent thinking as well as the development of morality standards of behavior that are generally agreed on within a culture to be right or proper. Just as Piaget believed that children's cognitive development follows specific patterns, Lawrence Kohlberg, 1984, 72 argued that children learn their moral values through active thinking and reasoning, and that moral development follows a series of stages. To study moral development, Kohlberg posed moral dilemmas to children, teenagers, and adults, such as the following. A man's wife is dying of cancer, and there is only one drug that can save her. The only place to get the drug is at the store of a pharmacist who is known to overcharge people for drugs. The man can only pay $1,000, but the pharmacist wants $2,000, and refuses to sell it to him for less, or to let him pay later. Desperate, Theman later breaks into the pharmacy and steals the medicine. Should have done that. Was it right or wrong? Why? Kohlberg, 1984, 73. 6.3.5 Video clip, people being interviewed about Kohlberg's stages. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. As you can see in Table 6.5, Kohlberg concluded, on the basis of their responses to the moral questions, that, as children develop intellectually, they pass through 3 stages of moral thinking: the pre-conventional level, the conventional level, and the post-conventional level. Age moral stage description. Young children. Pre-conventional morality. Until about the age of 9. Children focus on self-interest. At this stage, punishment is avoided, and rewards are sought. A person at this level will argue, the man. Table 6.5 Lawrence Kohlberg's stages of moral reasoning. 72. Kohlberg, L. 1984. The Psychology of Moral Development, Essays on Moral Development, Volume 2, p. 200. San Francisco. C.A., Harper and Row. 73. Kohlberg, L. 1984. The Psychology of Moral Development, Essays on Moral Development, Volume 2, p. 200. San Francisco. C.A., Harper and Row. 238. Age moral stage description. Shouldn't steal the drug, as he may get caught and go to jail. Older children. Adolescents. Most adults. Conventional morality. By early adolescence, the child begins to care about how situational outcomes impact others and wants to please and be accepted. At this developmental phase, people are able to value the good that can be derived from holding to social norms in the form of laws or less formalized rules. For example, a person at this level may say he should not steal the drug, as everyone will see him as a thief, and his wife, who needs the drug, wouldn't want to be cured because of thievery, or no matter what, he should obey the law because stealing is a crime. Many adults post-conventional morality. At this stage, individuals employ abstract reasoning to justify behaviors. Moral behavior is based on self-chosen ethical principles that are generally comprehensive and universal, such as justice, dignity, and equality. Someone with self-chosen principles may say, the man should steal the drug to cure his wife and then tell the authorities that he. Table 6.5 Lawrence Kohlberg's Stages of Moral Reasoning 239. Age moral stage description. Has done so. He may have to pay a penalty, but at least he has saved a human life. Table 6.5 Lawrence Kohlberg's Stages of Moral Reasoning. Although research has supported Kohlberg's idea that moral reasoning changes from an early emphasis on punishment and social rules and regulations to an emphasis on more general ethical principles, as with Piaget's approach, Kohlberg's stage model is probably too simple. For one, children may use higher levels of reasoning for some types of problems, but revert to lower levels in situations where doing so is more consistent with their goals or beliefs. Rest, 1979. 74. Second, it has been argued that the stage model is particularly appropriate for Western, rather than non-Western, samples in which allegiance to social norms, such as respect for authority, may be particularly important. Haidt, 2001. 75. And there is frequently little correlation between how children score on the moral stages and how they behave in real life. Perhaps the most important critique of Kohlberg's theory is that it may describe the moral development of boys better than it describes that of girls. Carol Gilligan, 1982, 76, has argued that, because of differences in their socialization, males tend to value principles of justice and rights, whereas females value caring for and helping others. Although there is little evidence that boys and girls score differently on Kohlberg's stages of moral development, Turiel, 1998, 77. It is true that girls and women tend to focus more on issues of caring, helping, and connecting with others than do boys and men. Jaffe and Hyde, 2000. 78. If you don't believe this, ask yourself when you last got a thank you note from a man. 74. Rest, J. 1979. Development in Judging Moral Issues. Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press. 75. Haight, J. 2001. The Emotional Dog and Its Rational Tail, A Social Intuitionist Approach to Moral Judgment. Psychological Review, 108, 4, 814 834. 76. Gilligan, C. 1982. In a Different Voice, Psychological Theory and Women's Development. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press. 77. Turiel, E. 1998. The Development of Morality. In W. Damon, edition, Handbook of Child Psychology, Socialization, 5th ed. Volume 3, pages 863-932. New York, New York, John Wiley & Sons. 78. Jaffe, S., and Hyde, J.S. 2000. Gender Differences in Moral Orientation, a Meta-Analysis. Psychological Bulletin, 126, 5. 703-726. 240. Key Takeaways. Adolescence is the period of time between the onset of puberty and emerging adulthood. Emerging adulthood is the period from age 18 years until the mid-20s in which young people begin to form bonds outside the family, attend college, and find work. Even so, they tend not to be fully independent and have not taken on all the responsibilities of adulthood. This stage is most prevalent in Western cultures. Puberty is a developmental period in which hormonal changes cause rapid physical alterations in the body. The cerebral cortex continues to develop during adolescence and early adulthood, enabling improved reasoning, judgment, impulse control, and long-term planning. A defining aspect of adolescence is the development of a consistent and committed self-identity. The process of developing an identity can take time, but most adolescents succeed in developing a stable identity. Kohlberg's theory proposes that moral reasoning is divided into the following stages: pre-conventional morality, conventional morality, and post-conventional morality. Kohlberg's theory of morality has been expanded and challenged, particularly by Gilligan, who has focused on differences in morality between boys and girls. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Based on what you learned in this chapter, do you think that people should be allowed to drive at age 16? Why or why not? At what age? Do you think they should be allowed to vote and to drink alcohol? 2. Think about your experiences in high school. What sort of cliques or crowds were there? How did people express their identities in these groups? How did you use your groups to define yourself and develop your own identity? 241. 6.4 Early and Middle Adulthood, Building Effective Lives. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objective 1. Review the physical and cognitive changes that accompany early and Middle adulthood. Until the 1970s, psychologists tended to treat adulthood as a single developmental stage, with few or no distinctions made among the various periods that we pass through between adolescence and death. Present-day psychologists realize, however, that physical, cognitive, and emotional responses continue to develop throughout life, with corresponding changes in our social needs and desires. Thus the three stages of early adulthood, middle adulthood, and late adulthood each has its own physical, cognitive, and social challenges. In this section, we will consider the development of our cognitive and physical aspects that occur during early adulthood and middle adulthood, roughly the ages between 25 and 45 and between 45 and 65, respectively. These stages represent a long period of time, longer, in fact, than any of the other developmental stages, and the bulk of our lives is spent in them. These are also the periods in which most of us make our most substantial contributions to society, by meeting two of Erik Erikson's life challenges. We learn to give and receive love in a close, long-term relationship, and we develop an interest in guiding the development of the next generation, often by becoming parents. Psychology in everyday life. What makes a good parent? One thing that you may have wondered about as you grew up, and which you may start to think about again if you decide to have children yourself, concerns the skills involved in parenting. Some parents are strict, others are lax. Some parents spend a lot of time with their kids, trying to resolve their problems and helping to keep them out of dangerous situations, whereas others leave their children with nannies or in daycare. Some parents hug and kiss their kids and say that they love them over and over every day, whereas others never do. Do these behaviors matter? And what makes a good parent? We have already considered two answers to this question, in the form of what all children require. 1. Babies need a conscientious mother who does not smoke, drink, or use drugs during her pregnancy, and 2. Infants need caretakers who are consistently available, loving, and supportive to help them form a secure base. One case in which these basic goals are less likely to be met is when the mother is an 242. Adolescent. Adolescent mothers are more likely to use drugs and alcohol during their pregnancies, to have poor parenting skills in general, and to provide insufficient support for the child. Ekus, Christensen, and Hyen, 2004. 79. As a result, the babies of adolescent mothers have higher rates of academic failure, delinquency, and incarceration in comparison to children of older mothers. Moore and Brooks Gunn, 2002. 80. Normally, it is the mother who provides early attachment, but fathers are not irrelevant. In fact, studies have found that children whose fathers are more involved tend to be more cognitively and socially competent, more empathic, and psychologically better adjusted, compared with children whose fathers are less involved. Rollner and Veneziano, 2001. 81. In fact, Amato, 1994, 82 found that, in some cases, the role of the father can be as or even more important than that of the mother in the child's overall psychological health and well-being. Amato concluded, regardless of the quality of the mother-child relationship, the closer adult offspring were to their fathers, the happier, more satisfied, and less distressed they reported being. P. 1039. As the child grows, parents take on one of four types of parenting styles: parental behaviors that determine nature of parent-child interactions and that guide their interaction with the child. These styles depend on whether the parent is more or less demanding and more or less responsive to the child. See Figure 6. 5. Authoritarian parents are demanding but not responsive. They impose rules and expect obedience, tending to give orders, eat your food, and enforcing their commands with rewards and punishment, without providing any explanation of where the rules came from, except because I said so. Permissive parents, on the other hand, tend to make few demands and give little punishment. But they are responsive in the sense that they generally allow their children to make their own rules. Authoritative parents are demanding. You must be home by curfew, but they are also responsive to the needs and opinions of the child. Let's discuss what an appropriate curfew might be. They set rules and enforce them, but they also explain and discuss the reasons behind the rules. Finally, neglecting parents are undemanding and unresponsive. 79. Ekus, C., Christensen, K., and Hyen, A. 2004. Unintentional and violent injuries among school children of teenage mothers in Sweden, a national cohort study. Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health, 58, 8. 680-685. 80. Moore, M.R., and Brooks Gunn, J. 2002. Adolescent Parenthood. In M. H. Bornstein, edition, Handbook of Parenting, Being and Becoming a Parent, 2nd ed., Volume 3, pages 173-14. Mawa, N.J., Lawrence Earl Baum. Associates. 81. Rollner, R.P., and Veneziano, R.A. 2001. The Importance of Father Love, History and Contemporary Evidence. Review of General Psychology, 5, 4, 382-405. 82. Amato, P.R. 1994. Father-child relations, mother-child relations, and offspring psychological well-being in adulthood. Journal of Marriage and the Family, 56, 1031-1042. 243. Overall. Figure 6.5. Parenting styles. Parenting styles can be divided into four types, based on the combination of demandingness and responsiveness. The authoritative style, characterized by both responsiveness and also demandingness, is the most effective. Many studies of children and their parents, using different methods, measures, and samples have reached the same conclusion, namely, that authoritative parenting, in comparison to the other three styles, is associated with a wide range of psychological and social advantages for children. Parents who use the authoritative style, with its combination of demands on the children, as well as responsiveness to the children's needs, have kids who have better psychological adjustment, school performance, and psychosocial maturity, compared with parents who use the other styles. Baumrind, 1996, Gralnick and Ryan, 1989. 83. On the other hand, there are at least some cultural differences in the effectiveness of different parenting styles. Although the reasons for the differences are not completely understood, strict authoritarian parenting styles seem to work better in African American families than in European American families. Tamis Lemunda, Briggs, McClary, and Snow. 83. Baumrind, D. 1996. The Discipline Controversy Revisited. Family Relations, 45, 4, 405 414, Gralnick, W.S., and Ryan, R.M. 1989. Parent styles associated with children's self-regulation and competence in school. Journal of Educational Psychology, 81, 2, 143, 154. 244. 2008, 84, and better in Chinese families than in American families. Chong, Lansford, Schwartz, and Farber, 2004. 85. Despite the fact that different parenting styles are differentially effective overall, every child is different and parents must be adaptable. Some children have particularly difficult temperaments, and these children require more parenting. Because these difficult children demand more parenting, the behaviors of the parents matter more for the children's development than they do for other less demanding children who require less parenting overall. Plus and Belsky, 2010. 86. These findings remind us how the behavior of the child can influence the behavior of the people in his or her environment. Although the focus is on the child, the parents must never forget about each other. Parenting is time-consuming and emotionally taxing, and the parents must work together to create a relationship in which both mother and father contribute to the household tasks and support each other. It is also important for the parents to invest time in their own intimacy, as happy parents are more likely to stay together, and divorce has a profoundly negative impact on children, particularly during and immediately after the divorce. Burt, Barnes, McGew, and Iaconen, 2008, G.E., Natswaki, and Conger, 2006. 87. 6.4.1 Physical and cognitive changes in early and middle adulthood. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Compared with the other stages, the physical and cognitive changes that occur in the stages of early and middle adulthood are less dramatic. As individuals pass into their 30s and 40s, their recovery from muscular strain becomes more prolonged, and their sensory abilities may become somewhat diminished, at least when compared with their prime years, during the teens and early 20s. Pano, 2004. 88 Visual acuity diminishes somewhat, and many people in their late 30s and early 40s begin to notice that their eyes are changing and they need eyeglasses. Adults in their 30s and 40s may also begin to suffer some hearing loss because of damage to the hair cells, cilia, in the 84. Tamis Lemunda, C.S., Briggs, R.D., McClary, S.G., and Snow, D.L. 2008. Challenges to the Study of African American Parenting, Conceptualization, Sampling, Research Approaches, Measurement, and Design. Parenting Science and Practice, 8, 4, 319 358. 85. Chong, L., Lansford, J. E., Schwartz, D., and Farver, J. M. 2004. Marital Quality, Maternal Depressed Effect, Harsh Parenting, and Child Externalizing in Hong Kong Chinese Families International Journal of Behavioral Development, 28, 4, 311, 318. 86. Plus, M., and Belsky, J. 2010. Differential Susceptibility to Parenting and Quality Child Care. Developmental Psychology, 46, 2, 379 390. 87. Burt, S. A., Barnes, A. R., McGew, M., and Iacono, W. G. 2008. Parental Divorce and Adolescent Delinquency. Ruling Out the Impact of Common Genes. Developmental Psychology, 44, 6, 1668 1677, G. E., X., Natswaki, M. N. and Conger, R. D. 2006. Trajectories of Depressive Symptoms and Stressful Life Events Among Male and Female Adolescents in Divorced and Non-Divorced Families. Development and Psychopathology, 18, 1, 253-73. 88. Pano, J. 2004. Aging, Theories and Potential Therapies. New York, New York, Facts on File Publishers. 245. Inner Ear, Lacherfauger and Demani, 2005. 89. And it is during middle adulthood that many people first begin to suffer from ailments such as high cholesterol and high blood pressure as well as low bone density. Shelton, 2006. 90. Corresponding to changes in our physical abilities, our cognitive and sensory abilities also seem to show some, but not dramatic, decline during this stage. 6.4.2 Menopause. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The stages of both early and middle adulthood bring about a gradual decline in fertility, particularly for women. Eventually, women experience menopause, the cessation of the menstrual cycle, which usually occurs at around age 50. Menopause occurs because of the gradual decrease in the production of the female sex hormones estrogen and progesterone, which slows the production and release of eggs into the uterus. Women whose menstrual cycles have stopped for 12 consecutive months are considered to have entered menopause. Minkin and Wright, 2004. 91. Researchers have found that women's responses to menopause are both social as well as physical, and that they vary substantially across both individuals and cultures. Within individuals, some women may react more negatively to menopause, worrying that they have lost their femininity and that their final chance to bear children is over. Whereas other women may regard menopause more positively, focusing on the new freedom from menstrual discomfort and unwanted pregnancy. In Western cultures, such as in the United States, women are likely to see menopause as a challenging and potentially negative event, whereas in India, where older women enjoy more social privileges than do younger ones, menopause is more positively regarded. Avis and Crawford, 2008. 92. Menopause may have evolutionary benefits. Infants have better chances of survival when their mothers are younger and have more energy to care for them, and the presence of older women who do not have children of their own to care for, but who can help out with raising grandchildren, can be beneficial to the family group. Also, consistent with the idea of an evolutionary benefit of menopause is that the decline in fertility occurs primarily for women, who do most of the sea-hilled care and who need the energy of youth to accomplish it. If older women were able to have children, they might not be as able to effectively care for them. Most men never completely lose their fertility, but they do experience a gradual decrease in testosterone levels, sperm count, and speed of erection and ejaculation. 89. Lacher-Faugerer, S., and Domani, L. 2005. Consequences of cochlear damage for the detection of interoral phase differences. Journal of the Acoustical Society of America, 118, 2519 2526. 90. Sheldon, H. M. 2006. High blood pressure. Whitefish, M. T., Kessinger Publishers. 91. Minkin, M. J., and Wright, C. V. 2004. A Woman's Guide to Menopause and Perimenopause. New Haven, CT, Yale University Press. 92. Avis, N.E., and Crawford, S. 2008. Cultural differences in symptoms and attitudes toward menopause. Menopause Management, 17, 3, 8, 13. 246. 6.4.3 Social changes in early and middle adulthood. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Perhaps the major marker of adulthood is the ability to create an effective and independent life. Whereas children and adolescents are generally supported by parents, adults must make their own living and must start their own families. Furthermore, the needs of adults are different from those of younger persons. Although the timing of the major life events that occur in early and middle adulthood vary substantially across individuals, they nevertheless tend to follow a general sequence, known as a social clock. The social clock refers to the culturally preferred right time for major life events, such as moving out of the childhood house, getting married, and having children. People who do not appear to be following the social clock, for example, young adults who still live with their parents, individuals who never marry, and couples who choose not to have children, may be seen as unusual or deviant, and they may be stigmatized by others. De Paulo, 2006, Rook, Catalano, and Dooley, 1989. 93. Although they are doing it later, on average, than they did even 20 or 30 years ago. Most people do eventually marry. Marriage is beneficial to the partners, both in terms of mental health and physical health. People who are married report greater life satisfaction than those who are not married and also suffer fewer health problems. Gallagher and Waite, 2001, Liu and Umberson, 2008. 94. Divorce is more common now than it was 50 years ago. In 2003, almost half of marriages in the United States ended in divorce. Bureau of the Census, 2007, 95. Although about 3/4 of people who divorce will remarry, most divorces occur for couples in their 20s, because younger people are frequently not mature enough to make good marriage choices or to make marriages last. Marriages are more successful for older adults and for those with more education. Goodwin, Mosher, and Chandra, 2010. 96. Parenthood also involves a major and long-lasting commitment, and one that can cause substantial stress on the parents. The time and finances invested in children create stress, which frequently results in decreased marital satisfaction. Twing, Campbell, and Foster, 2003. 97. This decline is especially true for women, who bear the larger part of the burden of raising the children and taking care of the house, despite the fact they increasingly also work and have careers. 93. De Paulo, B.M. 2006. Singled Out: How Singles Are Stereotyped, Stigmatized, and Ignored, and Still Live Happily Ever After. New York, New York, Street. Martin's Press, Rook, K.S., Catalano, R.C., and Dooley, D. 1989. The timing of major life events, effects of departing from the social clock. American Journal of Community Psychology, 17, to 23 to 58. 94. Gallagher, M., and Waite, L.J. 2001. The Case for Marriage: Why Married People Are Happier, Healthier, and Better Off Financially. New York, New York, Random House, Liu, H. and Umberson, D. 2008. The times they are a change in marital status and health differentials from 1972 to 2003. Journal of Health and Social Behavior, 49, 239-53. 95. Bureau of the Census. 2007. Statistical Abstract of the United States 2006, p. 218. Washington, D.C., U.S. Government. Printing Office. 96. Goodwin, P.Y., Mosher, W.D., Chandra A. 2010, February. Marriage and Cohabitation in the United States, a Statistical Portrait based on Cycle 6, 2002, of the National Survey of Family Growth. Vital Health Statistics 23, 28, 145. Retrieved from National Center for Health Statistics, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, website, http://www.cdc.gov/ nchs/data/series/sr_23/sr23_028 PDF. 97. Twing, J., Campbell, W., and Foster, C. 2003. Parenthood and Marital Satisfaction, a Meta-Analytic Review. Journal of Marriage and Family, 65, 3, 574, 583. 247. Despite the challenges of early and middle adulthood, the majority of middle-aged adults are not unhappy. These years are often very satisfying, as families have been established, careers have been entered into, and some percentage of life goals has been realized. Ide and Larson, 2008. 98. Key takeaways. It is in early and middle adulthood that muscle strength, reaction time, cardiac output, and sensory abilities begin to decline. One of the key signs of aging in women is the decline in fertility, culminating in menopause, which is marked by the cessation of the menstrual period. The different social stages in adulthood, such as marriage, parenthood, and work, are loosely determined by a social clock, a culturally recognized time for each phase. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Compare your behavior, values, and attitudes regarding marriage, and work to the attitudes of your parents and grandparents. In what way are your values similar? In what ways are they different? 2. Draw a timeline of your own planned or preferred social clock. What factors do you think will make it more or less likely that you will be able to follow the timeline? 6.5 Late adulthood, aging, retiring, and bereavement. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Review the physical, cognitive, and social changes that accompany late adulthood. 2. Describe the psychological and physical outcomes of bereavement. We have seen that, over the course of their lives, most individuals are able to develop secure attachments, reason cognitively, socially, and morally, and create families, and find appropriate careers. Eventually, however, as people enter into their 60s and beyond, the aging process leads to faster changes in our physical, cognitive, and social capabilities and needs, and life begins to come to its natural conclusion, resulting in the final life stage, beginning in the 60s, known as late adulthood. Despite the fact that the body and mind are slowing, most older adults nevertheless maintain an active lifestyle, remain as happy or are happier than when they were 98. Ide, M., and Larson, R.J. eds. 2008. The Science of Subjective Well-Being. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 248. Younger, and increasingly value their social connections with family and friends. Angner, Ray, Saag, and Allison, 2009. 99 Kennedy, Mather, and Carstensen, 2004, 100. Found that people's memories of their lives became more positive with age, and Myers and Diener, 1996, 101 found that older adults tended to speak more positively about events in their lives, particularly their relationships with friends and family, than did younger adults. 6.5.1 Cognitive Changes During Aging. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The changes associated with aging do not affect everyone in the same way, and they do not necessarily interfere with a healthy life. Former Beatles drummer Ringo Starr celebrated his 70th birthday in 2010 by playing at Radio City Music Hall, and Rolling Stones singer Mick Jagger, who once supposedly said, "I'd rather be dead than singing." Satisfaction at 45, continues to perform as he pushes 70. The golfer Tom Watson almost won the 2010 British Open golf tournament at the age of 59, playing against competitors in their 20s and 30s. And people such as the financier Warren Buffett, U.S. Senator Frank Lautenberg, and actress Betty White, each in their 80s, all enjoy highly productive and energetic lives. Researchers are beginning to better understand the factors that allow some people to age better than others. For one, research has found that the people who are best able to adjust well to changing situations early in life are also able to better adjust later in life. Rubin, 2007, Srouth, Collins, Egeland, and Carlson, 2009. 102 Perceptions also matter. People who believe that the elderly are sick, vulnerable, and grumpy often act according to such beliefs. Nemers, 2005, 103, and Levy, Slade, Kunkel, and Castle, 2002. 104 found that the elderly who had more positive perceptions about aging also lived longer. In one important study concerning the role of expectations on memory, Becca Levy and Ellen Langer, 1994, 105 found that, although young American and Chinese students performed equally well on cognitive tasks, older Americans performed significantly more poorly on those tasks than did their Chinese counterparts. Furthermore, this difference was explained by beliefs about aging in both cultures. The older adults who believed that memory declined with age also showed more actual memory declines than did the older adults who believed that memory did not decline with age. In addition, more older Americans than older Chinese believed that memory declined. 99. Angner, E., Ray, M.N., Saag, K.G., and Allison, J.J. 2009. Health and Happiness Among Older Adults, a Community-Based Study. Journal of Health Psychology, 14, 503-512. 100. Kennedy, Hugh, Mather, M., and Carstensen, L.L. 2004. The Role of Motivation in the Age-Related Positivity Effect in Autobiographical Memory. Psychological Science, 15, 208-14. 101. Myers, D.G., and Diener, E. 1996. The Pursuit of Happiness. Scientific American, 274, 5, 70, 72. 102. Rubin, L. 2007, 60 on up, The Truth About Aging in America. Boston, Ma, Beacon Press, Srouth, L.A., Collins, W.A. Egeland, B., and Carlson, E.A. 2009. The Development of the Person, the Minnesota Study of Risk and Adaptation from Birth to Adulthood. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 103. Nemers, T.M. 2005. The Influence of Ageism and Ageist Stereotypes on the Elderly. Physical and Occupational Therapy. In Geriatrics, 22, 4, 11, 20. 104. Levy, B.R., Slade, M.D., Kunkel, S.R., and Castle, S.V. 2002. Longevity Increased by Positive Self-Perceptions of Aging. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 83, 61-70. 105. Levy, B., and Langer, E. 1994. Aging Free from Negative Stereotypes, Successful Memory in China Among the American Deaf. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 66, 6, 989-997. 249. With age, and as you can see in Figure 6.6, older Americans performed more poorly on the memory tasks. Figure 6.6 is Memory Influenced by Cultural Stereotypes? Levy and Langer, 1994, found that although younger samples did not differ, older Americans performed significantly more poorly on memory tasks handed older Chinese, and that these differences were due to different expectations about memory in that cultures. Source, adapted from Levy, B., and Langer, E., 1994, Aging Free from Negative Stereotypes. Successful Memory in China Among the American Deaf. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 66, 6, 989-997. Whereas it was once believed that almost all older adults suffered from a generalized memory loss, research now indicates that healthy older adults actually experience only some particular types of memory deficits, while other types of memory remain relatively intact or may even improve with age. Older adults do seem to process information more slowly. It may take them longer to evaluate information and to understand language, and it takes them longer, on average, than it does younger people, to recall a word that they know, even though they are perfectly able to recognize the word once they see it. Burke, Shafto, Craig, and Salthouse, 2008. 106. Older adults also have more difficulty inhibiting and controlling their attention. Persid, Abeles, Zaks, and Denbug, 2002, 107. Making them, for example, more likely to talk about topics that are not relevant to the topic at hand when conversing. Pushkar et. Alabama, 2000. 108. But slower processing and less accurate executive control does not always mean worse memory, or even worse intelligence. Perhaps the elderly are slower in part because they simply have more knowledge. Indeed, older adults have more crystallized intelligence, that is, general knowledge about the world, as reflected in semantic knowledge, vocabulary, and language. As a result, adults generally outperform younger people on measures of history, geography, and even on crossword puzzles. Where this information is useful. Salthouse, 2004. 109. It is the superior knowledge. 106. Burke, D.M., Shafto, M.A., Craig, F.I.M., and Salthouse, T.A. 2008. Language and Aging. In the Handbook of Aging and Cognition, 3rd ed., pages 373-443. New York, New York, Psychology Press. 107. Persid, C.C., Abeles, N., Zaks, R.T., and Denbug, N.L. 2002. Inhibitory changes after age 60 and the relationship to measures of attention and memory. The Journals of Gerontology, Series B, Psychological Sciences and Social Sciences. 57b, 3, p. 232. 108. Pushkar, D., Basevitz, P., Arbuckle, T., Nohair-Leclerc, M., Lapidus, S., and Peled, M. 2000. Social Behavior and Off-Target Verbosity in Elderly People. Psychology and Aging, 15, 2, 361-374. 109. Salthouse, T.A. 2004. What and When of Cognitive Aging. Current Directions in Psychological Science, 13, 4, 140-144. 250. Combined with a slower and more complete processing style, along with a more sophisticated understanding of the workings of the world around them, that gives the elderly the advantage of wisdom over the advantages of fluid intelligence, the ability to think and acquire information quickly and abstractly, which favor the young, Baltz, Staudinger, and Lindenberger, 1999, Scheib, Kunzmann, and Baltz, 2009. 110. The differential changes in crystallized versus fluid intelligence help explain why the elderly do not necessarily show poorer performance on tasks that also require experience, i.e., crystallized intelligence, although they show poorer memory overall. A young chess player may think more quickly, for instance, but a more experienced chess player has more knowledge to draw on. Older adults are also more effective at understanding the nuances of social interactions than younger adults are, in part because they have more experience in relationships. Blanchard Fields, Mienaltowski, and C. 2007. 111. 6.5.2 Dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Some older adults suffer from biologically based cognitive impairments in which the brain is so adversely affected by aging that it becomes very difficult for the person to continue to function effectively. Dementia is defined as a progressive neurological disease that includes loss of cognitive abilities significant enough to interfere with everyday behaviors, and Alzheimer's disease is a form of dementia that, over a period of years, leads to a loss of emotions, cognitions, and physical functioning, and which is ultimately fatal. Dementia and Alzheimer's disease are most likely to be observed in individuals who are 65 and older, and the likelihood of developing Alzheimer's doubles about every 5 years after age 65. After age 85, the risk reaches nearly 8% per year. Aber et Alabama, 1995. 112 Dementia and Alzheimer's disease both produce a gradual decline in functioning of the brain cells that produce the neurotransmitter acetylcholine. Without this neurotransmitter, the neurons are unable to communicate, leaving the brain less and less functional. 110. Baltz, P.B., Staudinger, U.M., and Lindenberger, U. 1999. Lifespan Psychology, Theory and Application to Intellectual Functioning. Annual Review of Psychology, 50, 471, 506, Scheib, S., Kunzmann, U., and Baltz, P.B. 2009. New Territories of Positive Lifespan Development, Wisdom and Life Longings. In S. J. E. Lopez and C. R. E. Snyder, eds, Oxford Handbook of Positive Psychology, 2nd ed., pages 171-183. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 111. Blanchard Fields, F., Mienaltowski, A., and C., R. B. 2007. Age Differences in Everyday Problem-Solving Effectiveness. Older adults select more effective strategies for interpersonal problems. The Journals of Gerontology, Series B. Psychological Sciences and Social Sciences, 62b, 1, p. 61, p. 64. 112. Aber, L. E., Scher, P.A., Beckett, L.A., Albert, M.S., Pilgrim, D.M., Chown, M.J., Evans, D.A. 1995. Age-specific. Incidence of Alzheimer's disease in a community population. Journal of the American Medical Association, 273, 17. 1354, 1359. 251. Figure 6.7. A healthy brain, left, versus a brain with advanced Alzheimer's disease, right. Dementia and Alzheimer's are in part heritable, but there is increasing evidence that the environment also plays a role. And current research is helping us understand the things that older adults can do to help them slow down or prevent the negative cognitive outcomes of aging, including dementia and Alzheimer's. Pushkar, Bukowski, Schwartzman, Stack, and White, 2007. 113 older adults who continue to keep their minds active by engaging in cognitive activities, such as reading, playing musical instruments, attending lectures, or doing crossword puzzles, who maintain social interactions with others, and who keep themselves physically fit have a greater chance of maintaining their mental acuity than those who do not. Cherkes et. Alabama, 2008. Verghese et. Alabama, 2003. 114. In short, although physical illnesses may occur to anyone, the more people keep their brains active and the more they maintain a healthy and active lifestyle, the more healthy their brains will remain. Erdel, Glimore, and Berkman, 2008. 115. 6.5.3 Social changes during aging, retiring effectively. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Because of increased life expectancy in the 21st century, elderly people can expect to spend approximately a quarter of their lives in retirement. Leaving one's career is a major life change and can be a time when people experience anxiety, depression, and other negative changes in the self-concept and in self-identity. On the other hand, retirement may also serve as an opportunity for a positive transition from work and career roles to stronger family and community member roles, and the latter may have a variety of positive outcomes for the individual. Retirement may be a relief for people who have worked in boring or physically demanding jobs, particularly if they have other outlets for stimulation and expressing self-identity. 113. Pushkar, D., Bukowski, W. M., Schwartzman, A. E., Stack, D. M., and White, D. R. 2007, Responding to the Challenges of Late Life, Strategies for Maintaining and Enhancing Competence. New York, New York, Springer Publishing. 114. Cherkes, L. F., Hunkin, J. L., Cato, B. S., Richards, J. B., Gardner, J. P., Sergilescu, G. L., Aviv, A. 2008. The association between physical activity in leisure time and leukocyte telomere length. Archives of Internal Medicine, 168, 154, 158. Verghese, J., Lipton, R., Katz, M.J., Hall, C.B., Derby, C.A., Bushka, M.D. 2003. Leisure activities and the risk of dementia in the elderly. New England Journal of Medicine, 348, 2508-2516. 115. Erdl, K.A., Glimore, M.M., and Berkman, L.F. 2008. Effects of social integration on preserving memory function in a nationally representative U.S. elderly population. American Journal of Public Health, 98, 1215, 1220. 252. Psychologist M.O. Wong, 2007, 116 observed the well-being of 2,060 people between the ages of 51 and 61 over an 8-year period, and made the following recommendations to make the retirement phase a positive one. Continue to work part-time past retirement, in order to ease into retirement status. Slowly plan for retirement. This is a good idea financially, but also making plans to incorporate other kinds of work or hobbies into post-employment life makes sense. Retire with someone. If the retiree is still married, it is a good idea to retire at the same time as a spouse, so that people see and continue to work part-time and follow a retirement plan together. Have a happy marriage. People with marital problems tend to find retirement more stressful because they do not have a positive home life to return to and can no longer seek refuge in long working hours. Couples that work on their marriages can make their retirements a lot easier. Take care of physical and financial health. A sound financial plan and good physical health can ensure a healthy, peaceful retirement. Retire early from a stressful job. People who stay in stressful jobs for fear that they will lose their pensions or won't be able to find work somewhere else feel trapped. Toxic environments can take a severe emotional toll on an employee. Leaving early from an unsatisfying job may make retirement a relief. Retire on time. Retiring too early or too late can cause people to feel out of sync or to feel they have not achieved their goals. Whereas these 7 tips are helpful for a smooth transition to retirement, Wong also notes that people tend to be adaptable, and that no matter how they do it, retirees will eventually adjust to their new lifestyles. 6.5.4 Death, Dying, and Bereavement. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Living includes dealing with our own and our loved ones' mortality. In her book, On Death and Dying, 1997, 117, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross describes 5 phases of grief through which people pass in grappling with the knowledge that they or someone close to them is dying. Denial, I feel fine. This can't be happening, not to me. Anger, why me? It's not fair. How can this happen to me? Who is to blame? Bargaining, just let me live to see my children graduate. I'd do anything for a few more years. I'd give my life savings if. 116. Wang, M. 2007. Profiling retirees in the retirement transition and adjustment process, examining the longitudinal change patterns of retirees' psychological well-being. Journal of Applied Psychology, 92, 2, 455, 474. 117. Kubler-Ross, E. 1997. On Death and Dying. New York, New York, Scribner. 253. Depression, I'm so sad, why bother with anything? I'm going to die. What's the point? I miss my loved ones, why go on? Acceptance, I know my time has come, it's almost my time. Despite Ross's popularity, there are a growing number of critics of her theory who argue that her 5-stage sequence is too constraining because attitudes toward death and dying have been found to vary greatly across cultures and religions, and these variations make the process of dying different according to culture. Bonanno, 2009. 118. As an example, Japanese Americans restrain their grief, corrects, Nabe, and corrects, 2009, 119. So as not to burden other people with their pain. By contrast, Jews observe a 7-day publicly announced mourning period. In some cultures the elderly are more likely to be living and coping alone, or perhaps only with their spouse, whereas in other cultures, such as the Hispanic culture, the elderly are more likely to be living with their sons and daughters and other relatives, and this social support may create a better quality of life for them. Diaz-Cabello, 2004. 120. Margaret Strobey and her colleagues, 2008, 121 found that although most people adjusted to the loss of a loved one without seeking professional treatment, many had an increased risk of mortality, particularly within the early weeks and months after the loss. These researchers also found that people going through the grieving process suffered more physical and psychological symptoms and illnesses and used more medical services. The health of survivors during the end of life is influenced by factors such as circumstances surrounding the loved one's death, individual personalities, and ways of coping. People serving as caretakers to partners or other family members who are ill frequently experience a great deal of stress themselves, making the dying process even more stressful. Despite the trauma of the loss of a loved one, people do recover and are able to continue with effective lives. Grief intervention programs can go a long way in helping people cope during the bereavement period. Niemeyer, Holland. Courier, and Maida, 2008. 122. Key takeaways. Most older adults maintain an active lifestyle, remain as happy or happier as when they were younger, and increasingly value their social connections with family and friends. Although older adults have slower cognitive processing overall, fluid intelligence, their experience in the form of crystallized. 118. Bonanno, G. 2009. The Other Side of Sadness, What the New Science of Bereavement Tells Us About Life After a Loss. New York, New York, Basic Books. 119. Corrects, CA, NABE, CM, and Corrects, DM. 2009. Death and Dying, Life and Living, 6th ed. Belmont, CA, Wadsworth. 120. Diaz-Cabello, N. 2004. The Hispanic Way of Dying, 3 Families, 3 Perspectives, 3 Cultures. Illness, Crisis, and Loss, 12, 3, 239-55. 121. Strobe, M.S., Hansen, R.O., Schutt, H., and Strobe, W. 2008. Bereavement Research, Contemporary Perspectives. In M. S. Strobe, R.O. Hansen, H. Schutt, and W. Strobe, eds, Handbook of Bereavement Research and Practice, Advances in Theory and Intervention, pages 325. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 122. Niemeyer, R.A., Holland, J.M., Currier, J.M., and Maida, T. 2008. Meaning Reconstruction in Later Life, Toward a Cognitive Constructivist Approach to Grief Therapy. In D. Gallagher Thompson, A. Stephan, and L. Thompson, eds, Handbook of Behavioral and Cognitive Therapies with Older Adults, pages 264-77. New York, New York, Springer Verlag. 254. Intelligence or existing knowledge about the world and the ability to use it is maintained and even strengthened during old age. Expectancies about change in aging vary across cultures and may influence how people respond to getting older. A portion of the elderly suffer from age-related brain diseases, such as dementia, a progressive neurological disease that includes significant loss of cognitive abilities, and Alzheimer's disease, a fatal form of dementia that is related to changes in the cerebral cortex. 2 significant social stages in late adulthood are retirement and dealing with grief and bereavement. Studies show that a well-planned retirement can be a pleasant experience. A significant number of people going through the grieving process are at increased risk of mortality and physical and mental illness. But grief counseling can be effective in helping these people cope with their loss. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. How do the people in your culture view aging? What stereotypes are there about the elderly? Are there other ways that people in your society might learn to think about aging that would be more beneficial? 2. Based on the information you have read in this chapter, what would you tell your parents about how they can best maintain healthy physical and cognitive function into late adulthood? 6.6 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Development begins at conception when a sperm from the father fertilizes an egg from the mother, creating a new life. The resulting zygote grows into an embryo and then a fetus. Babies are born prepared with reflexes and cognitive skills that contribute to their survival and growth. Piaget's stage model of cognitive development proposes that children learn through assimilation and accommodation, and that cognitive development follows specific sequential stages: sensorimotor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. An important part of development is the attainment of social skills, including the formation of the self-concept and attachment. 255. Adolescence involves rapid physical changes, including puberty, as well as continued cognitive changes. Moral development continues in adolescence. In Western cultures, adolescence blends into emerging adulthood, the period from age 18 until the mid-20s. Muscle strength, reaction time, cardiac output, and sensory abilities begin to slowly decline in early and middle adulthood. Fertility, particularly for women, also decreases, and women eventually experience menopause. Most older adults maintain an active lifestyle, remaining as happy or happier than they were when they were younger, and increasingly value their social connections with family and friends. Although older adults have slower cognitive processing overall, fluid intelligence, their experience in the form of crystallized intelligence, or existing knowledge about the world and the ability to use it, is maintained and even strengthened during aging. A portion of the elderly suffer from age-related brain diseases, such as dementia and Alzheimer's disease. 256. Chapter 7 Learning. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. My Story of Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. It is a continuous challenge living with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and I've suffered from it for most of my life. I can look back now and gently laugh at all the people who thought I had the perfect life. I was young, beautiful, and talented, but unbeknownst to them, I was terrorized by an undiagnosed, debilitating mental illness. Having been properly diagnosed with PTSD at age 35, I know that there is not one aspect of my life that has gone untouched by this mental illness. My PTSD was triggered by several traumas, most importantly a sexual attack at knife point that left me thinking I would die. I would never be the same after that attack. For me there was no safe place in the world, not even my home. I went to the police and filed a report. Rape counselors came to see me while I was in the hospital, but I declined their help, convinced that I didn't need it. This would be the most damaging decision of my life. For months after the attack, I couldn't close my eyes without envisioning the face of my attacker. I suffered horrific flashbacks and nightmares. For 4 years after the attack, I was unable to sleep alone in my house. I obsessively checked windows, doors, and locks. By age 17, I'd suffered my first panic attack. Soon I became unable to leave my apartment for weeks at a time, ending my modeling career abruptly. This just became a way of life. Years passed when I had few or no symptoms at all, and I led what I thought was a fairly normal life, just thinking I had a panic problem. Then another traumatic event RATRIGG or the PTSD. It was as if the past had evaporated, and I was back in the place of my attack, only now I had uncontrollable thoughts of someone entering my house and harming my daughter. I saw violent images every time I closed my eyes. I lost all ability to concentrate or even complete simple tasks. Normally social, I stopped trying to make friends or get involved in my community. I often felt disoriented, forgetting where or who I was. I would panic on the freeway and became unable to drive, again ending a career. I felt as if I had completely lost my mind. For a time, I managed to keep it together on the outside, but then I became unable to leave my house again. 257. Around this time I was diagnosed with PTSD. I cannot express to you the enormous relief I felt when I discovered my condition was real and treatable. I felt safe for the first time in 32 years. Taking medication and undergoing behavioral therapy marked the turning point in my regaining control of my life. I'm rebuilding a satisfying career as an artist, and I am enjoying my life. The world is new to me, and not limited by the restrictive vision of anxiety. It amazes me to think back to what my life was like only a year ago, and just how far I've come. For me there is no cure, no final healing. But there are things I can do to ensure that I never have to suffer as I did before being diagnosed with PTSD. I'm no longer at the mercy of my disorder, and I would not be here today had I not had the proper diagnosis and treatment. The most important thing to know is that it's never too late to seek help. Phillips, 2010, 1. The topic of this chapter is learning their relative permanent change in knowledge, behavior that is their salt of experience. Although you might think of learning in terms of what you need to do before an upcoming exam, the knowledge that you take away from your classes, or new skills that you acquire through practice, these changes represent only one component of learning. In fact, learning is a broad topic that is used to explain not only how we acquire new knowledge and behavior but also a wide variety of other psychological processes, including the development of both appropriate and inappropriate social behaviors, and even how a person may acquire a debilitating psychological disorder such as PTSD. Learning is perhaps the most important human capacity. Learning allows us to create effective lives by being able to respond to changes. We learn to avoid touching hot stoves, to find our way home from school, and to remember which people have helped us in the past and which people have been unkind. without the ability to learn from our experiences, our lives would be remarkably dangerous and inefficient. The principles of learning can also be used to explain a wide variety of social interactions, including social dilemmas in which people make important, and often selfish, decisions about how to behave by calculating the costs and benefits of different outcomes. The study of learning is closely associated with the behaviorist school of psychology, in which it was seen as an alternative scientific perspective to the failure of introspection. The behaviorists, including John B. Watson and B. F. Skinner, focused their research entirely on behavior, to the exclusion of any kinds of mental processes. For behaviorists, the fundamental aspect of learning is the process of conditioning the ability to connect stimuli, the changes that occur in the environment, with responses, behaviors or other actions. But conditioning is just one type of learning. We will also consider other types, including learning through insight, as well as observational learning, also known as modeling. In each case, we will see not only what psychologists have learned about the topics but also the important influence that learning has on many aspects of our 1. Phillips, P.K. 2010. My Story of Survival, Battling PTSD. Anxiety Disorders Association of America. Retrieved from http://living-withity-anxiety-personal-stories. 258. Everyday lives. And we will see that in some cases learning can be maladaptive. For instance, when a person like P.K. Phillips continually experiences disruptive memories and emotional responses to a negative event. 7.1 Learning by Association, Classical Conditioning. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Describe how Pavlov's early work in classical conditioning influenced the understanding of learning. 2. Review the concepts of classical conditioning, including unconditioned stimulus, US, conditioned stimulus, CS, unconditioned response, UR, and conditioned response, CR. 3. Explain the roles that extinction, generalization, and discrimination play in conditioned learning. 7.1.1 Pavlov demonstrates conditioning in dogs. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In the early part of the 20th century, Russian physiologist Ivan Pavlov, 1849–1936, was studying the digestive system of dogs when he noticed an interesting behavioral phenomenon. The dogs began to salivate when the lab technicians who normally fed them entered the room, even though the dogs had not yet received any food. Pavlov realized that the dogs were salivating because they knew that they were about to be fed. The dogs had begun to associate the arrival of the technicians with the food that soon followed their appearance in the room. With his team of researchers, Pavlov began studying this process in more detail. He conducted a series of experiments in which, over a number of trials, dogs were exposed to a sound immediately before receiving food. He systematically controlled the onset of the sound and the timing of the delivery of the food, and recorded the amount of the dog's salivation. Initially, the dogs salivated only when they saw or smelled the food, but after several pairings of the sound and the food, the dogs began to salivate as soon as they heard the sound. The animals had learned to associate the sound with the food that followed. Pavlov had identified a fundamental associative learning process called classical conditioning. Classical conditioning refers to learning that occurs when a neutral stimulus, for example, a tone, becomes associated with a stimulus, for example, food, that naturally produces a behavior. After the association is learned, the previously neutral stimulus is sufficient to produce the behavior. 259. As you can see in Figure 7.1, psychologists use specific terms to identify the stimuli and the responses in classical conditioning. The unconditioned stimulus, US, is something, such as food, that triggers a natural occurring response, and the unconditioned response, UR, is the naturally occurring response, such as salivation, that follows the unconditioned stimulus. The conditioned stimulus, CS, is a neutral stimulus that, after being repeatedly presented prior to the unconditioned stimulus, evokes a similar response Cs. The unconditioned stimulus. In Pavlov's experiment, the sound of the tone served as the conditioned stimulus that, after learning, produced the conditioned response, CR, which is the acquired response to the formerly neutral stimulus. Note that the UR and the CR are the same behavior, in this case salivation, but they are given different names because they are produced by different stimuli, the US and the CS, respectively. Figure 7.14 panel image of whistle and dog top left. Before conditioning, the unconditioned stimulus, US, naturally produces the unconditioned response, UR, top right. Before conditioning, the neutral stimulus, the whistle, does not produce the salivation response bottom left. The unconditioned stimulus, US, in this case the food, is repeatedly presented immediately after the neutral stimulus bottom right. After learning, the neutral stimulus, now known as the conditioned stimulus or CS, is sufficient to produce the conditioned responses, CR. Conditioning is evolutionarily beneficial because it allows organisms to develop expectations that help them prepare for both good and bad events. Imagine, for instance, that an animal first smells a new food, eats it, and then gets sick. If the animal can learn to associate the smell, CS, with the food, US, then it will quickly learn that the food creates the negative outcome, and not eat it the next time. 260. 7.1.2 The persistence and extinction of conditioning. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. After he had demonstrated that learning could occur through association, Pavlov moved on to study the variables that influenced the strength and the persistence of conditioning. In some studies, after the conditioning had taken place, Pavlov presented the sound repeatedly but without presenting the food afterward. Figure 7.2 shows what happened. As you can see, after the initial acquisition, learning, phase in which the conditioning occurred, when the CS was then presented alone, the behavior rapidly decreased. The dogs salivated less and less to the sound, and eventually the sound did not elicit salivation at all. Extinction refers to the reduction in responding that occurs when the conditioned stimulus is presented repeatedly without the unconditioned stimulus. Figure 7.2 Acquisition, extinction, and spontaneous recovery. Acquisition, the CS and the US are repeatedly paired together and behavior increases. Extinction, the CS is repeatedly presented alone, and the behavior slowly decreases. Spontaneous recovery, after a pause, when the CS is again presented alone, the behavior may again occur and then again show extinction. Although at the end of the first extinction period the CS was no longer producing salivation, the effects of conditioning had not entirely disappeared. Pavlov found that after a pause, sounding the tone again elicited salivation, although to a lesser extent than before extinction took place. The increase in responding to the CS following a pause after extinction is known as spontaneous recovery. When Pavlov again presented the CS alone, the behavior again showed extinction until it disappeared again. Although the behavior has disappeared, extinction is never complete. If conditioning is again attempted, the animal will learn the new associations much faster than it did the first time. Pavlov also experimented with presenting new stimuli that were similar, but not identical to, the original conditioned stimulus. For instance, if the dog had been conditioned to being scratched before the food arrived, the stimulus would be changed to being rubbed rather than scratched. He found that the dogs also salivated upon experiencing the similar stimulus, a process known as generalization. 261. Generalization refers to the tendency to respond to stimuli that resemble the original conditioned stimulus. The ability to generalize has important evolutionary significance. If we eat some red berries and they make us sick, it would be a good idea to think twice before we eat some purple berries. Although the berries are not exactly the same, they nevertheless are similar, and may have the same negative properties. Lewicki, 1985, conducted research that demonstrated the influence of stimulus generalization and how quickly and easily it can happen. In his experiment, high school students first had a brief interaction with a female experimenter who had short hair and glasses. The study was set up so that the students had to ask the experimenter a question, and, according to random assignment, the experimenter responded either in a negative way or a neutral way toward the students. Then the students were told to go into a second room in which 2 experimenters were present, and to approach either one of them. However, the researchers arranged it so that one of the 2 experimenters looked a lot like the original experimenter, while the other one did not. She had longer hair and no glasses. The students were significantly more likely to avoid the experimenter who looked like the earlier experimenter when that experimenter had been negative to them than when she had treated them more neutrally. The participants showed stimulus generalization such that the new, similar-looking experimenter created the same negative response in the participants as had the experimenter in the prior session. The flip side of generalization is discrimination. The tendency to respond differently to stimuli that are similar but not identical. Pavlov's dogs quickly learned, for example, to salivate when they heard the specific tone that had preceded food, but not upon hearing similar tones that had never been associated with food. Discrimination is also useful if we do try the purple berries, and if they do not make us sick, we will be able to make the distinction in the future. And we can learn that although the 2 people in our class, Courtney and Sarah, may look a lot alike, they are nevertheless different people with different personalities. In some cases, an existing conditioned stimulus can serve as an unconditioned stimulus for a pairing with a no-conditioned stimulus, a process known as second-order conditioning. In one of Pavlov's studies, for instance, he first conditioned the dogs to salivate to a sound, and then repeatedly paired a new CS, a black square, with the sound. Eventually he found that the dogs would salivate at the sight of the black square alone, even though it had never been directly associated with the food. Secondary conditioners in everyday life include our attractions to things that stand for or remind us of something else, such as when we feel good on a Friday because it has become associated with the paycheck that we receive on that day, which itself is a conditioned stimulus for the pleasures that the paycheck buys us. 2. Lewicki, p. 1985. Non-conscious biasing effects of single instances on subsequent judgments. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 48, 563, 574. 262. 7.1.3 The Role of Nature in Classical Conditioning. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. As we have seen in Introducing Psychology, page 4, scientists associated with the behavioralist school argued that all learning is driven by experience, and that nature plays no role. Classical conditioning, which is based on learning through experience, represents an example of the importance of the environment. But classical conditioning cannot be understood entirely in terms of experience. Nature also plays apart, as our evolutionary history has made us better able to learn some associations than others. Clinical psychologists make use of classical conditioning to explain the learning of a phobia, a strong and irrational fear of a specific object, activity, or situation. For example, driving a car is a neutral event that would not normally elicit a fear response in most people. But if a person were to experience a panic attack in which he suddenly experienced strong negative emotions while driving, he may learn to associate driving with the panic response. The driving has become the CS that now creates the fear response. Psychologists have also discovered that people do not develop phobias to just anything. Although people may in some cases develop a driving phobia, they are more likely to develop phobias toward objects, such as snakes, spiders, heights, and open spaces, that have been dangerous to people in the past. In modern life, it is rare for humans to be bitten by spiders or snakes, to fall from trees or buildings, or to be attacked by a predator in an open area. Being injured while riding in a car or being cut by a knife are much more likely. But in our evolutionary past, the potential of being bitten by snakes or spiders, falling out of a tree, or being trapped in an open space were important evolutionary concerns, and therefore humans are still evolutionarily prepared to learn these associations over others. Oman and Meinke, 2001, Labu and Deloach, 2010. 3. Another evolutionarily important type of conditioning is conditioning related to food. In his important research on food conditioning, John Garcia and his colleagues Garcia, Kimmeldorf, and Kohling, 1955, Garcia, Irvin, and Kohling, 1966, attempted to condition rats by presenting either a taste, a sight, or a sound as a neutral stimulus. Before the rats were given drugs, the U.S., that made them nauseous. Garcia discovered that taste conditioning was extremely powerful. The rat learned to avoid the taste associated with illness, even if the illness occurred several hours later. But conditioning the behavioral response of nausea to a sight or a sound was much more difficult. These results contradicted the idea that conditioning occurs entirely as a result of environmental events, such that it would occur equally for any kind of unconditioned stimulus that followed any kind of conditioned stimulus. Rather, Garcia's research showed that genetics matters. Organisms are evolutionarily. 3. Oman, A., and Meinke, S. 2001. Fears, Phobias, and Preparedness, toward an Evolved Module of Fear and Fear Learning. Psychological Review, 108, 3, 483, 522, Labu, V., and Deloach, J.S. 2010. Superior Detection of Threat-Relevant Stimuli in Infancy Developmental Science, 13, 1, 21-28. 4. Garcia, J., Kimmeldorf, D.J., and Kohling, R.A. 1955. Conditioned aversion to saccharin resulting from exposure to gamma radiation. Science, 122, 157-158, Garcia, J., Urban, Fr., and Coling, R.A. 1966. Learning with prolonged delay of reinforcement. Psychonomic Science, 5, 3, 121, 122. 263. Prepared to learn some associations more easily than others. You can see that the ability to associate smells with illness is an important survival mechanism, allowing the organism to quickly learn to avoid foods that are poisonous. Classical conditioning has also been used to help explain the experience of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as in the case of P.K. Phillips described in the chapter opener. PTSD is a severe anxiety disorder that can develop after exposure to a fearful event, such as the threat of death. American Psychiatric Association, 1994. 5. PTSD occurs when the individual develops a strong association between the situational factors that surrounded the traumatic event, for example, military uniforms or the sounds or smells of war, and the U.S., the fearful trauma itself. As a result of the conditioning, being exposed to, or even thinking about the situation in which the trauma occurred, the CS, becomes sufficient to produce the CR of severe anxiety. Keen, Zeimering, and Cadell, 1985. 6. PTSD develops because the emotions experienced during the event have produced neural activity in the amygdala and created strong conditioned learning. In addition to the strong conditioning that people with PTSD experience, they also show slower extinction in classical conditioning tasks. Milad et Alabama, 2009. 7. In short, people with PTSD have developed very strong associations with the events surrounding the trauma and are also slow to show extinction to the conditioned stimulus. Key takeaways. In classical conditioning, a person or animal learns to associate a neutral stimulus, the conditioned stimulus, or CS, with a stimulus. The unconditioned stimulus, or US, that naturally produces a behavior, the unconditioned response, or UR. As a result of this association, the previously neutral stimulus comes to elicit the same response, the conditioned response, or CR. Extinction occurs when the CS is repeatedly presented without the US, and the CR eventually disappears, although it may reappear later in a process known as spontaneous recovery. Stimulus generalization occurs when a stimulus that is similar to an already conditioned stimulus begins to produce the same response as the original stimulus does. Stimulus discrimination occurs when the organism learns to differentiate between the CS and other similar stimuli. In second-order conditioning, a neutral stimulus becomes a CS after being paired with a previously established CS. 5. American Psychiatric Association, 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend Washington, D.C., author. 6. Keen, T.M., Zeimering, R.T., and Cadell, J.M. 1985. a behavioral formulation of post-traumatic stress disorder in Vietnam. Veterans. The Behavior Therapist, 8, 1, 9, 12. 7. Milad, M.R., Pittman, R.K., Ellis, C.B., Gold, A.L., Shin, L.M., Lasco, N.B., Rock, S.L. 2009. Neurobiological basis of failure to recall extinction memory in post-traumatic stress disorder. Biological Psychiatry, 66, 12, 1075 82. 264. Some stimuli-response pairs, such as those between smell and food, are more easily conditioned than others because they have been particularly important in our evolutionary past. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. A teacher places gold stars on the chalkboard when the students are quiet and attentive. Eventually, the students start becoming quiet and attentive whenever the teacher approaches the chalkboard. Can you explain the student's behavior in terms of classical conditioning? 2. Recall a time in your life, perhaps when you were a child, when your behaviors were influenced by classical conditioning. Describe in detail the nature of the unconditioned and conditioned stimuli and the response, using the appropriate psychological terms. 3. If post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, is a type of classical conditioning, how might psychologists use the principles of classical conditioning to treat the disorder? 7.2 Changing behavior through reinforcement and punishment, operant conditioning. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Outline the principles of operant conditioning. 2. Explain how learning can be shaped through the use of reinforcement schedules and secondary reinforcers. In classical conditioning, the organism learns to associate new stimuli with natural biological responses such as salivation or fear. The organism does not learn something new but rather begins to perform in an existing behavior in the presence of a new signal. Operant conditioning, on the other hand, is learning that occurs based on the consequences of behavior and can involve the learning of new actions. Operant conditioning occurs when a dog rolls over on command because it has been praised for doing so in the past, when a schoolroom bully threatens his classmates because doing so allows him to get his way, and when a child gets good grades because her parents threaten to punish her if she doesn't. In operant conditioning, the organism learns from the consequences of its own actions. 265. 7.2.1 How reinforcement and punishment influence behavior. The research of Thorndike and Skinner. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychologist Edward L. Thorndike, 1874–1949, was the first scientist to systematically study operant conditioning. In his research, Thorndike, 1898, 8 observed cats who had been placed in a puzzle box from which they tried to escape. Note video clip. Thorndike's puzzle box, page 266. At first the cats scratched, bit, and swatted haphazardly, without any idea of how to get out. But eventually, and accidentally, they pressed the lever that opened the door and exited to their prize, a scrap of fish. The next time the cat was constrained within the box, it attempted fewer of the ineffective responses before carrying out the successful escape, and after several trials the cat learned to almost immediately make the correct response. Observing these changes in the cat's behavior led Thorndike to develop his law of effect, the principle that responses that create a typically pleasant outcome in a particular situation are more likely to occur again in a similar situation, whereas responses that produce a typically unpleasant outcome are less likely to occur again in the situation. Thorndike, 1911. 9. The essence of the law of effect is that successful responses, because they are pleasurable, are stamped in by experience, and thus occur more frequently. Unsuccessful responses, which produce unpleasant experiences, are stamped out and subsequently occur less frequently. 7.2.2 Video clip, Thorndike's Puzzle Box. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. When Thorndike placed his cats in a puzzle box, he found that they learned to engage in the important escape behavior faster after each trial. Thorndike described the learning that follows reinforcement in terms of the law of effect. The influential behavioral psychologist B.F. Skinner, 1904–1990, expanded on Thorndike's ideas to develop a more complete set of principles to explain operant conditioning. Skinner created specially designed environments known as operant chambers, usually called Skinner boxes, to systemically study learning. A Skinner box operant chamber is a structure that is big enough to fit a rodent or bird and that contains a bar or key that the organism can press or peck to release food or water. It also contains a Davy-Cito record the animal's responses. The most basic of Skinner's experiments was quite similar to Thorndike's research. With cats, a rat placed in the chamber reacted as one might expect, scurrying about the box and sniffing and clawing at the floor and walls. Eventually the rat chanced upon a lever, which it pressed to release pellets of wood. The next time around, the rat ate. Thorndike, E.L. 1898. Animal Intelligence, an experimental study of the associative processes in animals. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 9. Thorndike, E.L. 1911. Animal Intelligence, Experimental Studies. New York, Macmillan. Retrieved from http://archive.org/details/ANIMALINTELIGEN00THOR 266. Took a little less time to press the lever, and on successive trials, the time it took to press the lever became shorter and shorter. Soon the rat was pressing the lever as fast as it could eat the food that appeared. As predicted by the law of effect, the rat had learned to repeat the action that brought about the food and cease the actions that did not. Skinner studied, in detail, how animals changed their behavior through reinforcement and punishment, and he developed terms that explained the processes of operant learning. Skinner used the term reinforcer to refer to Table 7.1 any event that strengthens or increases the likelihood of a behavior, and the term punisher to refer to any event that weakens or decreases the likelihood of a behavior. And he used the terms positive and negative to refer to whether a reinforcement was presented or removed, respectively. Thus, positive reinforcement strengthens a response by presenting something pleasant after their response, and negative reinforcement strengthens a response by reducing or removing something unpleasant. For example, giving a child praise for completing his homework represents positive reinforcement, whereas taking aspirin to reduce the pain of a headache represents negative reinforcement. In both cases, the reinforcement makes it more likely that behavior will occur again in the future. Operant conditioning term. Description outcome example. Positive reinforcement. Add or increase a pleasant stimulus. Behavior is strengthened. Giving a student a prize after he gets an A on a test. Negative reinforcement. Reduce or remove an unpleasant stimulus. Behavior is strengthened. Taking painkillers that eliminate pain increases the likelihood that you will take painkillers again. Positive punishment. Present or add an behavior is weakened. Giving a student. Table 7.1 How positive and negative reinforcement and punishment influence behavior. 267. Operant conditioning term. Description outcome example. Unpleasant stimulus. Extra homework. After she misbehaves in class. Negative punishment. Reduce or remove a pleasant stimulus. Behavior is weakened. Taking away a teen's computer after he misses curfew. Table 7.1 How positive and negative reinforcement and punishment influence behavior. Reinforcement, either positive or negative, works by increasing the likelihood of a behavior. Punishment, on the other hand, refers to any event that weakens or reduces the likelihood of a behavior. Positive punishment weakens a response by presenting something unpleasant after the response, whereas negative punishment weakens a response by reducing or removing something pleasant. A child who is grounded after fighting with a sibling, positive punishment, or who loses out on the opportunity to go to recess after getting a poor grade, negative punishment, is less likely to repeat these behaviors. Although the distinction between reinforcement, which increases behavior, and punishment, which decreases it, is usually clear, in some cases it is difficult to determine whether a reinforcer is positive or negative. On a hot day, a cool breeze could be seen as a positive reinforcer, because it brings in cool air, or a negative reinforcer, because it removes hot air. In other cases, reinforcement can be both positive and negative. One may smoke a cigarette both because it brings pleasure, positive reinforcement, and because it eliminates the craving for nicotine, negative reinforcement. It is also important to note that reinforcement and punishment are not simply opposites. The use of positive reinforcement in changing behavior is almost always more effective than using punishment. This is because positive reinforcement makes the person or animal feel better, helping create a positive relationship with the person providing the reinforcement. Types of positive reinforcement that are effective in everyday life include verbal praise or approval, the awarding of status or prestige, and direct financial payment. Punishment, on the other hand, is more likely to create only temporary changes in behavior because it is based on coercion and typically creates a 268 negative and adversarial relationship with the person providing the reinforcement. When the person who provides the punishment leaves the situation, the unwanted behavior is likely to return. 7.2.3 Creating complex behaviors through operant conditioning. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Perhaps you remember watching a movie or being at a show in which an animal, maybe a dog, a horse, or a dolphin, did some pretty amazing things. The trainer gave a command and the dolphin swam to the bottom of the pool, picked up a ring on its nose, jumped out of the water through a hoop in the air, dived again to the bottom of the pool, picked up another ring, and then took both of the rings to the trainer at the edge of the pool. The animal was trained to do the trick, and the principles of operant conditioning were used to train it. But these complex behaviors are a far cry from the simple stimulus-response relationships that we have considered thus far. How can reinforcement be used to create complex behaviors such as these? One way to expand the use of operant learning is to modify the schedule on which the reinforcement is applied. To this point, we have only discussed a continuous reinforcement schedule, in which the desired response is reinforced every time it occurs. Whenever the dog rolls over, for instance, it gets a biscuit. Continuous reinforcement results in relatively fast learning but also rapid extinction of the desired behavior once the reinforcer disappears. The problem is that, because the organism is used to receiving the reinforcement after every behavior, the responder may give up quickly when it doesn't appear. Most real-world reinforcers are not continuous, they occur on a partial, or intermittent, reinforcement schedule, a schedule in which the responses are sometimes reinforced, and sometimes not. In comparison to continuous reinforcement, partial reinforcement schedules lead to slower initial learning, but they also lead to greater resistance to extinction. Because the reinforcement does not appear after every behavior, it takes longer for the learner to determine that the reward is no longer coming, and thus extinction is slower. The 4 types of partial reinforcement schedules are summarized in Table 7.2. Reinforcement schedule. Explanation: real-world example. Fixed ratio. Behavior is reinforced after a specific number of responses. Factory workers who are paid according to the number of products they produce. Table 7.2 Reinforcement schedules. 269. Variable ratio. Behavior is reinforced after an average, but unpredictable number of responses. Payoffs from slot machines and other games of chance. Fixed interval. Behavior is reinforced for the first response after a specific amount of time has passed. People who earn a monthly salary. Variable interval. Behavior is reinforced for the first response after an average, but unpredictable amount of time has passed. Person who checks voicemail for messages. Table 7.2 Reinforcement schedules. Partial reinforcement schedules are determined by whether the reinforcement is presented on the basis of the time that elapses between reinforcement interval, or on the basis of the number of responses that the organism engages in, ratio, and by whether the reinforcement occurs on a regular, fixed, or unpredictable, variable schedule. In a fixed interval schedule, reinforcement occurs for the first response made after a specific amount of time has passed. For instance, on a 1-minute fixed interval schedule, the animal receives a reinforcement every minute, assuming it engages in the behavior at least once during the minute. As you can see in Figure 7.3, animals under fixed interval schedules tend to slow down their responding immediately after the reinforcement, but then increase the behavior again as the time of the next reinforcement gets closer. Most students study for exams the same way. In a variable interval schedule, the reinforcers appear on an interval schedule, but The timing is varied around the average interval, making the actual appearance of the reinforcer unpredictable. An example might be checking your email. You are reinforced by receiving messages that come, on average, say every 30 minutes, but the reinforcement occurs only at random times. Interval reinforcement schedules tend to produce slow and steady rates of responding. 270. Figure 7.3 Examples of response patterns by animals trained under different partial reinforcement schedules based on the number of responses, ratio types, induce greater response rate than do schedules based on elapsed time, interval types. Also, unpredictable schedules, variable types, produce stronger responses than do predictable schedules, fixed types. Source, adapted from Casson, S. 2003. Essentials of Psychology. Upper Saddle River, N.J., Prentice Hall. Retrieved from Essentials of Psychology Prentice Hall Companion Website, https://wps.prenhall.com/hss_casson_1/15/3933/ 10069117cw/index.html. In a fixed ratio schedule, a behavior is reinforced after a specific number of responses. For instance, a rat's behavior may be reinforced after it has pressed a key 20 times, or a salesperson may receive a bonus after she has sold 10 products. As you can see in Figure 7.3, once the organism has learned to act in accordance with the fixed reinforcement schedule, it will pause only briefly when reinforcement occurs before returning to a high level of responsiveness. A variable ratio schedule provides reinforcers after a specific but average number of responses. Winning money from slot machines or on a lottery ticket are examples of reinforcement that occur on a variable ratio schedule. For instance, a slot machine may be programmed to provide a win every 20 times the user pulls the handle, on average. As you can see in slot machine missing ratio schedules tend to produce high rates of responding because reinforcement increases as the number of responses increase. Complex behaviors are also created through shaping, the process of guiding an organism's behavior to the desired outcome through Theosop's successive approximation to a final desired behavior. Skinner made extensive use of this procedure in his boxes. For instance, he could train a rat to press a bar 2 times to receive food, by first providing food when the animal moved near the bar. Then when that behavior had been learned, he would begin to provide food only when the rat touched the bar. Further shaping limited the reinforcement to only when the rat pressed the bar, to when it pressed the bar and touched it a second time, and finally, to only when it pressed the bar twice. Although it can take a long time, in this way operant conditioning can create chains of behaviors that are reinforced only when they are completed. Reinforcing animals if they correctly discriminate between similar stimuli allows scientists to test the animal's ability to learn, and the discriminations that they can make are sometimes quite remarkable. Pigeons have been trained to distinguish 271. Between images of Charlie Brown and the other Peanuts characters, Cirella, 1980, 10. And between different styles of music and art, Porter and Nuringer, 1984, Watanabe. Sakamoto and Wakita, 1995. 11. Behaviors can also be trained through the use of secondary reinforcers. Whereas a primary reinforcer includes stimuli that are naturally preferred or enjoyed by the organism, such as food, water, and relief from pain, a secondary reinforcer, sometimes called conditioned reinforcer, is a neutral event that has become associated with a primary reinforcer through classical conditioning. An example of a secondary reinforcer would be the whistle given by an animal trainer, which has been associated over time with the primary reinforcer, food. An example of an everyday secondary reinforcer is money. We enjoy having money, not so much for the stimulus itself, but rather for the primary reinforcers, the things that money can buy, with which it is associated. Key takeaways. Edward Thorndike developed the law of effect, the principle that responses that create a typically pleasant outcome in a particular situation are more likely to occur again in a similar situation, whereas responses that produce a typically unpleasant outcome are less likely to occur again in the situation. B.F. Skinner expanded on Thorndike's ideas to develop a set of principles to explain operant conditioning. Positive reinforcement strengthens a response by presenting something that is typically pleasant after the response, whereas negative reinforcement strengthens a response by reducing or removing something that is typically unpleasant. Positive punishment weakens a response by presenting something typically unpleasant after the response, whereas negative punishment weakens a response by reducing or removing something that is typically pleasant. Reinforcement may be either partial or continuous. Partial reinforcement schedules are determined by whether the reinforcement is presented on the basis of the time that elapses between reinforcements, interval, or on the basis of the number of responses that the organism engages in, ratio, and by whether the reinforcement occurs on a regular, fixed, or unpredictable, variable schedule. Complex behaviors may be created through shaping, the process of guiding an organism's behavior to the desired outcome through the use of successive approximation to a final desired behavior. 10. Cirella, J. 1980. The Pigeon's Analysis of Pictures. Pattern Recognition, 12, 1, 6. 11. Porter, D., and Nuringer, A. 1984. Music Discriminations by Pigeons. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Animal Behavior Processes, 10, 2, 138-148, Watanabe, S., Sakamoto, J., and Wakita, M. 1995. Pigeons' Discrimination of Painting. By Monet and Picasso. Journal of the Experimental Analysis of Behavior, 63, 2, 165-174. 272. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Give an example from daily life of each of the following: positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, positive punishment, negative punishment. 2. Consider the reinforcement techniques that you might use to train a dog to catch and retrieve a frisbee that you throw to it. 3. Watch the following 2 videos from current television shows. Can you determine which learning procedures are being demonstrated? A. The Office, http://break.com/user-content/2009/11. Office Altoid, Experiment 1499823. B. The Big Bang Theory, http://www.youtube.com. Watch, V=GA96 FBA WHK. 7.3 Learning by Insight and Observation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objective. 1. Understand the principles of learning by insight and observation. John B. Watson and B. F. Skinner were behaviorists who believed that all learning could be explained by the processes of conditioning, that is, that associations, and associations alone, influence learning. But some kinds of learning are very difficult to explain using only conditioning. Thus, although classical and operant conditioning play a key role in learning, they constitute only a part of the total picture. One type of learning that is not determined only by conditioning occurs when we suddenly find the solution to a problem, as if the idea just popped into our head. This type of learning is known as insight, the sudden understanding of a solution to a problem. The German psychologist Wolfgang Kohler, 1925-12, carefully observed what happened when he presented chimpanzees with a problem that was not easy for them to solve, such as placing food in an area that was too high in the cage to be reached. He found that the chimps first engaged in trial-and-error attempts at solving the problem, but when these failed they seemed to stop and contemplate for a while. Then, after this period of contemplation, they would suddenly seem to know how to solve the problem, for instance by using a stick to knock the food down or by standing on a chair to reach it. Kohler argued that it was this flash of insight, not the prior trial-and-error approaches, which were so important for conditioning theories, that allowed the animals to solve the problem. 12. Kohler, W. 1925. The Mentality of Apes, E. Winter, Transaction. New York, New York, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich. 273. Edward Tolman, Tolman and Honzik, 1930, 13 studied the behavior of 3 groups of rats that were learning to navigate through mazes. The first group always received a reward of food at the end of the maze. The second group never received any reward. And the third group received a reward, but only beginning on the 11th day of the experimental period. As you might expect when considering the principles of Conditioning: the rats in the first group quickly learned to negotiate the maze, while the rats of the second group seemed to wander aimlessly through it. The rats in the third group, however, although they wandered aimlessly for the first 10 days, quickly learned to navigate to the end of the maze as soon as they received food on day 11. By the next day, the rats in the third group had caught up in their learning to the rats that had been rewarded from the beginning. It was clear to Tolman that the rats that had been allowed to experience the maze, even without any reinforcement, had nevertheless learned something, and Tolman called this latent learning. Latent learning refers to learning that is not reinforced and not demonstrated until there is motivation to do so. Tolman argued that the rats had formed a cognitive map of the maze but did not demonstrate this knowledge until they received reinforcement. 7.3.1 Observational learning, learning by watching. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The idea of latent learning suggests that animals, and people, may learn simply by experiencing or watching. Observational learning, modeling, is learning by observing the behavior of others. To demonstrate the importance of observational learning in children, Bandura, Ross, and Ross, 1963, 14 showed children a live image of either a man or a woman interacting with a Bobo doll, a filmed version of the same events, or a cartoon version of the events. As you can see in video clip, Bandura discussing clips from his modeling studies, page 274, the Bobo doll is an inflatable balloon with a weight in the bottom that makes it bob back up when you knock it down. In all three conditions, the model violently punched the clown, kicked the doll, sat on it, and hit it with a hammer. 7.3.2 Video clip, Bandura discussing clips from his modeling studies. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Take a moment to see how Albert Bandura explained his research in Toth modeling of aggression in children. The researchers first let the children view one of the three types of modeling, and then let them play in a room in which there were some really fun toys. To create some. 13. Tolman, E.C., and Hanzik, C.H. 1930. Introduction and Removal of Reward, and Maze Performance in Rats. University of California Publications in Psychology, 4, to 57 to 75. 14. Bandura, A., Ross, D., and Ross, S.A. 1963. Imitation of Film-Mediated Aggressive Models. The Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 66, 1, 3, 11. 274. Frustration in the children. Bandura let the children play with the fun toys for only a couple of minutes before taking them away. Then Bandura gave the children a chance to play with the Bobo doll. If you guessed that most of the children imitated the model, you would be correct. Regardless of which type of modeling the children had seen, and regardless of the sex of the model or the child, the children who had seen the model behaved aggressively just as the model had done. They also punched, kicked, sat on the doll, and hit it with the hammer. Bandura and his colleagues had demonstrated that these children had learned new behaviors, simply by observing and imitating others. Observational learning is useful for animals and for people because it allows us to learn without having to actually engage in what might be a risky behavior. Monkeys that see other monkeys respond with fear to the sight of a snake learn to fear the snake themselves, even if they have been raised in a laboratory and have never actually seen a snake. Cook and Minka, 1990. 15. As Bandura put it, the prospects for human survival would be slim indeed if one could learn only by suffering the consequences of trial and error. For this reason, one does not teach children to swim, adolescents to drive automobiles, and novice medical students to perform surgery behaving them discover the appropriate behavior through the consequences of their successes and failures. Theory. Costly hazardous the possible mistakes, the heavier is their leniency in observational learning from competent learners. Bandura, 1977, p. 212, 16. Although modeling is normally adaptive, it can be problematic for children who grow up in violent families. These children are not only the victims of aggression, but they also see it happening to their parents and siblings. Because children learn how to be parents in large part by modeling the actions of their own parents, it is no surprise that there is a strong correlation between family violence in childhood and violence as an adult. Children who witness their parents being violent or who are themselves abused are more likely as adults to inflict abuse on intimate partners or their children, and to be victims of intimate violence. Heyman and SLEP, 2002. 17. In turn, their children are more likely to interact violently with each other and to aggress against their parents. Patterson, Dishian, and Bank, 1984. 18. Research focus, the effects of violent video games on aggression. The average American child watches more than 4 hours of television every day, and 2 out of 3 of the programs they watch contain aggression. It has been estimated that by the age of 12, the average American child has seen more than 8,000 murders and 100,000 acts of violence. At the same time, children are also exposed to violence in movies, video games, and virtual reality games, as well as in music videos that include violent lyrics and imagery. The Henry J. Kaiser 15. Cook, M., and Minka, S., 1990. Selective associations in the observational conditioning of fear in rhesus monkeys. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Animal Behavior Processes, 16, 4, 372-389. 16. Bandura, A. 1977. Self-Efficacy, Toward a Unifying Theory of Behavior Change. Psychological Review, 84, 191-15. 17. Heyman, R.E., and S.L.E.P., A.M.S. 2002. Do child abuse and interparental violence lead to adulthood family violence? Journal of Marriage and Family, 64, 4, 864-870. 18. Patterson, G.R., Dishyan, T.J., and Bank, L. 1984. Family Interaction, a Process Model of Deviancy Training. Aggressive Behavior, 10, 3, 253-67. 275. Family Foundation, 2003, Schulenberg, 2007, Coyne and Archer, 2005. 19. It might not surprise you to hear that these exposures to violence have an effect on aggressive behavior. The evidence is impressive and clear. The more media violence people, including children, view, the more aggressive they are likely to be. Anderson et. Alabama, 2003, Cantor. et. Alabama, 2001. 20. The relation between viewing television violence and aggressive behavior is about as strong as the relation between smoking and cancer, or between studying and academic grades. People who watch more violence become more aggressive than those who watch less violence. It is clear that watching television violence can increase aggression. But what about violent video games? These games are more popular than ever, and also more graphically violent. Youth spend countless hours playing these games, many of which involve engaging in extremely violent behaviors. The games often require the player to take the role of a violent person, to identify with the character, to seal CT victims, and of course to kill the victims. These behaviors are reinforced by winning points and moving on to higher levels, and are repeated over and over again. The answer is clear: playing violent video games leads to aggression. A recent meta-analysis by Anderson and Bushman, 2001. 21 reviewed 35 research studies that had tested the effects of playing violent video games on aggression. The studies included both experimental and correlational studies, with both male and female participants in both laboratory and field settings. They found that exposure to violent video games is significantly linked to increases in aggressive thoughts, aggressive feelings, psychological arousal, including blood pressure and heart rate, as well as aggressive behavior. Furthermore, playing more video games was found to relate to less altruistic behavior. In one experiment, Bushman and Anderson, 2002, 22 assessed the effects of viewing violent video games on aggressive thoughts and behavior. Participants were randomly assigned to play either a violent or a non-violent video game for 20 minutes. Each participant played one of 4 violent video. 19. The Henry J. Kaiser Family Foundation, 2003, Spring. Key facts: Menlo Park, CA, author. Retrieved from http://nmedia/upload/key-ff.org/nmedia/upload/key-acts/volence.pdf, Schulenberg, C. 2007, January. Dying to entertain, violence on prime-time broadcast television, 1998-2006. Los Angeles, CA, Parents Television Council. Retrieved from www.parents.org/ptc/publications/reports/violence-studies/x summary asp. Coyne, SM, and Archer, J. 2005. The relationship between indirect and physical aggression on television and in real life. Social Development, 14, 2, 324, 337. 20. Anderson, C.A., Berkowitz, L., Donnerstein, E., Huseman, L.R., Johnson, J.D., Linz, D., Wartella, E. 2003. The Influence of Media Violence on Youth. Psychological Science in the Public Interest, 4, 3, 81, 110, Cantor, J. Bushman, B.J., Huseman, L.R., Groebel, J., Malamuth, N.M., Impet, E.A., Singer, J.L. eds. 2001. Some Hazards of Television Viewing, Fears, Aggression, and Sexual Attitudes. Thousand Oaks, C.A., Sage. 21. Anderson, C.A., and Bushman, B.J. 2001. Effects of Violent Video Games on Aggressive Behavior, Aggressive Cognition, Aggressive Affect, Physiological Arousal, and Processual Behavior, a meta-analytic review of the scientific literature. Psychological Science, 12, 5, 353, 359. 22. Bushman, B.J., and Anderson, C.A. 2002. Violent Video Games and Hostile Expectations, A Test of the General Aggression Model. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 28, 12, 1679, 1686. 276. Games, Carmageddon, Duke Nukem, Mortal Kombat, or Future Cop, O. are one of 4 non-violent video games. Glider Pro, 3D Pinball, Austin Powers, or Tetra Madness. Participants then read a story, for instance this one about Todd, and were asked to list 20 thoughts, feelings, and actions about how they would respond if they were Todd. Todd was on his way home from work one evening when he had to brake quickly for a yellow light. The person in the car behind him must have thought Todd was going to run the light, because he crashed into the back of Todd's car, causing a lot of damage to both vehicles. Fortunately, there were no injuries. Todd got out of his car and surveyed the damage. He then walked over to the other car. As you can see in figure 7.4, the students who had played one of the violent video games responded much more aggressively to the story than did those who played the non-violent games. In fact, their responses were often extremely aggressive. They said things like, Call the guy an idiot, kick the other reverse car, this guy's dead. Meet, and what a dumbass. Figure 7.4 results from Bushman and Anderson, 2002. Anderson and Bushman, 2002, found that college students who had just played a violent video game expressed significantly more violent responses to a story than did those who had just played a non-violent video game. Source, adapted from Bushman, B.J., and Anderson, C. A. 2002, Violent Video Games and Hostile Expectations, ADIST. Ofta General Aggression Model Personality and Social Psychology. Bulletin, 28, 12, 1679, 1686. However, although modeling can increase violence, it can also have positive effects. Research has found that, just as children learn to be 277 aggressive through observational learning, they can also learn to be altruistic in the same way. Seymour, Yoshida, and Dolan, 2009. 23. Key takeaways. Not all learning can be explained through the principles of classical and operant conditioning. Insight is the sudden understanding of the components of a problem that makes the solution apparent. Latent learning refers to learning that is not reinforced and not demonstrated until there is motivation to do so. Observational learning occurs by viewing the behaviors of others. Both aggression and altruism can be learned through observation. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Describe a time when you learned something by insight. What do you think led to your learning? 2. Imagine that you had a 12-year-old brother who spent many hours a day playing violent video games. Basing your answer on the material covered in this chapter, do you think that your parents should limit his exposure to the games? Why or why not? 3. How might we incorporate principles of observational learning to encourage acts of kindness and selflessness in our society? 23. Seymour, B., Yoshida W., and Dolan, R. 2009, Altruistic Learning. Frontiers in Behavioral Neuroscience, 3, 23. doi, 103389/neuro07023 2009. 278. 7.4 Using the Principles of Learning to Understand Everyday Behavior. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Review the ways that learning theories can be applied to understanding and modifying everyday behavior. 2. Describe the situations under which reinforcement may make people less likely to enjoy engaging in a behavior. 3. Explain how principles of reinforcement are used to understand social dilemmas such as the prisoner's dilemma, and why people are likely to make competitive choices in them. The principles of learning are some of the most general and most powerful in all of psychology. It would be fair to say that these principles account for more behavior using fewer principles than any other set of psychological theories. The principles of learning are applied in numerous ways in everyday settings. For example, operant conditioning has been used to motivate employees, to improve athletic performance, to increase the functioning of those suffering from developmental disabilities, and to help parents successfully toilet train their children. Simic and O'Brien, 1981, Paithalino and Gamboa, 1974, Azrin and Fox, 1974, McGlynn, 1990. 24. In this section we will consider how learning theories are used in advertising, in education, and in understanding competitive relationships between individuals and groups. 7.4.1 Using classical conditioning in advertising. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Classical conditioning has long been, and continues to be, an effective tool in marketing and advertising. Hawkins, Best, and Coney, 1998. 25. The general idea is to create an advertisement that has positive features such that the ad creates enjoyment in the person exposed to it. The enjoyable ad serves as the unconditioned stimulus, US, and the enjoyment is the unconditioned response, UR. Because the product being advertised is mentioned in the ad, it becomes associated with the US, and then becomes the conditioned stimulus, CS. In the end, if everything has gone well, seeing the product online or in the store will then create a positive response in the buyer, leading him or her to be more likely to purchase the product. 24. Simic, T.C., and O'Brien, R.M. 1981. Total Golf, a behavioral approach to lowering your score and getting more out of your game. New York, New York, Doubleday and Company, Paithalino, E., and Gamboa, V.U. 1974. Behavior Modification and Absenteeism, Intervention in One Industrial Setting. Journal of Applied Psychology, 59, 694-697, Azrin, N., and Fox, R.M. 1974. Toilet Training in Less Than a Day. New York, New York, Simon and Schuster, McGlynn, S.M. 1990. Behavioral Approaches to Neuropsychological Rehabilitation. Psychological Bulletin, 108, 424-41. 25. Hawkins, D., Best, R., and Coney, K. 1998, Consumer Behavior, Building Marketing Strategy, 7th ed. Boston, Ma, McGraw. Hill. 279. 7.4.2 Video Clip, Television Eds. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Can you determine how classical conditioning is being used in these commercials? A similar strategy is used by corporations that sponsor teams or events. For instance, if people enjoy watching a college basketball team playing basketball, and if that team is sponsored by a product, such as Pepsi, then people may end up experiencing positive feelings when they view a can of Pepsi. Of course, the sponsor wants to sponsor only good teams and good athletes because these create more pleasurable responses. Advertisers use a variety of techniques to create positive advertisements, including enjoyable music, cute babies, attractive models, and funny spokespeople. In one study, Gorn, 1982, 26 showed research participants pictures of different writing pens of different colors, but paired one of the pens with pleasant music and the other with unpleasant music. When given a choice as a free gift, more people chose the pen color associated with the pleasant music. And Schemer, Mathis, Worth, and Textor, 2008, 27, found that people were more interested in products that had been embedded in music videos of artists that they liked and less likely to be interested when the products were in videos featuring artists that they did not like. Another type of ad that is based on principles of classical conditioning is one that associates fear with the use of a product or behavior, such as those that show pictures of deadly automobile accidents to encourage seatbelt use or images of lung cancer surgery to discourage smoking. These ads have also been found to be effective. Das, DeWitt, and Strobe, 2003, Perloff, 2003, Witt and Allen, 2000, 28 due in large part to conditioning. When we see a cigarette and the fear of dying has been associated with it, we are hopefully less likely to light up. Taken together then, there is ample evidence of the utility of classical conditioning. Using both positive as well as negative stimuli in advertising. This does not, however, mean that we are always influenced by these ads. The likelihood of conditioning being successful is greater for products that we do not know much about, where the differences between products are relatively minor, and when we do not think too carefully about the choices. Schemer et Alabama, 2008. 29. 26. Gorn, G.J. 1982. The Effects of Music in Advertising on Choice Behavior, a Classical Conditioning Approach. Journal of Marketing, 46, 1, 94, 101. 27. Schemer, C., Mathis, J.R., Worth, W., and Textor, S. 2008. Does passing the Courvoisier always pay off? Positive and negative evaluative conditioning effects of brand placements in music videos. Psychology and Marketing, 25, 10, 923, 943. 28. Das, E. HHJ, DeWitt, JBF, and Strobe, W. 2003. Fear appeals motivate acceptance of action. Recommendations, evidence for a positive bias in the processing of persuasive messages. Personality and Social Psychology. Bulletin, 29, 5, 650-664, Perloff, R.M. 2003, The Dynamics of Persuasion, Communication, and Attitudes in the 21st Century, 2nd ed. Mawa, N.J., Lawrence Erlbaum Associates, Witt, K., and Allen, M. 2000. A meta analysis of fear appeals, implications for effective public health campaigns. Health Education and Behavior, 27, 591 615. 29. Schemer, C., Mathis, J.R., Worth, W., and Textor, S. 2008. Does passing the Courvoisier always pay off? Positive and negative evaluative conditioning effects of brand placements in music videos. Psychology and Marketing, 25, 10, 923, 943. 280. Psychology in Everyday Life, Operant Conditioning in the Classroom. John B. Watson and B. F. Skinner believed that all learning was the result of reinforcement, and thus that reinforcement could be used to educate children. For instance, Watson wrote in his book on behaviorism, "Give me a dozen healthy infants, well-formed, and my own specified world to bring them up in, and I'll guarantee to take anyone at random and train him to become any type of specialist I might select: doctor, lawyer, artist, merchant chief, and, yes, even beggar man and thief, regardless of his talents, penchants, tendencies, abilities, vocations, and race of his ancestors. I am going beyond my facts and I admit it, but so have the advocates of the contrary, and they have been doing it for many thousands of years." Watson, 1930, p. 82. 30. Skinner promoted the use of programmed instruction, an educational tool that consists of self-teaching with the aid of a specialized textbook or teaching machine that presents material in a logical sequence. Skinner, 1965. 31. Programmed instruction allows students to progress through a unit of study at their own rate, checking their own answers and advancing only after answering correctly. Programmed instruction is used today in many classes, for instance, to teach computer programming. Emurian, 2009. 32. Although reinforcement can be effective in education, and teachers make use of it by awarding gold stars, good grades, and praise, there are also substantial limitations to using reward to improve learning. To be most effective, rewards must be contingent on appropriate behavior. In some cases, teachers may distribute rewards indiscriminately, for instance by giving praise or good grades to children whose work does not warrant it, in the hope that they will feel good about themselves and that this self-esteem will lead to better performance. Studies indicate, however, that high self-esteem alone does not improve academic performance. Baumeister, Campbell, Kruger, and Voss, 2003. 33. When rewards are not earned, they become meaningless and no longer provide motivation for improvement. Another potential limitation of rewards is that they may teach children that the activity should be performed for the reward, rather than for one's own interest in the task. If rewards are offered too often, the task itself becomes less appealing. Mark Lepper and his 30. Watson, J.B. 1930. Behaviorism, Revelation ed. New York, Norton. 31. Skinner, B.F. 1965. The Technology of Teaching. Proceeding Soft Royal Society B. Biological Sciences, 162, 989. 42743. doi, 101098/RSPB 1965-0048. 32. Emurian, H.H. 2009. Teaching Java, Managing Instructional Tactics to Optimize Student Learning. International Journal of Information and Communication Technology Education, 3, 4, 34, 49. 33. Baumeister, R.F., Campbell, J.D., Kruger, J.I., and Voss, K.D. 2003. Does high self-esteem cause better performance, interpersonal success, happiness, or healthier lifestyles? Psychological Science St. He. Public Interest, 4, 1, 44. 281. Colleagues, Lepper, Green, and Nisbet, 1973, 34 studied this possibility by leading some children to think that they engaged in an activity for a reward, rather than because they simply enjoyed it. First, they placed some fun felt-tipped markers in the classroom of the children they were studying. The children loved the markers and played with them right away. Then, the markers were taken out of the classroom, and the children were given a chance to play with the markers individually at an experimental session with the researcher. At the research session, the children were randomly assigned to one of 3 experimental groups. One group of children, the expected reward condition, was told that if they played with the markers they would receive a good drawing award. A second group, the unexpected reward condition, also played with the markers, and also got the award, but they were not told ahead of time that they would be receiving the award. It came as a surprise after the session. The third group, the no reward group, played with the markers too, but got no award. Then, the researchers placed the markers back in the classroom and observed how much the children in each of the 3 groups played with them. As you can see in figure 7.5, the children who had been led to expect a reward for playing with the markers during the experimental session played with the markers less at the second session than they had at the first session. The idea is that, when the children had to choose whether or not to play with the markers when the markers reappeared in the classroom, they based their decision on their own prior behavior. The children in the no reward groups and the children in the unexpected reward groups realized that they played with the markers because they liked them. Children in the expected award condition, however, remembered that they were promised a reward for the activity the last time they played with the markers. These children, then, were more likely to draw the inference that they play with the markers only for the external reward, and because they did not expect to get an award for playing with the markers in the classroom, they determined that he didn't like them, expecting to receive the award at the session head. Undermined their initial interest in the markers. 34. Lepper, M.R., Green, D., and Nisbet, R.E. 1973. Undermining children's intrinsic interest with extrinsic reward, a test of the overjustification hypothesis. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 28, 1, 129, 137. 282. Figure 7.5 Undermining Intrinsic Interest Description. Mark Lepper and his colleagues, 1973, found that giving rewards for playing with markers, which the children naturally enjoyed, could reduce their interest in the activity source. Adapted from Lepper, M.R., Green, D., and Nisbet, R.E., 1973, Undermining Children's Intrinsic Interest with Extrinsic Reward, Atist. Oft Overjustification Hypothesis. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 28, 1, 129, 137. This research suggests that, although giving rewards may in many cases lead us to perform an activity more frequently or with more effort, reward may not always increase our liking for the activity. In some cases, reward may actually make us like an activity less than we did before we were rewarded for it. This outcome is particularly likely when the reward is perceived as an obvious attempt on the part of others to get us to do something. When children are given money by their parents to get good grades in school, they may improve their school performance to gain the reward. But at the same time, their liking for school may decrease. On the other hand, rewards that are seen as more internal to the activity, such as rewards that praise us, remind us of our achievements in the domain, and make us feel good about ourselves as a result of our accomplishments, are more likely to be effective in increasing not only the performance of, but also the liking of, the activity. Hulleman, Durek, Schweigert, and Heraclius. 2008, Ryan and Deci, 2002. 35. Other research findings also support the general principle that punishment is generally less effective than reinforcement in changing behavior. In a recent meta-analysis, Gershoff, 2002. 36 found that although children who were spanked by their parents were more likely to immediately comply with the parents' demands, they were also more aggressive, showed less ability to control. 35. Hulleman, C.S., Durek, A.M., Schweigert, S.B., and Heraclius, J.M. 2008. Task Values, Achievement Goals, and Interest, an Integrative Analysis. Journal of Educational Psychology, 100, 2, 398 416, Ryan, R.M., and Deci, E. L. 2002. Overview of self-determination theory, an organismic dialectical perspective. In E.L. Deci and R.M. Ryan, eds. Handbook of Self-Determination Research, pages 3-33. Rochester, New York, University of Rochester Press. 36. Gershoff, E.T. 2002. Corporal Punishment by Parents and Associated Child Behaviors and Experiences, a Meta-Analytic and Theoretical Review. Psychological Bulletin, 128, 4, 539-579. 283. Aggression, and had poorer mental health in the long term than children who were not spanked. The problem seems to be that children who are punished for bad behavior are likely to change their behavior only to avoid the punishment, rather than by internalizing the norms of being good for its own sake. Punishment also tends to generate anger, defiance, and a desire for revenge. Moreover, punishment models the use of aggression and ruptures the important relationship between the teacher and the learner. Cohn. 1993, 37. 7.4.3 Reinforcement in Social Dilemmas. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The basic principles of reinforcement, reward, and punishment have been used to help understand a variety of human behaviors. Rotter, 1945, Bandura, 1977, Miller and Dollard, 1941. 38. The general idea is that, as predicted by principles of operant learning and the law of effect, people act in ways that maximize their outcomes, where outcomes are defined as the presence of reinforcers and the absence of punishers. Consider, for example, a situation known as the Commons Dilemma, as proposed by the ecologist Garrett Hardin, 1968. 39. Hardin noted that in many European towns, there was at one time a centrally located pasture, known as the Commons, which was shared by the inhabitants of the village to graze their livestock. But the Commons was not always used wisely. The problem was that each individual who owned livestock wanted to be able to use the Commons to graze his or her own animals. However, when each group member took advantage of the Commons by grazing many animals, the Commons became overgrazed, the pasture died, and the Commons was destroyed. Although Hardin focused on the particular example of the Commons, the basic dilemma of individual desires versus the benefit of the group as whole can also be found in many contemporary public goods issues, including the use of limited natural resources, air pollution, and public land. In large cities, most people may prefer the convenience of driving their own car to work each day rather than taking public transportation. Yet this behavior uses up public goods, the space on limited roadways, crude oil reserves, and clean air. People are lured into the dilemma by short-term rewards, seemingly without considering the potential long-term costs of the behavior, such as air pollution and the necessity of building even more highways. A social dilemma such as the commons dilemma is a situation in which the behavior that creates the most positive outcomes for the individual may in the long term lead to negative consequences for the group as a whole. The dilemmas are arranged in a way that it is 37. Cone, A. 1993, punished byrewards, the trouble with gold stars, incentive plans, A's, praise, and other bribes. Boston, Ma, Houghton Mifflin and Company. 38. Rotter, J.B. 1945. Social Learning and Clinical Psychology. Upper Saddle River, N.J., Prentice Hall, Bandura, A. 1977. Social Learning Theory. New York, New York, General Learning Press, Miller, N., and Dollard, J. 1941. Social Learning and Imitation. New Haven, C.T., Yale University Press. 39. Hardin, G. 1968. The Tragedy of the Commons. Science, 162, 1243-1248. 284. Easy to be selfish, because the personally beneficial choice, such as using water during a water shortage or driving to work alone in one's own car, produces reinforcements for the individual. Furthermore, social dilemmas tend to work on a type of time delay. The problem is that, because the long-term negative outcome, the extinction of fish species or dramatic changes in the Earth's climate, is far away in the future, and the individual benefits are occurring right now, it is difficult for an individual to see how many costs there really are. The paradox, of course, is that if everyone takes the personally selfish choice in an attempt to maximize his or her own outcomes, the long-term result is poorer outcomes for every individual in the group. Each individual prefers to make use of the public goods for himself or herself, whereas the best outcome for the group as a whole is to use the resources more slowly and wisely. One method of understanding how individuals and groups behave in social dilemmas is to create such situations in the laboratory and observe how people react to them. The best known of these laboratory simulations is called the Prisoner's Dilemma game. Poundstone, 1992. 40. This game represents a social dilemma in which the goals of the individual compete with the goals of another individual, or sometimes with a group of other individuals. Like all social dilemmas, the prisoner's dilemma assumes that individuals will generally try to maximize their own outcomes in their interactions with others. In the prisoner's dilemma game, the participants are shown a payoff matrix in which numbers are used to express the potential outcomes for each of the players in the game, given the decisions each player makes. The payoffs are chosen beforehand by the experimenter to create a situation that models some real-world outcome. Furthermore, in the prisoner's dilemma game, the payoffs are normally arranged as they would be in a typical social dilemma, such that each individual is better off acting in his or her immediate self-interest, and yet if all individuals act according to their self-interests, then everyone will be worse off. In its original form, the prisoner's dilemma game involves a situation in which two prisoners, we'll call them Frank and Malik, have been accused of committing a crime. The police believe that the two worked together on the crime, but they have only been able to gather enough evidence to convict each of them of a more minor offense. In an attempt to gain more evidence, and thus to be able to convict the prisoners of the larger crime, each of the prisoners is interrogated individually, with the hope that he will confess to having been involved in the more major crime, in return for a promise of a reduced sentence if he confesses first. Each prisoner can make either the cooperative choice, which is to not confess, or the competitive choice, which is to confess. The incentives for either confessing or not confessing are expressed in a payoff matrix, such as the one shown in Figure 7.6. The top of the matrix represents the two choices that Malik might make, to either confess that he did the crime or not confess, and the side of the matrix represents the two choices that Frank might make, also to either confess or not confess. The payoffs that each prisoner receives, given the choices of each of the two prisoners, are shown in each of the four squares. 40. Poundstone, W. 1992. The Prisoner's Dilemma. New York, New York, Doubleday. 285. Figure 7.6. The Prisoner's Dilemma. In the Prisoner's Dilemma game, two suspected criminals are interrogated separately. The matrix indicates the outcomes for each prisoner, measured as the number of years each is sentenced to prison, as a result of each combination of cooperative, don't confess, and competitive, confess, decisions. Outcomes for Malik are in black and outcomes for Frank are in gray. If both prisoners take the cooperative choice by not confessing, the situation represented in the upper left square of the matrix, there will be a trial. The limited available information will be used to convict each prisoner, and they each will be sentenced to a relatively short prison term of 3 years. However, if either of the prisoners confesses, turning state's evidence against the other prisoner, then there will be enough information to convict the other prisoner of the larger crime, and that prisoner will receive a sentence of 30 years, whereas the prisoner who confesses will get off free. These outcomes are represented in the lower left and upper right squares of the matrix. Finally, it is possible that both players confess at the same time. In this case, there is no need for a trial, and in return, the prosecutors offer a somewhat reduced sentence of 10 years to each of the prisoners. The Prisoner's Dilemma has two interesting characteristics that make it a useful model of a social dilemma. For one, the Prisoner's Dilemma is arranged such that a positive outcome for one player does not necessarily mean a negative outcome for the other player. If you consider again the matrix in Figure 7.6, you can see that if one player 286 takes the cooperative choice to not confess, and the other takes the competitive choice to confess, then the prisoner who cooperates loses, whereas the other prisoner wins. However, if both prisoners make the cooperative choice, each remaining quiet, then neither gains more than the other, and both prisoners receive a relatively light sentence. In this sense, both players can win at the same time. Second, the prisoner's dilemma matrix is arranged such that each individual player is motivated to take the competitive choice, because this choice leads to a higher payoff, regardless of what the other player does. Imagine for a moment that you are Malik, and you are trying to decide whether to cooperate, don't confess, or to compete. Confess. And imagine that you are not really sure what Frank is going to do. Remember, the goal of the individual is to maximize outcomes. The values in the matrix make it clear that if you think that Frank is going to confess, you should confess yourself, to get 10 rather than 30 years in prison. And it is also clear that if you think Frank is not going to confess, you should still confess, to get 0 rather than 3 years in prison. So the matrix is arranged such that the best alternative for each player, at least in the sense of pure reward and self-interest, is to make the competitive choice. Even though in the end both players would prefer the combination in which both players cooperate to the one in which they both compete. Although initially specified in terms of the two prisoners, similar payoff matrices can be used to predict behavior in many different types of dilemmas involving two or more parties, and including choices of helping and not helping, working and loafing, and paying and not paying debts. For instance, we can use the prisoner's dilemma to help us understand roommates living together in a house who might not want to contribute to the housework. Each of them would be better off if they relied on the other to clean the house. Yet if neither of them makes an effort to clean the house, the cooperative choice, the house becomes a mess and they will both be worse off. Key takeaways. Learning theories have been used to change behaviors in many areas of everyday life. Some advertising uses classical conditioning to associate a pleasant response with a product. Rewards are frequently and effectively used in education but must be carefully designed to be contingent on performance and to avoid undermining interest in the activity. Social dilemmas, such as the prisoner's dilemma, can be understood in terms of a desire to maximize one's outcome in a competitive relationship. 287. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Find and share with your class some examples of advertisements that make use of classical conditioning to create positive attitudes toward products. 2. Should parents use both punishment as well as reinforcement to discipline their children? On what principles of learning do you base your opinion? 3. Think of a social dilemma other than one that has been discussed in this chapter, and explain people's behavior in it in terms of principles of learning. 7.5 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Classical conditioning was first studied by physiologist Ivan Pavlov. In classical conditioning, a person or animal learns to associate a neutral stimulus, the conditioned stimulus, or CS, with a stimulus, the unconditioned stimulus, or US, that naturally produces a behavior, the unconditioned response, or UR. As a result of this association, the previously neutral stimulus comes to elicit the same or similar response, the conditioned response, or CR. Classically conditioned responses show extinction if the CS is repeatedly presented without the US. The CR may reappear later in a process known as spontaneous recovery. Organisms may show stimulus generalization, in which stimuli similar to the CS may produce similar behaviors, or stimulus discrimination, in which the organism learns to differentiate between the CS and other similar stimuli. Second-order conditioning occurs when a second CS is conditioned to a previously established CS. Psychologist Edward Thorndike developed the law of effect, the idea that responses that are reinforced are stamped in by experience and thus occur more frequently, whereas responses that are punishing are stamped out and subsequently occur less frequently. B. F. Skinner, 1904–1990, expanded on Thorndike's ideas to develop a set of principles to explain operant conditioning. Positive reinforcement strengthens a response by presenting as something pleasant after the response, and negative reinforcement strengthens a response by reducing or removing something unpleasant. Positive punishment weakens a response by presenting something unpleasant after the response, whereas negative punishment weakens a response by reducing or removing something pleasant. 288. Shaping is the process of guiding an organism's behavior to the desired outcome through the use of reinforcers. Reinforcement may be either partial or continuous. Partial reinforcement schedules are determined by whether the reward is presented on the basis of the time that elapses between rewards, interval, or on the basis of the number of responses that the organism engages in, ratio, and by whether the reinforcement occurs on a regular, fixed, or unpredictable, variable, schedule. Not all learning can be explained through the principles of classical and operant conditioning. Insight is the sudden understanding of the components of a problem that makes the solution apparent, and latent learning refers to learning that is not reinforced and not demonstrated until there is motivation to do so. Learning by observing the behavior of others and the consequences of those behaviors is known as observational learning. Aggression, altruism, and many other behaviors are learned through observation. Learning theories can and have been applied to change behaviors in many areas of everyday life. Some advertising uses classical conditioning to associate a pleasant response with a product. Rewards are frequently and effectively used in education but must be carefully designed to be contingent on performance and to avoid undermining interest in the activity. Social dilemmas, such as the prisoner's dilemma, can be understood in terms of a desire to maximize one's outcomes in a competitive relationship. 289. Chapter 8 Remembering and Judging. 8.1 She was certain, but she was wrong. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. She was certain, but she was wrong. In 1984, Jennifer Thompson was a 22-year-old college student in North Carolina. One night a man broke into her apartment, put a knife to her throat, and raped her. According to her own account, Ms. Thompson studied her rapist throughout the incident with great determination to memorize his face. She said, "I studied every single detail on the rapist's face. I looked at his hairline. I looked for scars, for tattoos, for anything that would help me identify him when and if I survived." Ms. Thompson went to the police that same day to create a sketch of her attacker, relying on what she believed was her detailed memory. Several days later, the police constructed a photographic lineup. Thompson identified Ronald Cotton as the rapist, and she later testified against him at trial. She was positive it was him, with no doubt in her mind. "I was sure I knew it. I had picked the right guy, and he was going to go to jail. If there was the possibility of a death sentence, I wanted him to die. I wanted to flip the switch." As positive as she was, it turned out that Jennifer Thompson was wrong. But it was no tea until after Mr. Cotton had served 11 years in prison for a crime he did not commit that conclusive DNA evidence indicated that Bobby Poole was the actual rapist, and Cotton was released from jail. Jennifer Thompson's memory had failed her, resulting in a substantial injustice. It took definitive DNA testing to shake her confidence, but she now knows that despite her confidence in her identification, it was wrong. Consumed by guilt, Thompson sought out Cotton when he was released from prison, and they have since become friends. Innocence Project, N.D., Thompson, 2000. 1. Picking Cotton, a memoir of injustice and redemption. Although Jennifer Thompson was positive that it was Ronald Cotton who had raped her, her memory was inaccurate. Conclusive DNA testing later proved that he was not the attacker. Watch this book trailer about the story. Jennifer. 1. Innocence Project. N.D. Ronald Cotton. Retrieved from www.innocenceproject.org/content/72 Thompson, J. 2000, June 18. I was certain, but I was wrong. New York Times. Retrieved from //faculty Washington edu/gloftus/other_information/legal_stuff/articles/news_articles/ Thompson_NYT_6_18_2000 HTML 290. Thompson is not the only person to have been fooled by her memory of events. Over the past 10 years, almost 400 people have been released from prison when DNA evidence confirmed that they could not have committed the crime for which they had been convicted. And in more than 3/4 of these cases, the cause of the innocent people being falsely convicted was erroneous eyewitness testimony. Wells, Memon, and Penrod, 2006. 2. Eyewitness testimony. Watch this video for Leslie Stahl's 60 Minutes segment on this case. The two subjects of this chapter are memory, defined as the ability to store and retrieve information over time, and cognition, defined as the processes of acquiring and using knowledge. It is useful to consider memory and cognition in the same chapter because they work together to help us interpret and understand our environments. Memory and cognition represent the two major interests of cognitive psychologists. The cognitive approach became the most important school of psychology during the 1960s, and the field of psychology has remained in large part cognitive since that time. The cognitive school was influenced in large part by the development of the electronic computer, and although the differences between computers and the human mind are vast, cognitive psychologists have used the computer as a model for understanding the workings of the mind. Differences between brains and computers. In computers, information can be accessed only if one knows the exact location of the memory. In the brain, information can be accessed through spreading activation from closely related concepts. The brain operates primarily in parallel, meaning that it is multitasking on many different actions at the same time. Although this is changing as new computers are developed, most computers are primarily serial. They finish one task before they start another. In computers, short-term, random access memory is a subset of long-term, read-only memory. In the brain, the processes of short-term memory and long-term memory are distinct. In the brain, there is no difference between hardware, the mechanical aspects of the computer, and software, the programs that run on the hardware. In the brain, synapses, which operate using an electrochemical process, are much slower but also vastly more complex and useful than the transistors used by computers. 2. Wells, G.L., Memon, A., and Penrod, S.D. 2006. Eyewitness evidence, improving its probative value. Psychological science in the public interest, 7, 2, 45, 75. 291. Computers differentiate memory, for example, the hard drive, from processing, the central processing unit, but in brains there is no such distinction. In the brain, but not in computers, existing memory is used to interpret and store incoming information, and retrieving information from memory changes the memory itself. The brain is self-organizing and self-repairing, but computers are not. If a person suffers a stroke, neural plasticity will help him or her recover. If we drop our laptop and it breaks, it cannot fix itself. The brain is significantly bigger than any current computer. The brain is estimated to have 25 trillion, 25 million, billion, interactions among axons, dendrites, neurons, and neurotransmitters, and that doesn't include the approximately 1 trillion glial cells that may also be important for information processing and memory. Although cognitive psychology began in earnest at about the same time that the electronic computer was first being developed, and although cognitive psychologists have frequently used the computer as a model for understanding how the brain operates, research in cognitive neuroscience has revealed many important differences between brains and computers. The neuroscientist Chris Chatham, 2007, provided the list of differences between brains and computers shown here. You might want to check out the website and the responses to it at http://scienceblogs.com. Developing Intelligence /2007/03/y_the_is_not_like_a_co. php http://developingintelligence/2007/03. The _brain _is_not_%20 like_a_co php. We will begin the chapter with the study of memory. Our memories allow us to do relatively simple things, such as remembering where we parked our car or the name of the current President of the United States, but also allow us to form complex memories, such as how to ride a bicycle or to write a computer program. Moreover, our memories define us as individuals. They are our experiences, our relationships, our successes, and our failures. Without our memories, we would not have a life. At least for some things, our memory is very good. Barak, 2000. For once we learn a face, we can recognize that face many years later. We know the lyrics of many songs by heart, and we can give definitions for tens of thousands of words. Mitchell, 2006. 5 contacted participants 17 years after they had been briefly exposed to some line drawings in a lab and found that they still could identify the images significantly better than participants who had never seen them. 3. Chatham, C. 2007, March 27. 10 important differences between brains and computers. Developing intelligence. Retrieved from http://developingintelligence/2007/03 is_not_like_a_co php. 4. Barak, H.P. 2000. Long-term maintenance of knowledge. In E. Tulving and F.I.M. Craik, eds, The Oxford Handbook of Memory, pages 347-362. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 5. Mitchell, D.B. 2006. Non-conscious priming after 17 years, invulnerable implicit memory? Psychological Science, 17, 11. 925, 928. 292. For some people, memory is truly amazing. Consider, for instance, the case of Kim Peek, who was the inspiration for the Academy Award-winning film Rain Man. Figure 8.1 Kim Peek missing and video clip. Kim Peek, page 293. Although Peek's IQ was Only 87, significantly below the average of about 100, it is estimated that he memorized more than 10,000 books in his lifetime. Wisconsin Medical Society, ND. Kim Peek, 2004. 6. The Russian psychologist A.R. Luria, 2004, 7 has described the abilities of a man known as S, who seems to have unlimited memory. S remembers strings of hundreds of random letters for years at a time, and seems in fact to never forget anything. 8.1.1 Video clip, Kim Peek. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. You can view an interview with Kim Peek and see some of his amazing memory abilities at this link. In this chapter, we will see how psychologists use behavioral responses, such as memory tests and reaction times, to draw inferences about what and how people remember. And we will see that although we have very good memory for some things, our memories are far from perfect. Shatter, 1996. 8. The errors that we make are due to the fact that our memories are not simply recording devices that input, store, and retrieve the world around us. Rather, we actively process and interpret information as we remember and recollect it, and these cognitive processes influence what we remember and how we remember it. Because memories are constructed, not recorded, when we remember events we don't reproduce exact replicas of those events. Bartlett, 1932. 9. In the last section of the chapter we will focus primarily on cognition, with a particular consideration for cases in which cognitive processes lead us to distort our judgments or misremember information. We will see that our prior knowledge can influence our memory. People who read the words dream, sheets, rest, snore, blanket, tired, and bed, and then are asked to remember the words often think that they saw the word sleep, even though that word was not in the list. Roediger and McDermott, 1995. 10. And we will see that in other cases we are influenced by the ease with which we can retrieve information from memory or by the information that we are exposed to after we first learn something. Although much research in the area of memory and cognition is basic in orientation, the work also has profound influence on our everyday experiences. Our cognitive processes influence the accuracy and inaccuracy of our memories and our judgments, and they lead us to be vulnerable to the types of errors that eyewitnesses such as 6. Wisconsin Medical Society, ND. Retrieved from http://wisconsinmedicalsociety.org/savant/profiles. Kim_peek/_media/video/expedition/video HTML. Kim Peek, savant who was the inspiration for the film Rain Manitoba. 2009. December 23. The Times retrieved from http://www.timesonline.co.uk/toll/comment/obituaries. 7. Luria, A. 2004. The Mind of a Mnemonist, a little book about a vast memory. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press. 8. Shatter, D.L. 1996. Searching for Memory, the Brain, the Mind, and the Past, First ed. New York, New York, Basic Books. 9. Bartlett, F.C. 1932. Remembering. Cambridge, Ma, Cambridge University Press. 10. Roediger, H.L., and McDermott, K.B. 1995. Creating False Memories, Remembering Words Not Presented in Lists. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Learning, Memory, and Cognition, 21, 4, 803814. 293. Jennifer Thompson may make. Understanding these potential errors is the first step in learning to avoid them. 8.2 Memories as Types and Stages. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Compare and contrast explicit and implicit memory, identifying the features that define each. 2. Explain the function and duration of eidetic and echoic memories. 3. Summarize the capacities of short-term memory and explain how working memory is used to process information in it. As you can see in Table 8.1, psychologists conceptualize memory in terms of types, in terms of stages, and in terms of processes. In this section we will consider the two types of memory, explicit memory and implicit memory, and then the three major memory stages, sensory, short-term, and long-term, Atkinson and Schifrin, 1968. 11. Then, in the next section, we will consider the nature of long-term memory, with a particular emphasis on the cognitive techniques we can use to improve our memories. Our discussion will focus on the three processes that are central to long-term memory: encoding, storage, and retrieval. Explicit memory as types. Implicit memory. Sensory memory. Short-term memory as stages. Long-term memory. Encoding. Storage as processes. Retrieval. Table 8.1 Memory conceptualized in terms of types, stages, and processes. 11. Atkinson, R.C., and Schifrin, R.M. 1968. Human Memory, a Proposed System and Its Control Processes. In K. Spence, edition. The Psychology of Learning and Motivation, Volume 2. Oxford, England, Academic Press. 294. 8.2.1 Explicit Memory. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. When we assess memory by asking a person to consciously remember things, we are measuring explicit memory. Explicit memory refers to knowledge or experiences that can be consciously remembered. As you can see in Figure 8.1, there are two types of explicit memory, episodic and semantic. Episodic memory refers to the first-hand experiences that we have had, for example, recollections of our high school graduation day or of the fantastic dinner we had in New York last year. Semantic memory refers to our knowledge of facts and concepts about the world, for example, that the absolute value of 90 is greater than the absolute value of 9 and that one definition of the word affect is the experience of feeling or emotion. Figure 8.1 Types of memory. Explicit memory is assessed using measures in which the individual being tested must consciously attempt to remember the information. A recall memory test is a measure of explicit memory that involves bringing from memory information that has previously been remembered. We rely on our recall memory when we take an essay test, because the test requires us to generate previously remembered information. A multiple choice test is an example of a recognition memory test, a measure of explicit memory that involves determining whether information has been seen or learned before. Your own experiences taking tests will probably lead you to agree with the scientific research finding that recall is more difficult than recognition. Recall, such as required on essay tests, involves two steps, first generating an answer and then determining whether it seems to be the correct one. Recognition, as on multiple choice test, only involves determining which item from a list seems most correct. Haust, Shimamura, and Squire, 1992. 12. Although they involve different processes, recall and recognition, memory measures tend to be correlated. Students who do better on a multiple choice exam will also, by and large, do better on an essay exam. Bridgman and Morgan, 1996. 13. A third way of measuring memory is known as relearning. Nelson, 1985. 14 measures of relearning, or savings, assess how much more quickly information is processed or learned when it is studied again after it has already been learned but then forgotten. If you 12. Haust, F., Shimamura, A.P., and Squire, L.R. 1992. On the relationship between recall and recognition memory. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Learning, Memory, and Cognition, 18, 4, 691, 702. 13. Bridgman, B., and Morgan, R. 1996. Success in College for Students with Discrepancies Between Performance on Multiple Choice and Essay Tests. Journal of Educational Psychology, 88, 2, 333-340. 14. Nelson, T.O. 1985. Ebbinghaus's Contribution to the Measurement of Retention, Savings During Relearning. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Learning, Memory, and Cognition, 11, 3, 472-478. 295. Have taken some French courses in the past, for instance, you might have forgotten most of the vocabulary you learned. But if you were to work on your French again, you'd learn the vocabulary much faster the second time around. Relearning can be a more sensitive measure of memory than either recall or recognition because it allows assessing memory in terms of how much or how fast rather than simply correct versus incorrect responses. Relearning also allows us to measure memory for procedures like driving a car or playing a piano piece, as well as memory for facts and figures. 8.2.2 Implicit Memory. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. While explicit memory consists of the things that we can consciously report that we know, implicit memory refers to knowledge that we cannot consciously access. However, implicit memory is nevertheless exceedingly important to us because it has a direct effect on our behavior. Implicit memory refers to the influence of experience on behavior, even if the individual is not aware of those influences. As you can see in Figure 8.1, there are three general types of implicit memory: procedural memory, classical conditioning effects, and priming. Procedural memory refers to our often unexplainable knowledge of how to do things. When we walk from one place to another, speak to another person in English, dial a cell phone, or play a video game, we are using procedural memory. Procedural memory allows us to perform complex tasks, even though we may not be able to explain to others how we do them. There is no way to tell someone how to ride a bicycle, a person has to learn by doing it. The idea of implicit memory helps explain how infants are able to learn. The ability to crawl, walk, and talk are procedures, and these skills are easily and efficiently developed while we are children, despite the fact that as adults we have no conscious memory of having learned them. A second type of implicit memory is classical conditioning effects, in which we learn, often without effort or awareness, to associate neutral stimuli, such as a sound or a light, with another stimulus, such as food, which creates a naturally occurring response, such as enjoyment or salivation. The memory for the association is demonstrated when the conditioned stimulus, the sound, begins to create the same response as the unconditioned stimulus, the food, did before the learning. The final type of implicit memory is known as priming, or changes in behavior as a result of experiences that have happened frequently or recently. Priming refers both to the activation of knowledge. For example, we can prime the concept of kindness by presenting people with words related to kindness, and to the influence of that activation on behavior. People who are primed with the concept of kindness may act more kindly. One measure of the influence of priming on implicit memory is the word fragment test, in which a person is asked to fill in missing letters to make words. You can try this yourself. First, try to complete the following word fragments, but work on each one for only 3 or 4 seconds. Do any words pop into mind quickly? _IB_A_Y 296 _H_S_I_N _O_K _H_IS_. Now read the following sentence carefully. He got his materials from the shelves, checked them out, and then left the building. Then try again to make words out of the word fragments. I think you might find that it is easier to complete fragments 1 and 3 as library and book, respectively, after you read the sentence than it was before you read it. However, reading the sentence didn't really help you to complete fragments 2 and 4. As physician A.N.D. Shays. This difference in implicit memory probably occurred because as you read the sentence, the concept of library, and perhaps book, was primed, even though they were never mentioned explicitly. Once a concept is primed, it influences our behaviors, for instance, on word fragment tests. Our everyday behaviors are influenced by priming in a wide variety of situations. Seeing an advertisement for cigarettes may make us start smoking, seeing the flag of our home country may arouse our patriotism, and seeing a student from a rival school may arouse our competitive spirit. And these influences on our behaviors may occur without our being aware of them. Research focus, priming outside. Awareness influences behavior. One of the most important characteristics of implicit memories is that they are frequently formed and used automatically, without much effort or awareness on our part. In one demonstration of the automaticity and influence of priming effects, John Bargh and his colleagues, Bargh, Chen, and Burroughs, 1996, 15 conducted a study in which they showed college students lists of 5 scrambled words, each of which they were to make into a sentence. Furthermore, for half of the research participants, the words were related to stereotypes of the elderly. These participants saw words such as the following: in Florida, retired live people. Bingo men, the forgetful plays. The other half of the research participants also made sentences, but from words that had nothing to do with elderly stereotypes. The purpose of this task was to prime stereotypes of elderly people in memory for some of the participants but not for others. The experimenters then assessed whether the priming of elderly stereotypes would have any effect on the students' behavior and 15. Bargh, J.A., Chen, M., and Burroughs, L. 1996. Automaticity of social behavior, direct effects of trait construct and stereotype activation on action. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 71, 230-44. 297. Indeed it did. When the research participant had gathered all of his or her belongings, thinking that the experiment was over, the experimenter thanked him or her for participating, and gave directions to the closest elevator. Then, without the participants knowing it, the experimenters recorded the amount of time that the participants spent walking from the doorway of the experimental room toward the elevator. As you can see in Figure 8.2, participants who had made sentences using words related to elderly stereotypes took on the behaviors of the elderly. They walked significantly more slowly as they left the experimental room. Figure 8.2 results from Barg, Chen, and Burroughs, 1996. Barg, Chen, and Burroughs, 1996, found that priming words associated with the elderly made people walk more slowly. Source: adapted from Barg, J.A., Chen, M., and Burroughs, L. 1996. Automaticity of social behavior, direct effects of trait construct and stereotype activation on action. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 71, 230-44. To determine if these priming effects occurred out of the awareness of the participants, Barg and his colleagues asked still another group of students to complete the priming task and then to indicate whether they thought the words they had used to make the sentences had any relationship to each other, or could possibly have influenced their behavior in any way. These students had no awareness of the possibility that the words might have been related to the elderly or could have influenced their behavior. 8.2.3 Stages of memory: sensory, short-term, and long-term memory. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Another way of understanding memory is to think about it in terms of stages that describe the length of time that information remains available to us. According to this 298 approach, see Figure 8.3, information begins in sensory memory, moves to short-term memory, and eventually moves to long-term memory. But not all information makes it through all three stages. Most of it is forgotten. Whether the information moves from shorter duration memory into longer duration memory or whether it is lost from memory entirely depends on how the information is attended to and processed. Figure 8.3 Memory duration. Memory can characterized in terms of stages, the length of time that information remains available to us. By source: adapted from Atkinson, R.C., and Schifrin, R.M., 1968, Human Memory, A. Proposed System and Its Control Processes Inc. Spence, edition, Phep Psychology of Learning and Motivation, Vol. 2, Oxford, England, Academic Press. 8.2.4 Sensory Memory. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Sensory memory refers to the brief storage of sensory information. Sensory memory is a memory buffer that lasts only very briefly and then, unless it is attended to and passed on for more processing, is forgotten. The purpose of sensory memory is to give the brain some time to process the incoming sensations, and to allow us to see the world as an unbroken stream of events rather than as individual pieces. Visual sensory memory is known as iconic memory. Iconic memory was first studied by The psychologist George Sperling, 1960. 16. In his research, Sperling showed participants a display of letters in rows, similar to that shown in Figure 8.4. However, the display lasted only about 50 milliseconds, 1/20th of a second. Then, Sperling gave his participants a recall test in which they were asked to name all the letters that they could remember. On average, the participants could remember only about 1/4 of the letters that they had seen. 16. Sperling, G. 1960. The information available in brief visual presentation psychological monographs, 74, 11, 129. 299. Figure 8.4 Measuring iconic memory. Sperling, 1960, showed his participants displays such as this one for only 1/20th of a second. He found that when he cued the participants to report one of the 3 rows of letters, they could do it, even if the cue was given shortly after the display had been removed. The research demonstrated the existence of iconic memory. By adapted from Sperling, G. 1960. The information available in brief visual presentation psychological monographs, 74, 11, 129. Sperling reasoned that the participants had seen all the letters but could remember them only very briefly, making it impossible for them to report them all. To test this idea, in his next experiment he first showed the same letters, but then after the display had been removed, he signaled to the participants to report the letters from either the first, second, or third row. In this condition, the participants now reported almost all the letters in that row. This finding confirmed Sperling's hunch: participants had access to all of the letters in their iconic memories, and if the task was short enough, they were able to report on the part of the display he asked them to. The short enough is the length of iconic memory, which turns out to be about 250 milliseconds, 1/4 of a second. Auditory sensory memory is known as echoic memory. In contrast to iconic memories, which decay very rapidly, echoic memories can last as long as 4 seconds. Cowan, Lichty, and Grove, 1990. 17. This is convenient as it allows you, among other things, to remember the words that you said at the beginning of a long sentence when you get to the end of it, and to take notes on your psychology professor's most recent statement even after he or she has finished saying it. In some people, iconic memory seems to last longer, a phenomenon known as eidetic imagery, or photographic memory, in which people can report details of an image over long periods of time. These people, who often suffer from psychological disorders such as autism, claim that they can see an image long after it has been presented, and can often report accurately on that image. There is also some evidence for eidetic memories in hearing. Some people report that their echoic memories. 17. Cowan, N., Lichty, W., and Grove, Tr. 1990. Properties of memory for unattended spoken syllables. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Learning, memory, and cognition, 16, 258 to 68. 300. Persist for unusually long periods of time. The composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart may have possessed eidetic memory for music, because even when he was very young and had not yet had a great deal of musical training, he could listen to long compositions and then play them back almost perfectly. Solomon, 1995. 18. 8.2.5 Short-term memory. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Most of the information that gets into sensory memory is forgotten, but information that we turn our attention to, with the goal of remembering it, may pass into short-term memory. Short-term memory, STM, is the place where small amounts of information can be temporarily kept for more than a few seconds, but usually for less than 1 minute. Baddeley, Valar, and Chalice, 1990. 19. Information in short-term memory is not stored permanently but rather becomes available for us to process, and the processes that we use to make sense of, modify, interpret, and store information in STM are known as working memory. Although it is called memory, working memory is not a store of memory like STM but rather a set of memory procedures or operations. Imagine, for instance, that you are asked to participate in a task such as this one, which is a measure of working memory. Unsworth and Engel, 2007. 20. Each of the following questions appears individually on a computer screen and then disappears after you answer the question. Is 10 times 2, 5 equal 15? Answer yes or no, then remember S. Is 12 divided by 6, 2 equal 1? Answer yes or no, then remember R. Is 10 times 2 equal 5? Answer yes or no, then remember P. Is 8 divided by 2, 1 equal 1? Answer yes or no, then remember T. Is 6 times 2, 1 equal 8? Answer yes or no, then remember U. Is 2 times 3, 3 equals 0? Answer yes or no, then remember Q. To successfully accomplish the task, you have to answer each of the math problems correctly and at the same time remember the letter that follows the task. Then, after the 6 questions, you must list the letters that appeared in each of the trials in the correct order, in this case S, R, P, T, U, Q. 18. Solomon, M. 1995. Mozart, A Life. New York, New York, Harper Perennial. 19. Baddeley, A.D., Valar, G., and Chalice, T. 1990. The development of the concept of working memory, implications and contributions of neuropsychology. In G. Valar and T. Chalice, eds, Neuropsychological Impairments of Short-Term Memory, pages 54-73. New York, New York, Cambridge University Press. 20. Unsworth, N., and Engel, R.W. 2007. On the division of short-term and working memory, an examination of simple and complex span and their relation to higher-order abilities. Psychological Bulletin, 133, 6, 1038-1066. 301. To accomplish this difficult task, you need to use a variety of skills. You clearly need to use STM, as you must keep the letters in storage until you are asked to list them. But you also need a way to make the best use of your available attention and processing. For instance, you might decide to use a strategy of repeat the letters twice, then quickly solve the next problem, and then repeat the letters twice again, including the new one. Keeping this strategy, or others like it, going is the role of working memories. Central executive, the part of working memory that directs attention and processing. The central executive will make use of whatever strategies seem to be best for the given task. For instance, the central executive will direct the rehearsal process, and at the same time direct the visual cortex to form an image of the list of letters in memory. You can see that although STM is involved, the processes that we use to operate on the material in memory are also critical. Short-term memory is limited in both the length and the amount of information it can hold. Peterson and Peterson, 1959, 21 found that when people were asked to remember a list of 3-letter strings and then were immediately asked to perform a distracting task, counting backward by threes, the material was quickly forgotten. See Figure 8.5, such that by 18 seconds it was virtually gone. Figure 8.5 STM decay. Peterson and Peterson, 1959, found that information that was not rehearsed decayed quickly from memory. 21. Peterson, L., and Peterson, M.J. 1959. Short-term retention of individual verbal items. Journal of Experimental Psychology. 58, 3, 193-198. 302. By adapted from Peterson, L., and Peterson, M.J. 1959. Short-term retention of individual verbal items. Journal of Experimental Psychology, 58, 3, 193-198. One way to prevent the decay of information from short-term memory is to use working memory to rehearse it. Maintenance rehearsal is the process of repeating information mentally or out loud with the goal of keeping it in memory. We engage in maintenance rehearsal to keep something that we want to remember, for example, a person's name, email address, or phone number, in mind long enough to write it down, use it, or potentially transfer it to long-term memory. If we continue to rehearse information, it will stay in STM until we stop rehearsing it. But there is also a capacity limit to STM. Try reading each of the following rows of numbers, one row at a time, at a rate of about one number each second. Then when you have finished each row, close your eyes and write down as many of the numbers as you can remember. 019, 3586, 10295, 861059, 10293847567484 75674834 6578744104 6550423897. If you are like the average person, you will have found that on this test of working memory, known as a digit span test, you did pretty well up to about the fourth line, and then you started having trouble. I bet you missed some of the numbers in the last 3 rows, and did pretty poorly on the last one. The digit span of most adults is between 5 and 9 digits, with an average of about 7. The cognitive psychologist George Miller, 1956, 22 referred to 7 plus or minus 2 pieces of information as the magic number in short-term memory. But if we can only hold a maximum of about 9 digits in short-term memory, then how can we remember larger amounts of information than this? For instance, how can we ever remember a 10-digit phone number long enough to dial it? One way we are able to expand our ability to remember things in STM is by using a memory technique called chunking. Chunking is the process of organizing information into smaller groupings, chunks, thereby increasing the number of items that can be held in STM. For instance, try to remember this string of 12 letters: XOFCBANNCVTM. You probably won't do that well because the number of letters is more than the magic number of 7. 22. Miller, G.A. 1956. The magical number 7, plus or minus 2, some limits on our capacity for processing information. Psychological Review, 63, 2, 81, 97. 303. Now try again with this one. MTVCNNABCFOX. Would it help you if I pointed out that the material in this string could be chunked into 4 sets of 3 letters each? I think it would, because then rather than remembering 12 letters, you would only have to remember the names of 4 television stations. In this case, chunking changes the number of items you have to remember from 12 to only 4. Experts rely on chunking to help them process complex information. Herbert Simon and William Chase, 1973, 23 showed chess masters and chess novices various positions of pieces on a chessboard for a few seconds each. The experts did a lot better than the novices in remembering the positions because they were able to see the big picture. They didn't have to remember the position of each of the pieces individually, but chunked the pieces into several larger layouts. But when the researchers showed both groups random chess positions that would be very unlikely to occur in real games, both groups did equally poorly, because in this situation the experts lost their ability to organize the layouts. See Figure 8.6. The same occurs for basketball. Basketball players recall actual basketball positions much better than do non-players. But only when the positions make sense in terms of what is happening on the court, or what is likely to happen in the near future, and thus can be chunked into bigger units. Didier Jean and Marmaki, 2005. 24. Figure 8.6 Possible and impossible chess positions. Experience matters. Experienced chess players are able to recall the positions of the game on the right much better than are those who are chess novices. But the experts do no better than the novices in remembering the positions on the left, which cannot occur in a real game. If information makes it past short-term memory, it may enter long-term memory. LTM, memory storage that can hold information for days, months, and years. The capacity of long-term memory is large, and there is no known limit to what we can remember. Wang, Liu, and Wang, 2003. 25. Although we may forget at least some. 23. Simon, H.A., and Chase, W.G. 1973. Skill in chess. American scientist, 61, 4, 394, 403. 24. Didier Jean, A., and Marmaki, E. 2005. Anticipatory representation of visual basketball scenes by novice and expert players. Visual cognition, 12, 2, 265 to 83. 25. Wang, Y, Liu, D, and Wang, Y. 2003. Discovering the capacity of human memory. Brain and Mind, 4, 2, 189, 198. 304. Information after we learn it, other things will stay with us forever. In the next section, we will discuss the principles of long-term memory. Key takeaways. Memory refers to the ability to store and retrieve information over time. For some things our memory is very good, but our active cognitive processing of information assures that memory is never an exact replica of what we have experienced. Explicit memory refers to experiences that can be intentionally and consciously remembered, and it is measured using recall, recognition, and relearning. Explicit memory includes episodic and semantic memories. Measures of relearning, also known as savings, assess how much more quickly information is learned when it is studied again after it has already been learned but then forgotten. Implicit memory refers to the influence of experience on behavior, even if the individual is not aware of those influences. The three types of implicit memory are procedural memory, classical conditioning, and priming. Information processing begins in sensory memory, moves to short-term memory, and eventually moves to long-term memory. Maintenance, rehearsal, and chunking are used to keep information in short-term memory. The capacity of long-term memory is large, and there is no known limit to what we can remember. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. List some situations in which sensory memory is useful for you. What do you think your experience of the stimuli would be like if you had no sensory memory? 2. Describe a situation in which you need to use working memory to perform a task or solve a problem. How do your working memory skills help you? 305. 8.3 How we remember, cues to improving memory. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning Objectives 1. Label and review the principles of encoding, storage, and retrieval. 2. Summarize the types of amnesia and their effects on memory. 3. Describe how the context in which we learn information can influence our memory of that information. Although it is useful to hold information in sensory and short-term memory, we also rely on our long-term memory, LTM. We want to remember the name of the new boy in the class, the name of the movie we saw last week, and the material for our upcoming psychology test. Psychological research has produced a great deal of knowledge about long-term memory, and this research can be useful as you try to learn and remember new material. See Table 8.2. In this section we will consider this question in terms of the types of processing that we do on the information we want to remember. To be successful, the information that we want to remember must be encoded and stored, and then retrieved. Technique description. Useful example. Use. Elaborative. Encoding. Material is better remembered if it is processed more fully. Think, for instance. Proactive interference is like retroactive interference, but it occurs in a forward manner. Make use of the self-reference effect. Material is better remembered if it is linked to thoughts about the self. Think, for instance, I remember a time when I knew the answer to an exam question but couldn't quite get it to come to mind. This was an example of the tip of the tongue phenomenon. Table 8.2 Helpful memory techniques based on psychological research. 306. Be aware of the forgetting curve. Information that we have learned drops off rapidly with time. Review the material that you have already studied right before the exam to increase the likelihood it will remain in memory. Make use of the spacing effect. Information is learned better when it is studied in shorter periods spaced over time. Study a little bit every day. Do not cram at the last minute. Rely on overlearning. We can continue to learn even after we think we know the information perfectly. Keep studying, even if you think you already have it down. Use context dependent retrieval. We have better retrieval when it occurs in the same situation in which we learned the material. If possible, study under conditions similar to the conditions in which you will take the exam. Use state dependent retrieval. We have better retrieval when we are in the same psychological state as we were when we learned the material. Many possibilities, but don't study under the influence of drugs or alcohol, unless you plan to use them on the day of the exam, which is not recommended. Table 8.2 Helpful memory techniques based on psychological research. 307. 8.3.1 Encoding and storage, how our perceptions become memories. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Encoding is the process by which we place the things that we experience into memory. Unless information is encoded, it cannot be remembered. I'm sure you've been to a party where you've been introduced to someone and then maybe only seconds later you realize that you do not remember the person's name. Of course, it's not really surprising that you can't remember the name, because you probably were distracted and you never encoded the name to begin with. Not everything we experience can or should be encoded. We tend to encode things that we need to remember, and not bother to encode things that are irrelevant. Look at Figure 8.8, Pennies in Different Styles, which shows different images of U.S. pennies. Can you tell which one is the real one? Nickerson and Adams, 1979, 26 found that very few of the U.S. participants they tested could identify the right one. We see pennies a lot, but we don't bother to encode their features. Figure 8.7 Pennies in Different Styles. Can you identify the real penny? We tend to have poor memory for things that don't matter, even if we see them frequently. One way to improve our memory is to use better encoding strategies. Some ways of studying are more effective than others. Research has found that we are better able to remember information if we encode it in a meaningful way. When we engage in 26. Nickerson, R.S., and Adams, M.J. 1979. Long-term memory for a common object. Cognitive Psychology, 11, 3, to 87 307. 308. Elaborative encoding. We process new information in ways that make it more